Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to an exciting day number 2 of BGMI Pro Series. Yesterday, things kicked off for the journey for top 16 with an exciting manner, with Team Seoul, the defending champions, walking away with the win on game number 1. But then, things took a more interesting turn as the matches went on. But today is where we get to see the entirety of Group Blue in action, because 8 teams were left behind. But today is when they began their journey. I'm Super Johnny. I'm going to be your caster and your presenter for this BGMI Pro Series. And joining me, ladies and gentlemen, on the panel is going to be none other than Arka, who was there for the start yesterday. Arka, how are you doing today?
I'm feeling fantastic, and also I'm preparing myself for the new teams coming in. I think they're going to have something special today.
Exactly. Right off the bat, addressing the elephant in the room, the addition of Group 4, who are going to start off their matches, start their journey on day number 2. And it's going to be quite interesting to see what these teams bring to the table, because we have a lot of big names in Group 4.
Yes, Blind Esports, HG, Hindustan Gaming,
yes,
and FS Esports. So we have a lot of teams coming in. And I'm also excited to see how the teams which have got the momentum yesterday, how they're going to carry it forward with new teams coming in.
Exactly. We have already discussed how competitive this BGMI Pro Series 2023 is going to be. It is 96 teams are competing for just those top 16 slots in the finals. This will be intense.
The format as well. I just love the format every bit. It's just that the first week gets over and again it comes down to 0. Everybody are on equal grounds. And again, they'll be fighting to come on top in week 2.
Yes.
So that they get a better spot in week 3.
Exactly. And all of this fight, it is going to get more and more tougher as we move forward with our days, with our weeks. Because yesterday it was mentioned, I mean, you were there, Salty were there, these guys were talking about the format, bonus points for doing well week in, week out, day in, day out. But this fight, this battle, it's there for a lot of things. And one of those things, ladies and gentlemen, is the prize pool. 1 crore rupees on the line for whoever manages to make it to the grand finals.
Oh yes, the champions themselves is going to be getting 40 lakhs. The first runner-up is going to be getting 20 lakhs. The second runner-up, 10 lakhs. But the best part is this. If you're even on the 16th position, you're not going home empty-handed.
Exactly. But that's the challenge. You have to figure out a way to make it into the top 16.
Oh, yes.
And you only have 15 matches to do that. 96 teams, you will cut down to the top 16 in just 15 games. And in addition, the bonus points we just talked about, it is going to be extremely mind frustrating for these teams to figure out how they want to compete in the matches that they have to play. But you know, we get points for every single game you play, for placements and for finishes, and here is the point distribution. We are all used to this right now.
Yes, the chicken dinner team will be getting 15 points for themselves. Following up, it's going to be 12-10 as the number descends to 0. But the best part is this. Yesterday, we did see that several teams showed us, even though they've gone on the 13th to the 16th position, they've got 4 to 5 finishes, and which was enough for them to maintain their average.
Yeah, I mean, we did have one of those teams that just won 1 game, but they are still holding on to a spot inside the top 5 in the overall ranking. And that is something that can help the teams that are starting their day today. They can catch up because the competition is just getting started. And ladies and gentlemen, here we have the bonus points that will be handed out to the teams for doing well in their particular group for that particular week.
The blue group, especially after the week 1 is over, and even the red group after the week 1 is over, the overall standing, whoever is placed first is going to get that additional 25 points. The second place is going to get 20 until the number gets dwindled down to 25 to 48 is walking away with 0 points. You do not want to be in this bracket, because that additional 2 to 3 points is going to give you a big leap when it comes to the cumulative points table.
Definitely, and it is going to help you secure your spot for that grand finale, for that amazing position in the Eka Arena in Ahmedabad. And it's going to be amazing to be there. But again, it's a long journey ahead of us, and of course there's going to be no breaks for these teams. I mean, they're going to be playing every single day if your group is playing for that week. But now we're going to have a look at the participating teams. Starting things off from Group 1, we saw Gladiators yesterday. Kind of an underwhelming performance from what the people expected from them.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not shocked, to be frank, because Gladiator Esports always experiment things in the beginning, and once they get that momentum built up, that is when they start shooting stars.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we have Mega Stars also, who had a decent run yesterday, not such a great one. But the one team which I was a bit concerned is going to be GR8, because they're at the very bottom of the table.
Exactly. They're 4 now, at least in their group. They're at the bottom, and as you mentioned, that is considering the teams from Group 4 haven't even played their matches. Today, it's going to be a tough day for Great Esports. They will have to try their level level best to bring themselves back into a fighting position. But moving forward to Group 2, we have Big Brothers, Team Soul, Team Empire, RTG Esports, Team OG, Gujarat Tigers, Entity, and of course Metal Wings. From this group, I think the heavy hitters yesterday were Team Soul and Big Brothers.
Oh yes, true. And also Entity out of nowhere coming
Oh,
into the
yeah.
top 6 was also a bit of a shocker.
True.
But moving on to Group 3, we are able to see Team X-Park. Consistency was the key for them yesterday, so let's see whether they'll be able to build up the same one today. But at the same time, Hydra was the shockers for me because they hold the top of the table when it comes to the overall standing right now.
In the first position, it's going to be held by Hydras themselves. But moving forward to Group 4, this, ladies and gentlemen, is the group that will be playing their Pro Series matches for the first time today. We have Blind Esports, Titan FTW, Enigma Gaming is there, another big name that we forgot about, Arka. Silly Esports is going to be there, Seal is going to be there, FS, ASG, and ASG. So ASG is one of those new teams that we will look forward to see how much they've improved. But anyways, let's move forward to Group 5 for now.
Now, this is where I was a bit disappointed with all the big names out here. God's Reign as well couldn't perform much. We have Autobots also who fell very short. We have Blood Rose Esports. I mean, Salty was praising them for a really long time, but still they fell short. RGE and Gen X were the only two teams who showcased some things, with RGE taking away one chicken dinner.
That is very true. RG and Gen X FM, phenomenal performance yesterday with one game each. But moving forward to Group 6, I think from this group as well, it was a lot of teams that we expected a lot from, but only one has been able to deliver, and that is an outlier, UP50. From this particular group, people expected Metal, Wind God to do well. TMZ, I personally had expectations from TMZ, and they did improve a little bit, but not really in a position where I see them breaking to the top 16 even anytime soon. It's going to be a long journey for them. But we look forward to today's matches, and we do have the schedule in front of us where we do see teams from Group 4. The first 3 games, they're going to play that in a row. Arka, is that going to be a difference maker?
I think so, because you can build up your momentum. It's going to be a boon and a bane again. The boon being this, that if you start off on a very good note, you can maintain that momentum for 3 straight games, put a lot of points on the table. But whereas if you have a bad start, then you'll have to reset yourself yet again immediately in the map of Miramar.
And this is the reason exactly why I asked you this question. Because for the teams that played yesterday, they will have the opportunity of figuring out, all right, this was the mistake we made, this is what we need to fix, and then test things out today. And if they can fix their mistakes today, it's going to give them, well, good amount of points on the leaderboard.
Yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, I would also want to see how the new teams are going to play. For example, Blind, if they let themselves lose, if they play for, if they play with a mindset that they have nothing to lose, probably they'll do much better. So I'm looking forward for teams like that to perform well.
But during the counter earlier on, before we started the show, ladies and gentlemen, we were looking at the highlights of day 1. Let's have a proper recap of what happened on day 1 of this BGMI Pro Series and how teams ended on the overall leaderboard. We talked about this before. Hydra leading the charge with 38 points, sitting on the first position. But as we can see, the competition right now is just getting started. Things are still very close.
It's good to see that 3 teams who have got chicken dinner are able to maintain the top 3 positions, because the second game did not go their way. Let it be UP50, let it be Team Soul. But it's just that, Team X-Park is the only team which achieved that chicken dinner in the first one and fell a little short in the second one as well. So considering that, I'm able to see Big Brother Esports, Team Entity, and 7 shows, especially 7 shows, 17 finishes, the highest in this table so far. And we have to give kudos to that one single man, Goat, who pulled off an 6 to 7 finishes in a single game. Yeah,
that was an amazing performance, and I believe he's doing pretty well for himself in the overall player leaderboard as well. But we move forward to the second page of the rankings, where we have ORB sitting on that 9th position. Yesterday was a very tricky day for ORB. We saw them consistently breaking into that top 7, top 6 of the games that they played, but finishes is where they were lacking a little bit. I think one game they did well for themselves, the other game was an underwhelming performance, but still there is an opportunity to bring themselves back. And in this second page, I think 2 of the biggest threats that are going to be there for even the teams above them are going to be Gen X FM with how they played yesterday, the amount of aggression they brought on Miramar, and of course Medal.
Oh yes, both of these teams have struck a good balance between the position points and the finish points as well. But when you look further on, this is where a little bit of a disappointment come on our screens. FFE concentrating more on the position points, failed very hard when it comes to, or fell very hard when it comes to gaining those finish points, whereas we had THW and God's Reign, both of them were trying to do their best to get as many finishes as possible.
We saw Team Together Esports over there on the third page of the rankings with double-digit eliminations on them, so they know the firepower is going to be there. Plus, they just played 2 matches yesterday, so today they will have an opportunity to climb to the second page or maybe even the first. But as we move to the 4th page of the rankings, this is where things get interesting, because now you have all the teams sitting with just single digits.
Now, single digit it is, but apparently it's all the finish points which has allowed them to at least have themselves so many total points, because 5-6 finishes in every single game. They had at least 2 to 3 finishes, or there were several teams who performed really well in one game and had those finishes as well. But this is where the point actually, meets to the very end, where GR8 has got 0 finishes and 1 position point with the 2 games they've played. Shows that they have not taken things that seriously.
That is true. This is where the struggle gets real for all of these teams. I mean, 4 points on EC. We have T7S with 4 points and still struggling in the first day. You would like to see yourself at least on double digits one way or the other. Even if it's just 2 games, you want to hit that 10-point marker. But moving on to the last page of the rankings, overall rankings as of now, we have the teams that are yet to play their games, ladies and gentlemen. This is the entirety of Group 4. And of course, Arka, Blind Esports. That is the name that's going to be the center of attention as of now. A lot of people are talking about them. What about you?
Yeah, obviously, right? We have been speaking about one topic which has been the hot topic on this desk. That is the roster shuffle which has taken place in the recent past. And let's not forget that S-Power, that big name, that prodigy claimed person, is now moved back to Blind Esports from Godlike. And that's a very, very big addition, if you ask me, because Blind all of a sudden felt like they were losing their confidence when it comes to those frontal battle. They needed another lion to be added who was a little bit aggressive. Now, since S-Power has come back to that slot, probably he'll be boosting the confidence of the rest of his teammates, and Manya can do much more wonders.
And do you know what the best part is? Do you guys know what the best part about this conversation is? That we get to witness this team in action right now without delay, ladies and gentlemen, because we have the first matchup on our screens, and this is where the introduction of Group 4 is going to happen. We get to see Blind Esports go up against the likes of Team Soul, Big Brothers, Entity right off the bat on day number 2.
You know what? I know that the big teams have taken the spotlights, but somewhere far away I can see small stars shine, like HG, FS Esports, NTT, and Gujarat Tigers, because these are the 4 teams who will become a trump card for all the big teams out there. If they perform really well, they can snatch away the maximum amount of finish points as well as placement points, and the overall standing. All of a sudden, we're going to have somebody in the top, which we did not expect to see by the end of the day.
We are expecting earthquakes on that overall leaderboard today. It's going to shake things up quite nicely, but that will only happen at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, because Group 4, as we keep mentioning, that is going to be the talk of the town, at least for the first game itself. How do these teams introduce themselves in a mix of the other 40 teams that already know, all right, these are the changes we are coming with, and this is how the changes have impacted our performance. Group 4, they had their time to observe, they had their time to make countermeasures. What did they do to make sure the first game is where they make the most impact?
I mean, we keep speaking about Group 4, and every time you say the word blind, I still remember that the recent past, or the last officials, we had Manya, who got the best IGL. And I do believe that, he'll be looking forward to attain the same one in this tournament, and due to which he might push himself beyond the limits to see how well his team can perform. But at the same time, there are other IGLs who are coming in, let it be from the side of Team Entity, HG as well, HD Gaming. So I feel that today we're going to be encountering to see which are the teams whose IGL is going to think out of the box if the circle is going away from them, and then try to register the chicken dinner, just like how X-Park did and Team Soul did yesterday.
And you were quite vocal about this yesterday, how the recent change in how teams look at building their rosters has just shifted from the frontline assaulters to the IGLs. You try and build the lineup around the IGLs, but would you say that would also result in the play being a little bit more controlled? What we noticed in the matches yesterday, everyone holding back.
Yeah, because the IGL knows that it's about him placing himself into the 3rd or the 4th circle. You might have the best assaulters, but if you put him in front of fights after fights with the damaged helmet and vest, I don't think so he can sustain for a long time. So the IGLs are going to be like, you're the president of the whole group. I'm just going to carry you until the final circles and let you free. And that is when you start assaulting. And that's why the rotations become a big factor when it comes to a point standings, where 15 points is going to be rewarded with the chicken dinner.
One of the biggest impacts impacts of this change we noticed in the last game yesterday from
Yes.
X Park, where we saw an incredible rotation, which felt a little bit unorthodox at a certain point. Both of us were like, all right, this might get them in some trouble. But no, the call was right. And this is why I feel Pukar, that is a name that you don't really hear that much often, but it needs to be spoken a little bit more because the man has been leading the team to great heights in the recent days.
I mean, I also want to add on to another point. Yesterday, we had a small discussion as to whether Gamla Boy as well as Spray God had played before. And they are played under a champion banner and become champions together. So the synergy which we thought might be lacking, I don't think so that's going to be the case. Because Dream has been with Pukar from the beginning.
Yes.
So the synergy between those two are there. And then we have the Gamla Boy as well as the Spray God as well. So I'll be looking forward to see whether this team will actually listen to Pukar and then hold on to their horses, which they're actually doing, to be frank.
But we're going to have to wait a while before we see them in action. Right now, we have 16 teams stepping into this game one. This is the most difficult question I'm going to ask you in the entire day, Arka. Who do you think is going to win game one?
I don't know why I'm getting HG, Blind and Team Soul to be in the top 3. But it's becoming a little hard for me to understand who's going to be getting the chicken dinner. I mean, because Gujarat Tigers, they are well known to ruin the game of everybody else. The reason why I call them game ruiners is because the third party kings won, and second thing, they agree to get as many finishes as possible, as always help them to be in the middle bracket of the point standings, which allows them to be in the top 16.
Yeah, they somehow figure out a way to survive, but in order to finish at the top, they're going to have to slow down the aggression at the right time, which I think for Gujarat Tigers is the later stages, because that is when they get a little overheated. But that was Arka's prediction for the top 3. I do agree with you. I think Team Soul, Blind are definitely going to be there. Big Brothers and HG, these are the two teams I'm looking forward to. But ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, game number 1 is going to be on our screens. Day 2, match 1. This is going to be the map of Erangel. And again, Group 4 being introduced to the lobby of the BMPS for the first time ever.
The perfect flight path for day 2, according to me. Starting all the way from military base, ending towards Stolba. Each and every team can respect one another and go to their specific drop locations without having any kind of a clash. But my eyes are going to be set towards the Severny region because I believe that Metal Wings and HG, both of them share the same drop location. And also towards the Rozok region, because not far away are going to be two teams who always want to taunt one another to get those early finishes.
Yeah, especially with Blind being present close to the center part of the map, you have to be a little bit worried whenever you go there. You never know when these 4 lads come charging towards you for an early fight. But for now, at least right on the bat, Arka, this is going to be something very interesting. We see a massive cluster on that military island. 3 teams dropping in with ASG heading towards Nova Ripnoi. We have Enigma taking control of the military base. And then you have the players from Team Empire who have gone for the southern compounds of the military base right outside the fence.
I mean, I have to speak about Enigma since you've already started the topic, that they have been changing their roster continuously to every tournament. Yes, the shuffle has been the highest when it comes to this entity. And I really want to see whether they have got the perfect 4 to be playing in a pro series, because ultimately, you know, it's about you trying to prove your mettle in front of everybody, but somewhere far away. At the corner of my eye, I can see a drop collision which might have taken place towards the Yasnaya region. There it is, Baby versus OGs. Saif and Uzumaki, both of them together. Sarvit slowly clumps down, and this is going to be a great one.
Yeah, this is going to be a great one. It's going to be OG kicking things off with Saif instantly being knocked out. Reckless. Look at him. He's not being reckless, which his position knows there could be a threat on the other side. But with Uzumaki going for a revive, will he be stopped? The answer is no. Reckless just goes in, goes for the ammo refill and drops out. But Mohit on the other side finds the trade. Kyoya has been knocked and finished. And even though Big Brothers were able to get that revive in, they're still down to 3 players.
Big Brother Esports, one big mistake they did is landing 3 of the players landing in one building. That's going to be limited resources for you guys, and also to escape, you'll be coming into the crosshairs of the opponents very, very easily. Yeah. Because you're going to be predicted that either they're going to be coming in through the right or the left window, or probably falling back itself. So let's see how Big Brother Esports will be able to bounce back from such a mess which they've created for themselves. But still, Kyoya is not the kind of person you would want to lose in the beginning of the game itself.
That is true. I mean, the man brings with him a unique skill set that can be utilized by Big Brothers, and that was one of the reasons why Kyoya was the pickup Big Brothers went with. Because if you just a little bit of recap for the new viewers, this team came from nowhere and then just ended up dominating the well-known teams during the recently concluded BGIS, and now as soon as the circuit for BGMI in the country moves forward, all eyes are sticking on Big Brothers because people want to follow along with their journey and they want to know what Big Brothers will be up to. But for now, I want to find out what Prince is going to be up to as he has spotted out the players of Titan FTW.
Oh yes, Titan. I mean, they have to thank their stars as well. Prince had that opportunity to put down Punk.
True.
And since he was in the open, it would have been very easy finish for him as well. But Titans are also thinking straight, if you ask me. They've got that helmet and vest, and then after that, they picked up the vehicle. So even though if shots were hit towards them, they had that, brief period in which they could have sustained. And now since they've fallen back from a fight, the farming continues. But are they going to be stopped by the other team who are keeping an eye on them?
Oh, the Stalkers are there. They're definitely there. And Gujarat Tigers, as we mentioned about them before, the kings of the third party. Or at least they used to be. We haven't seen them pull it off successfully in a while now. Hopefully they've returned to their old form, old ways, and especially considering they are present towards that farm area, as you guys can see on the map. And you can expect teams to use that Novorapnoi bridge to cross. In the future, there will be an opportunity for Gujarat Tigers to third party that Novorapnoi bridge fight and hopefully secure a few extra points. But we do have this Eastern Circle on our screens right now. And Arka, what goes through your head? If you were leading a team right now in this game, how would you play? Early stages.
I would first take a drop location towards the Rozhok region. FS Hitman is doing the right thing, choosing Rozhok as a drop location, because yesterday also we saw a similar circle when it comes to the first game of day one.
Yes.
And I'm expecting them to slowly make their way to the center of the circle, making sure that they check out their backlines, because if you're able to avoid those backstabs, then it becomes much more easier for you to concentrate on teams in front, and Seoul was the perfect example yesterday to show us that was the case.
I mean, they did showcase that in game number 1 itself. Rotations were very clean. Stage 3 aggression to push for the zone was perfectly timed. But right now, talk about aggression and talk about the first finish of the game where we have the players of OG still trying to deal with Big Brothers.
I like the setup coming in from the side of OG. If you see, Sandhu is having that blind spot or the off angle, making sure that he doesn't allow the side of Big Brothers to cross the road. At the same time, it's going to be the rest of his teammates in the next building itself, making sure that they wait for the Big Brothers to make a small mistake. Look at that. No helmet, no vest, but somewhere far away, there's going to be a point of contact. Storm gets overwhelmed and in the open gets knocked out with a shotgun. I thought it's the vehicle which put him down eventually, but it was the shotgun which connected to his head.
But you know what I'm even more shocked with? Why is Enigma Gaming here towards the southern shoreline of military base? They were there in the control of the center building, the C building as a lot of people call it, and they had it all to themselves. But just seeing the parachutes of Team Empire in the early stages got Enigma Gaming hungry for blood, and now they are out on the hunt, trying to see if they can chase down the players of TE and get a few extra eliminations for themselves. They've already gotten one, and they've gotten Empire from Team Empire extremely low. He's down to 50 HP. Will he survive? I think he will.
The best way for you to take down Team Empire is to strike them in the beginning itself. Do not allow them to be in the final circles, because they are also one of the other pack of wolves who pounce on all those weaklings out there. When they're knocked out, they just steal away all those finishes. So what you have to do is make sure before they could complete their loot, go target them, put them down, finish them off, and get those early 4 finishes. So I think they're thinking in the right way, but still, if you have taunted Team Empires, they'll be waiting for redemption. Across the bridge, they're still going to wait and wait until you come in front of them.
You just read my mind right there. I was just about to say this, that wouldn't it be possible for Team Empire to hold on to the bridge and get some revenge from Enigma Gaming? And now I think both of us are on the same page. That is an actual possibility. And I think Enigma Gaming also realizes this, so they might not necessarily go for a military bridge rotation. They might try and take their chances from that Novorapnoi bridge. And by the way, there's just a little bit of an update. The team that was present towards Novorapnoi, ASG, they've already crossed. They made it all the way towards that shelter mansion area.
Yeah, and a clever one as well. Shelter region, you have ample amount of loot for yourself, but also since you're at the epicenter of the circle, you can have an eye on all the other teams out there. Knowledge is power, my friend. So you need to have the knowledge before you enter the final circles of this game. But ultimately, on our screens right now is going to be FS, the team I'm going to watch out for. As I said, Hitman is the only retained player of this entire lineup. And I would want to see how he's going to be leading the rest of his team. The newcomers have not seen Dazzle, Coffin and Turbo in a really long time perform. Probably they were the last time they performed was in BGIS. And now the synergy between the new IGL and these players, That's going to be in a big question.
Yeah, it is going to be a big question for everyone, especially considering FS is a known name amongst the community. People have seen this lineup, seen this banner, and they've seen them do well. Not just mediocre. They've done well for themselves. But look at this. It seems like Blind Esports, they're looking to catch the players of FS completely blind. But is this setup going to work? We'll find that out in a bit.
Blind Esports, again, you have S-Power, Manya, Ronnie, Nakul, the best four playing out here. As I said, they're just going to make sure that they'll do everything possible to not allow the opponents to come close to them, and that has been the best part about their strategy. If they see vehicles, they remove the tire. If they see any heads popping out, they get that knock and make sure they strike fear in the hearts of the opponents so that they don't push in immediately, and then they continue their journey and find that off angle. You know, after you cut off players from moving in those vehicles, it becomes easier for you because they're going to be coming on foot, and it becomes easier for you to take them down. And the rotation from Manya, oh my goodness, right to the epicenter of the circle, making sure that his team has got the best spot to start off their assault.
Yeah, charging for the center in a circle like this is also a sign to let the other teams know we are here to fight, we are here to dominate, we won't avoid anyone. And that is, I think, a statement that Blind Esports is going to try to make right off the bat. But look at the map, look towards Hospital. What is happening over there? What is Empire up to?
After being injured that badly, I believe you need to run to the hospital, patch yourself up, and then come back into the game. You know, but getting things serious over here towards the southern side of Pochinki, I'm able to see a splash of colors, and I would want to see which is going to be the first point of contact, because all the teams out there are the teams in the middle bracket, and they will need some finish points before they enter a circle like this. As we have already discussed before, a shelter circle is where the finishers are going to be equally divided if you don't have the perfect start. And let me see which is the first team to get one for themselves.
Oh, the match is going to take a chaotic turn in the next 20 seconds. The blue zone, the wall of death, starts to close in, and as you mentioned, Arka, a massive cluster of teams forming towards the center of the zone, especially taking control of the southern half of that circle. But look at this fight breaking out between Metal Wings and the players of FS. Both the sides caught off guard, completely out in the open. Gonu from the side of Metal Wings having already taken a lot of damage, but Coffin, he's going to be pushed upon by two players in a buggy. Takes down one, but goes down to the next. Metal Wings having taken a massive hit upon themselves. Will they be able to survive? I think they might. They're getting those trades in. FS not as comfortable as they look after that initial knock, but maybe Turbo is going to push that turbo button and bring his team back into this fight. It's going to be a struggle, lobbing the nades, ends up finishing his own teammate by mistake.
I'm more worried about what he's going to do next. He could have gone to that, revival by putting up a smoke and then try to run away. But he's going to be retreating. And that's the bad call, if you ask me. Leaving your teammates to not only bleed out, but also get finished off and giving away those finishes to the opponents. I do understand that you don't have any other choice, but ultimately, if you're going down without a fight, you're not going to have finishes in your name.
That was the pressure of game one visible right there, because FS, they're kicking their journey off today, and it's going to be important for them to bring as many points in this game one as possible. Play for survival, that's going to be the strategy right now, but OG still having held on to their numbers. Finally looking for the push, save the stalker this time. The spray from the Uzi is going to be good, and he's good for two. The third player is going to be spotted out, and Big Brothers completely annihilating the side of OG in a matter of seconds. What just happened? OG pushing in, thinking they will dominate the side of Big Brothers, knowing there were just two players in there. But Big Brothers, they find a way out of this.
I don't know why I'm not shocked at this point of time, to be frank, because the way Saif was able to hold them off with such less loot, I think the inventory was perfect. Using an Uzi and a shotgun for the close range and waiting for the opponents to make one small mistake and then capitalizing on it, that was the perfect thing to do. When you have a DBS and you're entering inside and you're not watching those blind spots, you're going to get punished, and that's what Big Brothers have done. And look at how the equation has now turned. It's a 3v1 situation. Sandhu from far away, as soon as he got to know his players were getting taken down, he could have just rushed in and done the damage as well. But the circle, ladies and gentlemen, has a different story to say altogether.
Yeah, this is one of the best curveballs you could witness in front of our eyes, because no one's going to hope this happens to them when they're playing the game. A southwestern shift taking us all the way towards that farm Potato Hill area, and now it's going to be a scramble for position. Taking the control of Potato Hill still secures you this mid game, but it's going to transition into a bad play late game when you're going to have to step out into the open fields.
I somewhere feel the final circle is going to be more closer towards the shelter region. There's a small ridge between the shelter region and that potato hills. So, I mean, if you have that small high ground advantage for yourself, which Team Soul is actually thinking right now, they might be able to register that chicken dinner. But again, you'll have to watch out for those backlines as well, because if some team attacks you from behind, from that shelter region, you're going to be so busy that other teams from other angles can put you down as well.
As of now, though, it feels like there has been a reset opportunity for a lot of these teams. And apart from the early fights that happened between Big Brothers, OG, FS taking a hit, and Empire losing out on one of their players, this is going to be one of the big 4v4s that we get to witness now. Seal trying to protect themselves. They know the opposition is there in the houses right next to them, in front of them. They have taken a few shots from the competition, but still having managed to avoid a direct knock from Team Silly. I think they can be safe upon that ridge, but look at this, FS. We see Turbo's name on the feed.
Yeah.
He's causing a nuisance for Big Brothers. I don't know if that's going to be advisable or not. He's all alone over there.
I think it is, if you're able to taunt the big bears when they're weak, because no proper loot with that fight being taken place, and now the circle is far away. Either they'll have to decide on first looting and then making it inside the circle, or make sure that you find the right compound to get the rest of the loot as well. So they are a little way comparatively, so this will be the right time to strike them.
But calculated risk.
Yeah, it's a calculated risk if you ask me. I don't say that, you know, the player actually knows this is the story of Big Brothers, or he doesn't know that Big Brothers are the team who's coming in front of them. But still, if you take those calculated risks, you will be rewarded in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, plus already FS is in a position where there is the highest probability that they will be the first, one of the first few teams to be eliminated.
Yeah.
They're scrambling for points. Every single one that they get is something extra, a bonus from this game itself. And from the side of Turbo, he has already done a pretty decent job surviving till almost the mid game. If he survives more, makes it to that placement point barrier, crosses the top 12 teams, then maybe it's going to be an added advantage for the side of FS. But again, story for another time. We focus on Hindustan Gaming on our screens.
Hindustan Gaming. This is the reason why I said I expect to see them in the top 3. Look at the way they've rotated into the circle. I know that's the most southern part of the circle, but again, that gives them a little bit of a, you know, window to now rotate all the way to the western side of the map and then try to make it from the northern side into the circle which has just formed up. We spoke about 3 teams to be present, Blind, Soul as well as HG, and guess what? 2 teams have already got the prime position inside a circle like this. And when Blind is placed in a position where they can start their assault, there's not going to be stopping them that easy.
Yeah, but oh, look at the team counter. It feels like the first squad wipe of the game has already happened. And it's going to be OG who are going to be forced to wipe the dust. The first team to be eliminated from this matchup with just 1 finish in their hands. And that was Kyoya from Big Brothers, the pickup that they had. But now, Metal Wings, with how these lads are just running around in the open with their buggy, I feel like they're scrambling for cover and struggling to find anything to work with. But talk about struggles, and the struggles for Gujarat Tigers are not done. Just being handed a squad wipe by the hands of Team Soul.
I just love the way Team Soul is playing this. This is one of the most vulnerable spots, if you ask me, in a circle like this. You have a little bit of a ridge in front of you where teams can somehow peek out and put you down. That's what HGs are actually trying to do, as Nick OP is going to be stopped in his track by the side of Omega. Some more sprays are going to be trying and connecting to the buggy, but ultimately there's also another blind spot to this very location held by Team Soul, because not far away from them is a high reach. If some team is holding that, they'll be able to register very, very easily some knocks against the side of Team Soul.
It's going to be across the field. It's going to be a little bit of a challenge, but this is the opportunity when you take control of that high ground. Team Soul getting distracted for a few extra seconds. But here's the replay, ladies and gentlemen. Turbo also getting finished off. The last individual from the side of FS caught off guard, and things wrapped up for that team. But now Empire against Team Enigma. We're looking for this high ground push, but don't really have the information of the exact positions of where the players of Enigma have positioned themselves. The utility dump is going to happen from the side of Empire, but they need to be careful as well, because resource management is important for endgame.
Not only that, you have to watch for your backlines as well. As I said, everybody are inside the circle. 12 teams specifically inside the circle right now, and they'll be able to register 1 or 2 knocks. Empire, 2 of the players are very, very low on HP. just 1 or 2 shots and you're down. There it is, silly. They're going to take advantage of all the commotion being done by the side of Enigma. Addy down on his knees. Now will they continue their assault towards the side of Team Empire?
It's going to be very difficult for Enigma to continue this pressure on Empire. Empire still have the man advantage in their hand, but the HP was very low. But a blind drive-by from Infinity is going to result in the numbers being equalized, and now Empire pushed in a corner, along with the fact that there are shots coming in from the flank as well. It's so much pressure to deal with, but Rockstar and Jadu, the experienced players from the team, they're trying to step up. It's not even going to matter. Both of them wrapped up, and Empire is also handed the exit. Enigma Gaming finding a way out of a very tough position.
I mean, the two crosshairs being set on them. One Infinity with the DBS trying to keep them busy up front. And then you have LeBron far away trying to find the rough angle. Look at the place in which he's holding.
Yeah.
And he's able to, find that blind spot of the opponents and then putting them down. But ultimately, now they've got the best spot inside the circle. And how well will they continue their assault as Team Soul continues to, attack each and every team out there. And now they're going to be concentrating probably on getting inside the circle first.
I'll be honest, I don't know what Team Soul is up to right now. Just running around, scrambling for other teams, players they can find off guard, and, well, it was bound to happen. Goblin has been knocked out. Akshat is trying to see if he can bring his teammate back, but RTG from the distance have the opportunity to build up additional pressure. Blind sprays in the distance where you secured a knock a few seconds ago will force the team into a corner, and then maybe RTG will have an opportunity to push for that hill control. But it's still going to be a challenge because they know there's another threat that's waiting for them right in the edge of the circle. Gatekeeping any other team trying to breach that northern edge. It's going to be Blind Esports, but switching over to Entity Gaming, and Troy knocked out, Gamla Boy and Siu pinned out. What is happening?
Entity versus Team Soul on one side, RTG versus Blind. Now these are the two fights I would love to witness. As I said, the circle, the prime position of the circle being held by Blind as well as Team Soul almost to the corners. They could have done wonders if they had watched out for their backlines. Since they have not, I would love to see how Entity will be taking great advantage of this. Team Soul. Now Omega says, you know what, I'm going to scout and make sure I get you a better place inside the circle. Let's play around some bridges as well, as throwables is going to be coming into action. All four of them standing. It's going to be a 4v4 as Gamla Boy and Somraj, both of them down on their knees.
What a perfect nade lined up from the players of Team Soul. They have secured 2 knocks and things are not done for Entity Gaming. I was worried about Hindustan Gaming coming for the push, and here they have arrived, and a quick exit handed to the players of Enigma as well. But Hindustan Gaming, they need to realize things are not done for them yet. They have another team waiting for them on the other side of the hill in the form of Team Soul. But look at this, Avi, he's backing off, wants to move to the other side, prioritizing the entry inside the circle in their own position.
I just love the way HG just cleared off the side of Seal. There was a knock lying around, and that's what he did. He just got off the vehicle, got that finish as well. And the way they're holding this corner of the circle, all they have to do is not take the fight with Team Soul. Make sure that Team Soul gets busy with someone else. With Blind already doing a little bit of a damage to Team Soul, now they'll also be looking forward to somehow make it inside the circle, not coming into the crosshairs of Team Blind. So this, trifecta of death is going to question both these teams, Team Soul as well as HG. But somewhere far away, Blind, the way they were able to eliminate the side of RTG, I was speaking about this, right? When you're trying to make it inside the circle and you have a strong team like Blind gatekeeping you, better not take that fight. Try to find another way into the circle.
Yeah, especially as we saw in the replay, they had that concrete cover available as well, making things even more easier for the side of Blind. All they had to do is just go full on defense and protect themselves, and RTG, they just ran towards their own demises. But we have a very interesting shift of the zone right now. Remember how we talked about a few moments ago, Blind Esports and then gatekeeping the teams on the northeastern side? Well, we have a northeastern shift, and Blind is the only team anywhere close to the edge of the circle. Everyone else is scrambling for positions on the southern side. Last player surviving from the side of ASG is going to go down to the play zone itself, denies his point. But that brings us to the top 6 teams, the top 17 players of this match number 6.
I'll tell you something interesting right now. HG, Hindustan Gaming Avi, has got 5 finishes in his name, and he's the only person who's contributed to all the 5 finishes of his team as well. So I believe that, Nick would want his teammate to survive a little more with the final circles and then try to pick up as many finishes as possible. And the way they evaded this fight from Team Soul, that was also pretty interesting. They used those ridges, they hid behind it. Even though they lost a player, they understood that, once we get away from the side of Team Soul, probably we'll be able to register the top 3 spots. Whereas Avi gets taken down from a grenade being tossed in from the side of Team Seal. And now the blessing in disguise for them has to be the side of Team Soul.
But will Team Soul actually step in right now? Will they prioritize their own safety, their position inside the zone? The answer is both, actually, because HG, they get wiped out by the players of Team Seal, and now that allows Soul a little bit of freedom to focus on the teams in the front. The first team to go down by their hands is going to be the side of Silly Gaming, and now Team Soul looking to shift focus between the players of Seal and Metal Wings in the distance, who have actually pretty nicely managed to make it into the top 3 of this match. But, ladies and gentlemen, as we talk about the top 3, we have Team Soul surviving with a lot of players still present in this matchup. All 4, in fact, Blind Esports present with all 4. But Metal Wings, they are down to their last man standing in the name of Zod.
We predicted this, right? We predicted to see Blind. We predicted to see Team Soul as well as HG in the final circles. And it seems like, we are starting to manifest things rather than predicting it. And I just love when things fall in place. But Metal Wings, yes, he's the last man standing, and if he does the damage against the side of Blind, then Team Soul is going to take a great advantage out of it. But who's going to be registering this one last finish is also going to be a very crucial thing, because we see 4 finishes coming in from the side of Metal Wings. We see that Team Soul has got almost 8 to 9 finishes, and if a good exchange happens between the Blind as well as side of Team Soul, then we'll be able to see only one team walking away to be on the top with or without chicken dinners.
Well, it feels like the kingmaker of this match is going to be the one picked off first. Zod, who had the opportunity to go for a third party, is going to be blown up with a nade thrown by S-Power. And now that gives us, ladies and gentlemen, 2 of the best teams in the country going at it. Blind on one side with a compound to protect Team Soul out in the open, but with a high ground advantage. And the circle smack in the middle of both of them.
Team Soul yesterday started off with a great note. They started off day 1 with a chicken dinner. They want to replicate the same thing on day 2. Whereas Blind, they want to write history yet again, because they have always been the team to register the first game they play to a chicken dinner. So let's see. 2 histories are now going to be challenged to see which among them is going to be broken and which among them is actually going to be written. As you said, the circle not favoring anybody right now with great advantages for both these players. And smokes, the utilities which we keep speaking about, look at that. There's no smokes left out for the side of Team Soul, whereas Blind has got a few for themselves.
But Soul did just make a gamble with Omega going for a push, and that plan of theirs has backfired upon them. Omega has been knocked out, but now Blind, they're scrambling for picks. They want to take more map control, and they've followed up behind the rocks. They have cover to work with. The vehicles are there. The soft cover in the form of smokes is going to be there as well. All they have to do is clear up the flank. If they can pick off Neo, it's going to be a straight-on fight for Blind Esports with a big man advantage in hand. The 2v4 that they can make work in their favor.
I just love the way S-Power is right now holding his ground. He knows that he has to stop Neo from coming forward. I did see a smoke coming in his hand, so he can right now blind the side of Team Soul in one way or the other. Goblin tries to come forward, and S-Power is going to be punishing him to put him down as well. Blind Foreman standing strong. Omega gets revived on the other side to make it 3 again for the side of Team Soul, but that's not going to be the end. So S-Power trying to be a little bit greedy, but guess what? The greenness is going to pay off as he comes out to grab all the attention, and eventually it's going to be winner chicken dinner grabbed away by the side of Blind. But Team Soul, what have they done?
Yeah, Team Soul, what have they done? And what was Blind doing? The player is just stepping out from behind cover. I believe that was done just to bait shots and get information of where the players of Team Soul were hiding. And once they had the information, they knew what they had to do to make it work and secure the win. An impressive finish, but an impressive run from both the teams.
I mean, this is what I keep saying. Knowledge is power. You need to know where the opponents are, and that is what Blind played around with. From the beginning, they were waiting for Team Soul to actually be greedy, pick up that Metal Wings
Yeah,
finish.
yeah.
And then once they understood this is where the players are standing, as Power was like, you know what, I might be the sacrificial goat, but I'm going to step a little forward, try to gain as much information as possible. And the best part is this, he took a vehicle and he started moving around. And Team Soul was like, there's another finish lying around, and they come out of their cover, get punished ruthlessly.
Yeah, and it was a difficult position to be in for both of those sides, especially for Team Soul, to be fair, because they were out in the open,
Yeah.
on the slope, overexposed, because Blind Esports and Team Soul, both of them had the opportunity to spot each other through the windows.
Yeah.
But Blind Esports, once they go prone, it becomes very difficult for Team Soul to do anything. So they did have to wait for Blind to step out into the open, and the only way they could do that is when either Blind focuses on Zod, which they did, but they did it with utilities, so they also played safe, or if Team Soul actually sent one of their players. I believe Omega went for information, but anyways, I mean, all is said and done. Match number 1 in the hands of Blind Esports. Team Soul, they're going to have to stay satisfied with the second place finish. But ladies and gentlemen, we have something very special for you guys. We saw this yesterday. We're going to see this again, because this is something new that Crafton India is bringing for all of us. And ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the new promo video for Bolti Band, new series being brought to you guys by Crafton. Here we go.
BGMI, it's not an easy game.
Hi guys.
Take off! Mummy? गाड़ी लेकर आ गया और वो भी बाइक, हाँ? इधर क्या भेलपूरी चाट पूरी खाने को जा रहे क्या रे? वैसे तूने गेम तो प्रैक्टिस किया है ना?
वो ना स्टोरेज फुल हो गया है।
BGMI, it's not just a game, it's an emotion. तुम लोग गिट-गुट कर करके चैंप्स बन गए और मैं नुबड़ा का नुबड़ा ही रह गया ना।
I can't wait to see what Bolti Band is going to be about, but I think we need to come up with a sign for this. Should we just go with?
Yeah, you can do that. But at the same time, the question arises, your best friend, one of your best friends are there on the video. As soon as you see him on screen, what was the first reaction?
I feel pretty normal, because this is what a lot of people don't know about that man. He has done theatre for a long time. So multi-talented Mr. Sharma knows how to act as well. He's a good-looking guy. So he's the only one of us who can act pretty well, I think. All of us will end up laughing as soon as we're given a script.
So let's see how it goes as well. But, you know, it didn't go well for the side of Team Soul.
Oh, yeah.
Just a small recap as to what happened in the final circles. Yes, Omega got knocked out, but the revival was coming through. And I don't understand as to why Goblin came out in the open. You know, as soon as Goblin got knocked out, things became much more easier. But the best part of it all was this. As soon as Omega got knocked out, the way Blind pushed in to come closer to Team Soul so that the throwables projectile becomes easy for them and it comes in range for them was the best move, I think, from the side of Manya.
And I mean, you have a pretty good read on these teams, Arka. I feel like we have got to do this because the man is about to end the curse of the English desk. We were not getting predictions right before you stepped in.
I wouldn't say that. I was watching you and Salty, and most of the times you and Salty were cracking it, and I was like, man, these guys are good.
So that was just us getting lucky. Majority of the times we were the ones dropping in the curse. But, ladies and gentlemen, as Arka has blessed us with your presence, you guys can bless yourself. I mean, there's a reward section inside of BGMI. Go and check out if you guys can get the Fool's Blessing skin with the spin of the wheel.
Yep.
Did you try it yesterday?
Yes, I did try it.
Did you get it? That says it all. I mean, we have pretty much been honest about the fact that we're not lucky
guess
when it
what?
comes to skins.
Amongst the 10 people I asked, 8 people have got it.
Oh, wow!
I am the unlucky one amongst them all.
I haven't tried it yet. I'm going to try it today. I'm going to test out my luck as well. You go ahead and do it to reward section inside of BGMI. There's a lot of rewards as well along with this. I mean, you get a lot of missions to complete. You can get a lot of nice, pretty looking skins for yourself. But one of the things that I like the best to look at is going to be the highlights of Game 1. Ladies and gentlemen, will be on our screens right now. And we have to break down a lot of fights from this matchup.
Yeah.
Arka, we keep talking about that final part. But before that, this is where it all started. The city of Yasnaya Polyana, OG and Big Brothers.
I mean, OG, if they just stepped up a little more earlier to take down the side of Big Brothers, even before they could loot, that would have been the right time to strike. But you know what? They heated themselves too much, and then Big Brother was like, now the iron is hot, and now is when I'm gonna strike.
And this was another chaotic situation between Metal Wings and the players of FS. I thought FS, they would be able to capitalize with how Coffin was able to secure the knock, and of course he dished out a lot of damage to that second player as well. But that did not necessarily happen. It was one player in the backlines from Metal Wings who changed it all, but this time it was the crossfire from Big Brothers that changed the history of how that Yasnaya fight went.
I mean, before I come back to Big Brothers Esports, Saif, being so good in the close range battle, Team Soul as well, they were picking up as many finishes as possible because they knew with a circle like this, things can turn out challenging.
Yeah.
And the best way for them to put points on the table has to be gaining those finishes. As Team Soul continued their assault, it was the side of HG who became a big problem for the side of Entity, where everybody thought it was Team Soul. Look at how Avi is coming forward. Let me remind you again, Avi had got 5 finishes.
Yes.
And I somewhere feel that he's got 2 to 3 coming in from the side of Entity itself.
And they were handed to him. Because Team Soul, with the utility users, they were able to secure the 2 knocks, and HG was able to capitalize quite nicely. But then the decision to take the fight against Team Seal, which we thought initially would have worked out quite nicely had they been a little bit quicker about it. They had to finish Seal off extremely fast. Otherwise, this was what was going to happen. Team Soul getting inside that circle, then turning around and then taking care of the players of HG. Metal Wings, though, have to give them props. Metal Wings did very well for themselves. So kudos to Metal Wings, off to a great start.
Now this was the moment which I said, you see that Omega is coming out in the open, does the big mistake, gets knocked out. And then you have Goblin who's getting knocked out. There's Akshat and Omega. Akshat goes in to revive Omega, and a grenade comes in since Omega was already low on HP. Boom, he gets taken down, and then Akshat has all the pressure over his shoulder, and then it becomes so much easier for the side of Blind to register that chicken dinner. Coming back to the point which we were speaking about, Big Brother Saif.
Yeah.
He pulled that off with no helmet, with no vest, with no utilities, and 1 stun grenade in his hand.
Yes.
And limited amount of bullets in his Uzi, and just 1 mag of probably the shotgun which he had.
And it was one small moment in that fight that could have changed everything.
Exactly.
And that thing is called pre-fire, ladies and gentlemen. You pre-fire an Uzi, you're going to lose that fight. That gun runs out of ammo even before you can blink. And Sev just holding on to that trigger until he knew for sure that the push is there. He waited for the player of OG to step in front of him, took him down with the Uzi, switched over to the shotgun, took down 1 more in the backlands. And the last player was just scrambling. He was so confused, like, where is this pressure coming from? Who took down my teammates?
Obviously, because Saif is doing the job from inside, and from the outside, from the other side of the room, there are 2 more players from Big Brothers who are coming in and doing the damage as well. So the perfect team were coming in from the side of Big Brothers, and it becomes clear, no matter what kind of loot you have got, no matter how early you get taken down or one of your player gets taken down, if you're well composed, you'll be able to register some more finishes and get closer to a chicken dinner.
Yeah, but this was just game 1, and if this is a sign, today is going to be extremely, extremely intense, ladies and gentlemen. So hold on to your seats, because this is going to be a fun ride. We have more games lined up for Group 4. They will have the opportunity to work on the mistakes that were made in game 1. But which team did you think, like, all right, this team from Group 4 could have actually done so much better? It was just that an unfortunate moment for them.
HG.
Edgy.
Because they took down Entity, they had 5 finishes. All they had to do was just hide themselves from Team Soul rather than getting into the crosshairs of Seal. I mean, what I'm meaning to say right now is just try to be one with the nature and try to crawl towards Team Soul. You are in a high ground, obviously Team Soul can't see you. Whereas you went in towards the side of Seal, and again, they did not have man advantage. They had just 2 men standing, no smokes, no throwables whatsoever. So I do believe that they could have done a little more better when it comes to maintaining their resources, which has been a big problem lately for the teams with man disadvantage.
Yeah, for me, it would be the team that was taken down by AG, Enigma Gaming, because Enigma Gaming, I felt in the fight against Team Soul, they were pretty evened out.
Yeah.
But it was the third party that came in that just completely ruined their chances of surviving.
Now, this is where I get confused. Was it Enigma? Was it Entity?
I think it was Enigma.
Okay. I mean, lately, from the time the Entity has given me a shocker yesterday of being into the top 5, which I least expected them to be, I'm just, falling short. But sorry for
just say it's an enigma which entity was present in that fight.
Johnny.
That's
I mean,
a bad
this
joke.
man knows to win hearts. No wonder you're the master of words. Yes, but ladies and gentlemen, whoever they were, they did the job. They were the catalyst in the equation.
Yes.
Even though, HG came in and finished them off, it's just that they made sure that HG becomes weaker in that process of putting them down.
Exactly, and these are the small moments that can make and break a flow, and it felt like the team in the center did actually have an opportunity. They were trading knocks with Team Soul, constantly putting pressure on Team Soul as well, forcing them to move towards the slope area, but it was Hindustan Gaming who had a completely different plan in mind, and their plans, their notorious plans, they have more opportunity to execute more of them. A Miramar and a Sanok coming up for Group 4.
Oh yes, and things are going to turn much more interesting in the map of Miramar. As I said before, no matter how close you are, you're still far away. So your crosshairs, your recoil maintenance is going to be questioned because it's Pro Series.
Yeah.
If somebody's peeking in towards you and you peek out and you're not able to maintain that recoil, you get taken down.
But let's see. You've been talking about teams. We've been talking about teams. We've been talking about one player in particular. Let's see if that man is going to be the MVP. And the answer is no. This time it's going to be Goblin, who was able to secure 5 finishes and had a 55.5% contribution inside the game. But the reason he becomes the MVP is because of his impacts in key critical moments in this game.
Oh yes, Enigma at one point of time was playing so well. It's going to be Somraj, Lebron and Entity who were trying to finish things off from one corner. But whereas it was, Enigma, yeah, Soumya.
Oh, it was Entity.
Oh yes, it
was
was.
Entity,
Oh my goodness. For once, I felt like, how can I be so wrong? But still, I'm happy that I was able to track them down perfectly. Yes, HG, Abhi is also going to be there sharing the same amount of finishes. Then you have Nakul as well as S-Power from the side of Blind. The best part about Blind is this, that they share equal amount of finishes in the beginning, and then all of a sudden when they know they've qualified into the next round, they start a competition within themselves as to who can be the MVP amongst themselves within the team, which later reflects to be the MVP of the tournament itself.
Yeah, but the goal of the team remains the same. The team needs to be first on the leaderboard, and then you start worrying about individual performances. But we know that's going to happen once the team eventually gets there. But looking at this list of top 5 players, I'm actually, again, Avi is the man who was the most impressive coming from the side of Hindustan Gaming, and we are waiting for this team to start firing on all cylinders. But we do have the point standings on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. We have Blind Esports with an amazing finish, 21 points from game number 1, and it is their game 1 for Team Soul. It was game 3 who are on the second with 21 points.
The consistency is going in the favor of Team Soul.
Yes.
And Blind needs to watch out for that, because if they fail in one game, they won't be able to outshine the side of Team Soul in the overall standings. But Metal Wings, after a bad run yesterday, today they're able to, wide open wings, and they're able to scoop up 14 points for themselves. Team Seal again is going to be getting 13 as well. I don't know where they were placing. Oh yes, they were the team to eliminate the side of HG.
Yep.
Silly from far away got 11 for themselves. But HG on the 7th position with 9 points. A decent start, but we're expecting a little better from them.
And right above them, we saw the players of Enigma as well. 9 eliminations, just 1 placement points. The early game aggression did pay off for the side of Enigma. But as we move to the second phase of the rankings, we have the players from the side of Road to Glory on the 9th position with 3 points. Entity on the 10th with 3 points to their name as well. Big Brothers. Now, this was again an unfortunate ending for this team. In that early fight, after securing those 3 points, we expected big things from Big Brothers, but unfortunately, mid-rotation, they just kept losing players and they were never able to make it beyond stage 5.
Yes, Titans as well. Team Empire, they go down with just one position point. OGs and FS one finish point each for themselves, and GT 0-0.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a bit concerned for GT right now.
Everyone is. I mean, just looking at the names in the lineup, people have so much expectation from Gujarat Tigers. And everyone knows, because we have seen them perform very well in the past as well. So people are just waiting. All right, now maybe things are going to click. Now maybe they have enough information. But if this carries on, I don't think GT is going to make it to the finals, because only the top 16 make it through.
Yeah, and again, as I said, the format is still going to be blessing for them. It's going to give them another chance. If week 1 is not going in their favor, just make sure you try to maintain some average, so that in week 2, when you're on the top and get those 25 bonus points, it's going to tally with all the points you lost in week 1, and week 3 is going to be another comeback week for you. I mean, how well designed the format can be.
I love this format. I mean, and I love this. I'll give you my perspective on this as well, because we are watching. We are fans of the game. We like to be entertained. And just like you guys sitting at watching us at home, you want the maximum entertainment in the matches. From the perspective of the IGLs, now they have to make more calculation. They have to think about the bonus points being accumulated every single week as well. So that is the extra added calculation that the teams will have to make, and that is based on which their new play styles will be redefined. We saw this happen during the low bracket run of the BGIs when the points card were added, and this is something very fresh we're seeing for the first time. So it's going to be an interesting thing to see and an exciting thing to witness. How do these veteran teams and how do the new teams adjust to this format?
And one more thing, guys, if you're not able to follow how the format has worked out to be, all you can do is just follow the socials, because our friend Maisie has done a great job in explaining how the format is going to turn out.
Go ahead and check it out, ladies and gentlemen. But what we need to check out right now is going to be the matchup for the next game. We have Group 1 going up against Group 4 this time. It's going to be the map of Miramar that's going to take place. And of course, coming in from Group 1, the biggest name that we need to talk about is going to be the side of Gladiators. As we mentioned yesterday, a little bit of an underwhelming performance, but we know the team has dominated the last major event that happened. BGIS, the winners, ladies and gentlemen, winning the entire thing, dominating the grand finals without a single chicken dinner. But talk about dominating performances. We have Salty joining us on the panel right now. Salty, how have you been doing? Did you enjoy that game 1?
I mean, I absolutely loved that game 1, to be honest, especially that final fight, right? A lot of storylines can be drawn. It was sort of like a masterclass between two world-class coaches that we have in the scene right now. And one thing which I could figure, especially from that fight, was that the strategy was simple. Sir Alex Ferguson, in the year 2006, if I'm not mistaken, said a line which is very important in the history of sports and leagues all over the world. A good defense wins you tournaments, but a good attack will only win you matches. And I feel like the defensive stance over here maintained by both those TT. Now, you can say that they had 9 finishes as well, but 9 finishes on the back of good placement. I think the placement aspect of it, the rotational aspect of it was the most important thing. Of course, like when you see such tactical brilliance being set up by great players and great personalities in the community, it just feels great.
And that is perfectly said, Salty, because we talked about it during the match when the fights were breaking out. Team Soul holding on to their high ground advantage and protecting their spot for so long. As soon as they realized, all right, lot of pressure upon us because Entity is closing and you have Silly in front of you. You have Hindustan Gaming who are charging in your direction as well. They start running down the slope. It was a risky play, but they had the vehicles to work with. And this made it work quite nicely. Had they not backed off, then maybe they could have been sandwiched. And where we saw Entity Gaming take an exit, it would have been Team Soul taking an early exit in the match. Same goes for Blind Esports. Protecting that building, that triple story towards the northeastern edge was the most important play they made. Luckily for them, the circle also moved in their direction, making things a whole lot easier. But hey, if you have good luck, why are you going to complain about it?
I think it's not just these teams who have good luck. I think there are multiple teams who have good luck. They just haven't been able to kind of get the most out of it. But you know, what's done is done. I mean, we've always been saying that. Of course, there are very less matches. And I rightfully agree with the fact that teams like Gujarat Tigers, they're sort of running out of opportunities. But again, you have to come back to the basics and say that, all right, fine. The fact that the match is gone, you can't really do anything about it. Just try and give your best performance when the next match happens, which apparently happens in about 10 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. And I am prepared in Miramar colors, by the way, if you did not notice.
Oh, you're ready to camouflage yourself into this desert land. Well, let's see if the players are prepared for the same as well, ladies and gentlemen, because the counter is off. And you know what that means. We're going to jump into the action of this match of Miramar, and it's going to happen right about now. Here we go.
Right about now, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be another flight, another destination up in the skies. It is going to be Miramar, the second game for day number 2 of BMPS 2023. Now, speaking of the flight path itself, it does start off from the right-hand side of La Cabrera and ends towards Puerto Parrazo. A sort of a default flight path, Johnny, if I must say, to be honest.
Yeah,
majority of the drop locations are underneath their reach. But of course, if you do consider regions like Valle del Mar, Minas del Sur, Los Higos, which were very key drop spots, if you remember BGIS and INKR as well, I feel like those are the drop locations which might be neglected by the teams a little bit. Also might lead to a little bit of a drop collision, maybe towards on the northern part of the map. That is something which I'll be looking out for. But Blind and their placement and their rotation, of course, when the circle pops out, is something which I'm going to see.
Exactly. We all know the home of Blind Esports in this map of Miramar has always been that city of La Cabrera, but this time it's been a 1-1-2 split. Knuckle taking control of the northern side, S-Power moving towards the south, and Ronnie and Mane taking control of that La Cabrera position all by themselves. And luckily for them, they have no contestation towards the western side of the map entirely. The closest team to them is going to be the lads of FS, but look at this, a drop collision right off the bat, and this is going to be an intense one. WSB taking on the players of Great Esports. Draco has the M249 to work with. Will the players from a WSB actually come for a push? That is going to be a big question.
You know, I'm not really sure if Draco is lucky or unlucky at this position, because an M249 in such early stages of the fight is a boon, but he only has 50 bullets in the
Oh,
chamber.
no, I didn't see that.
So he can't really use it to his maximum potential. But now look at this, right? WSB. This is good stuff. They
Yeah.
know exactly that Great Esports and every single one of their players, they're sort of unsettled and they're using it to bait them out. This is such a one and done angle, but there are two players. They're
Yeah.
waiting to just trade each other out.
It's a wombo combo, Salty. It's a wombo combo coming in from the lads of WSB. First you face the shotgun, and then it's going to be the quick 1-2 from the Uzi. You know how in boxing you define your main jab hand? That's going to be your Uzi. It's quick. You can throw it out, but the cross,
And then
that's
the
the
left
shotgun.
hook.
Yeah, that's the shotgun.
Well, we'll find out if the left hook does connect. I'm pretty sure the jab will, but it's all about timing that right movement. It's all about timing it to perfection and finding that precision on that final shot. And it seems like Great Esports have also settled their nerves. And now it's a time bomb. It's a ticking time bomb right now. This entire compound, 8 teams, 8 players, pardon me for that, and 2 teams just waiting at different altitudes. No movement whatsoever. There are movements, but nobody is taking steps against each other. It seems like they've sort of signed an invisible peace treaty.
I feel like Los Leones has a bad rap attached to it for no reason. San Martin is where we see the most number of drop clashes in the competitive circuit. And this time it feels like Great Esports, they're trying at least to secure the opening knock, but no helmet on Zap. He needs to be extremely careful with how he focuses his fire on the opposing players. And that is why we saw him hold that angle as well. Still waiting for the opportunity. And Great Esports as well, they aren't really overcommitting. They know they have the higher floors of this building all to themselves. And WSB, they're going to have to wait on the lower grounds. But both of these teams, just a small incentive for them to take this early fight.
Exactly.
One of them is going to be, of course, the free escape that you get. The other is going to be the entry into the first zone. But at this point, I don't think they need to be worried about the entry.
I think it's all about just trying to find an exit strategy from this circle of death, because there's no way you're coming out from this particular fight unscathed. I'm talking about both the teams in contention, be it Great Esports or WSB, and now you're just wasting your time to try and come out of this. I kind of understand for Great Esports because they're on the higher turf, but for WSB, I think you can slowly crawl out your way. You look at the amount of loot, right? They did not have advanced weaponry, no helmets, no vests on majority of the players. Taking this fight is just axing your own self.
This situation is true for either sides, because even Great Esports, we saw 2 of their players were also lacking helmet and armor. And I'm pretty sure since both these teams have been stuck in the same building from the start of the game till now, neither of them has the opportunity to go looking around for loot. So even ammo is something that they're going to be running low on. They won't have a lot of throwables to work with. It's going to be a struggle through and through in that 4v4 if it breaks out. So a decision needs to be made, and even the teams know it. Let's see. We're going to find out what the decision is, what the call is, and it's going to be from the side of WS. We have gone for the escape option, abandoning the building, crossing to the other sides, and now they're trying to avoid getting knocked out, which they made it work. They've crossed over.
I mean, I was always talking about it, right? WSB were the one who had the ball in their court. They were the ones who were supposed to sort of get out of the situation, kind of. And I think Great Esports, in spite of the fact that they took spot shots against them, they are going to be happy about it.
Yeah.
The fact that they finally got away from this deadlock. And both WSB and Great Esports.
Great just ran in the opposite direction. As you mentioned, they were happy about it. They were like, all right, you guys ran away. We got some damage in at least. No knock was secured, so we can't do anything now. Might as well just avoid any more conflict, because they also need to get that loot in.
And I think finally the fact that these two teams are going to have their fair share of loot itself, I think once they kind of go down their rotational path, I think these two teams might just collide once again as well. But let's just shift focus onto another team. Now we finally get to see FSE Sports as well. Now this team is also not that far away from that vicinity. So we have a little bit of a cluster going on right at the edge of the circle on the northern fringe of it. So there might be interesting storylines building up, especially if FS also hear a couple of gunshots, see these players rotating, see these teams rotating inside the north, because I feel like both Great Esports and WSB, they're not going to make a move because they're not really compelled by the circle. So
But this circle is actually very interesting because, as you mentioned, I mean, we had the flight path leading towards the eastern side of the map, and we have a circle towards the southwest. We're going to see a few mid-rotation fights, I believe, because, again, there's a massive cluster of teams playing from the northwestern side. You have Hindustan Gaming's on our screen, who are all the way towards Campo Militar, teams closest to them. It's going to be T7S present towards Torre Amuda. You have Team Together Esports in El Azhar. You have the players of DOD, who have just abandoned Cruz del Valle, have made it quite close to Hacienda del Patron, but it looks like they're moving towards that graveyard position, and that is where they want to breach the first zone.
And I think they will be able to find that opening, of course. But, you know, I'm actually considering a couple of other teams as well, teams who still haven't rotated. I mean, I would love to see the map on the screen right now, but we do have the map feed from which we know the team T7S as well as Hindustan Gaming are still way back inside the blue. Now, they can afford to take that little bit of a hit. But when they start rotating, I think both of their major pathways, one through the northern highway and one straight inside the circle, are now going to be blocked. Blind Esports. We talked about this team. We saw them when the map was there. They had dropped with that weird split going on in the northern side towards La Cabrera. So that northern highway is going to be under their radar. It's going to be under their control. So I wonder where is going to be these two teams who are still yet to rotate going to come from. But one of the teams whose performance sort of surprised me yesterday was Megastars, Johnny. And I'd love to talk about this team. I mean, we talked about how this team was sort of transitioning to becoming one of the most aggressive teams in the country, but now it just seems like they're taking half-hearted fights.
That is actually quite true. I think in Megastars, one of the main reasons is, as we talked about it, me and Arka were having this conversation yesterday as to how do you take on a challenge when you know everyone has gone through the roster changes. They're going to be coming up with new strats while you yourself are sticking with your old team. You're going to have to wait and observe. But right now, it seems like Addy from Enigma Gaming has no time to wait and watch where the players of Titans were going. Instantly starts shooting on that UAS, and it's going to blow up Sparky. Was he distracted? Was he on a call or something? Fails to notice that his UAS, there was smoke coming out of the engine. The vehicle was going to blow up. This is a free point being handed to Enigma right now.
Yeah, I mean, Addy also kind of messed up on that spray a little bit. Could not really convert that finish in the first magazine itself. And that was the opportunity. That was the opening that Sparky must have been looking for. But he seemed to not really care. So I mean,
he just kept going and going, clip after clip. He's like, are you going to turn away or not, my friend?
He was very optimistic in that situation. He wanted to complete his journey. He's like, all right, fine, I paid for fuel. I'm gonna make use of that last little drop. But anyway, I think that strategy kind of backfired, and that is one of the reasons why now we definitely have the first pick of this particular game itself. But WSB, we were talking about this team. We now have a rotation coming in from them.
We just saw the best part about that first pick, the first finish of the game.
Oh, that was stolen.
Addy didn't even get it. It went to his teammates. Some.
Yeah. I think it's fine. It's a team
It's a
game,
team
Johnny.
game. Yeah,
It's
that's
a
what
team
we'll
game,
say.
Johnny. It's not like our casual matches where you and I we have our daily rivalries going on when we hit and miss, right? It's fine. It happens. In the pro circuit, the players are sort of adjusted to their finishes being dished out. I think they kind of try to one-up each other.
Yeah,
like,
but
if I get a finish from you, maybe in the next game I'll try and
The
give you.
difference between us and them is the fact that while our accuracy is going to be like 60% at best, their worst is going to be 90.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not even surprised, but that was one of the rare occasions where I felt like Addy couldn't really connect. Bad days does happen to everyone, but we are going to move on from that. Hindustan Gaming is going to be one of the teams. Avi was extremely clever in the first game. I witnessed how he got like 5 finishes just to his name. He was just being extremely smart about it. But speaking of being smart, I think Hindustan Gaming have to be very smart with how they play this particular circle, because it does tempt you towards the Chumasera side where majority of the teams are. But if you play your cards right, I think you can still hold the southern regions and get away without taking any fights whatsoever.
I would say, I would just change one thing in what you said. I would say they would have to be a little bit more careful overall, because we know for a fact this team has a lot of firepower in their players they have to work with. We saw them earlier on in the grind itself, and that is where they showcased. as to what raw talent Hindustan Gaming has within their lineup. The only thing was the tacticality that was developed by the pro teams, and now since Hindustan Gaming is part of the pro circuit, it's time to slow things down when they are needed to be slowed down, which is, of course, in Miramar, I would say stage 6 is when the chaos begins.
Well, I'm pretty sure the chaos is going to begin from the 4th stage itself, where the players are going to start rushing into different positions. There's a massive cluster which has happened, and I'm I would love to see the map to kind of show you exactly what is going on nearby the Tumachera region. There are 2 different levels, of course, the topography which is involved into the game as well. I just wonder how the teams are stacked up. Speaking of how the teams are stacked up, it seems like Sky from Team Do or Die is quite close. It's dangerously close to Team Hindustan Gaming as well. And if he does manage to get survived from the shots coming in from Hindustan Gaming, there's one player from Gladiators. Not just one, there are multiple players from Gladiators. So he has to be very careful about the third party potential.
All 3 teams holding on to that edge of the circle, but look at this shift! Oh my god, today the games are super fun in terms of how the zones are moving around. We again move to the middle of nowhere. Every single team, this circle was going to take them towards that Chumasera, Ladriela area, but no. We go back to Picardo.
You know, Johnny, I have been studying the circles from yesterday, every single rendition of it, and what I have noticed is that hardships are always followed by hardships. So I'm going to be interested to find out if this is going to be the same case here as well. But for now, though, Justin definitely has landed a couple of shots on top of Edgy, and they are burning. But are they aware of Delta's positioning is something which I'm very keen to find out.
That flank can be game breaking for the side of Hindustan Gaming, and Delta, he is being extremely careful about this. Has managed to hide his position so long, not a single shot fired. Harry and Avi, they can be spotted out in Delta. We know he has the capability to spray down players from the distance. A few shots connecting. It's going to be Nick leading his teammates out of trouble, and Hindustan Gaming looking to make an escape. Will they succeed? Just one more shot for the knock, and it's not going to connect. Hindustan Gaming on the run, and they manage to survive, but they're not out of trouble yet. All of a sudden, they find themselves running into the players of T7, and that is not the only team they have to worry about.
Yeah.
Remember, a few moments ago, towards the same position where Hindustan Gaming were, Do or Die was also present. Well, guess what? They're right ahead of T7S.
Exactly. And to be honest, I think for Gladiators, it wasn't really in vain, to be honest, because the hit markers are gonna say to Delta that, all right, fine, a lot of damage has been done. If you want, you can actually chase down this particular team, but seems like Hindustan Gaming, they're quick on their feet, quick on their driving seat as well. And speaking about being quick on their driving seat, Team DOD, they are quick on their triggers as they have completely wiped the hell out of Team T7S, even without witnessing anything about it.
And all because of that man right there. Balu was responsible for the 3 finishes in that fight. But talk about finishes, and it feels like Titan FTW, will they be able to survive for the win? Nano Baby is not going to be there to see if that happens for his team. He's going to be finished off. Hindustan Gaming looking for the first finish for themselves. DOD from the distance, putting up a lot of pressure on the players of Titans. And look at this, Sky is already closed into the opposition. Looking to make things worse. Players try to pin down in the middle of nowhere. The spray not connecting. 9 bullets left in that M4, which is over to the Molotov, looking to see if he can flush Punk out from behind that smoke. But that's not even going to be the points of concern. This is the second squad wipe that has gone into the hands of Team Do or Die. And it was kind of a team play between them and Hindustan Gaming, because they were the ones who started things off. Do or Die was there to wrap things up.
Yeah, I think for Team Do or Die, they sort of have like a flip switch, where they can change into absolute monsters whenever they want.
The name says Do or Die, Salty. They either do or they end up dying.
Oh yeah, I kind of missed that out. I think they kind of live by the names as well. And there we go. Once again, I just said, right, we had a hard shift towards the north, and now we have a hard shift towards the south. It seems like the circles have been following a certain pattern, and one of that has sort of been identified by Megastars. Now it seems like Legit and his crew, they're sort of holding the best positions, and even Gladiators, their rotation inside the circle, look at the way they are moving in, right? Justin slowly scouting out the related regions, but on the other side, wait, hold on to that thought for a second. Blind Esports, they were not really involved in the fight. What was S-Power doing over there?
That is not surprising, to be honest. I mean, I've seen that happen multiple times. A man who's known for his firepower is also known for making the most risky plays in the game. That was, again, another risky play, looking for a key bit of information on the opposition. Does get punished for that, but Blind, they're used to this. They know how to deal with a fiasco like this. But Ronnie and Knuckle, again, As we keep talking about S-Power coming back to the lineup, while he was not there, Ronnie and Knuckle held up the mantle for Blind Esports, made sure that their team was still called one of the best in the countries. And now it's time for these two men to step up, and I believe they can.
I mean, I believe they can too as well, but the only problem is they are about 200 meters outside the circle and their entry point has been flooded with multiple teams. One of them is going to be Great Esports. We can see them on the radar. And have a look at this, FS Esports. They know exactly where Blind Esports are as well. So I'm not really sure if two players are going to be enough to split and divert their attention and also find that opening slot. But look at this. On the other side, it seems to be an artillery warfare between Team Silly and 4TR.
This is our favorite team from BGIS, 4 troublemakers. They're back to cause a lot of trouble. And this time they're looking to cause trouble for the players of Team Silly. But they're on the wrong end of things now. 2 players knocked out. 1 has been finished off already. Foul looking to knob another lane, and Goku is going to be dropped extremely low. Rage, he's still hiding inside the smoke, but it's a very difficult position for 4 troublemakers to bring themselves back into this game. Rage, he's going to have to accept the fact that he is going to be finished off in this fight, and here is the push from Team Silly, and it's going to be a very silly play, but they do end up winning the fight.
Exactly. I mean, the only thing which was going in the favor of Team 4TR in that situation was the fact that they were sort of on the right side of the circle, but Team Silly had all the other advantages. Man advantage, utility advantage, and positional advantage as well. And hell, I mean, 4TR, they were also caught in a crossfire situation. Not a crossfire situation, but a sandwich situation with FS being in the background. But now the fact that FS, I think this team is sort of holding the most ideal spot inside the circle. Of course, if it does shift, we will have to find another one. But what a brilliant spray down coming in from Coffin. It was precise, it was accurate, and it was deadly. And of course, Knuckle had to survive the brunt of it.
Oh, he's looking for a few more. Coffin has made sure that any player that dares cross his crosshair is not going away unscathed. Damage is out to the players of Great Esports as well. Riot down to 40 HP. Daljit is going to still survive with around 60. But the players of FS, they need to be careful. Look at that, Salty. They're running out of ammo now.
You know, FS Esports, funnily enough, have actually turned this little piece of compound into the air traffic control where they kind of rotate every single traffic movement out there. The rotations which are happening, it is their decision who they let pass by and who they finish off. Of course, we just witnessed Knuckle being brought down, but the circle shifting in favor of both FS Esports and Silly, I think makes the game even more interesting. And not to forget, we just witnessed ASG right in the smack center of it all. They have been absent from all the action, but will they be able to capitalize? Speaking of capitalizing, Riot, my man, just walks in, not just walks in, he drives in and completely runs over Team Blind and their hopes for a second consecutive good performance.
Talk about a hard-hitting exit, and that was a literal bus being driven over Ronnie in that situation. Right, he's just going to be happy with the refills that he gets now, and of course the point that he has for his team. But Great Esports
and the level 3 kit.
But as I was about to say, Great Esports, Salty, not looking so great. Just 1 elimination, and they're also down to their last player. But we'll talk about that in a bit, because look at what is unfolding in front of our eyes. It is Enigma Gaming being pushed upon by the players of WSB, who feels like have failed to notice FS right behind them on the flank.
This might just be a kamikaze mission, to be honest, because Enigma Gaming, their position and the split that they're playing with, I think WSB is not aware of it. They're only aware of LeBron and Soumya's position, which might actually help them get blindsided by FS Esports as well on the right-hand side. WSB, too much of a difficulty to get into, but they also have to get inside the circle, so the pressure that they're applying is perfect. And so far it seems like the smokes have sort of given them some sort of an information of where the split is, so they have been able to identify too many players being knocked out in that situation as well. I think Hindustan Gaming's Harry is there as well. So this is an absolute mess, an absolute chaos. Too many teams in very close proximity.
Yeah, it's a party in Miramar right now, and Team Together Esports, they want to be together with everyone. But look at this. So many teams, a massive cluster fight breaking out towards that southeastern edge. Great Gladiator Esports, my apologies, also dropping a few of their players. Delta was knocked out. Team Together Esports, they were there on the flank, but this time it's going to be Team Megastars Gaming that are going for the push. Shogun with the shotgun was trying to handle the pressure, but he fails to do that. Destro is still standing on his feet along with Justin, but the wall of smoke is separating these two teams from each other. But still, based on the sound cues, Destro connects connects the shot. Needs to be careful. One more man inside the smoke in the form of Blacks. One of the best players from the side of Team Megastars Gaming.
Wow!
And even he's going to be taken down. Destro stepping out when the team needed him the most.
The trophy magnet just turns out to be one of the clutch meisters in this situation, of course, just turning into FPP and just shooting out there in the wild. The smokes, of course, are not going to deter him, but it seems like there is another team who have high hopes in doing that. It's going to be Team Together Esports. Now, of course, Molotovs have been taken down, but it seems like the first player has gone down, Krunal.
And no time to reset for the Gladiators. They have to pick things up extremely quickly against the players of TTE. And as you mentioned, they have the opening to work with as well. Another nade from Justin is going to help him secure the finish. And oh, the finish was not secured. The players of TTE just completely backed off and hid themselves on the other side of the ridge. Now, this is very interesting, but this was also the the safest play to make.
To be honest, speaking of the safest play to make, I think is going to be backing off from this fight, because look at this circle. It just shifted away from these two teams, and now they have an extremely tough job in hand. And I think Gladiators, they sort of realize that. You can see that they are already on the move in their vehicles, trying to get inside the circle and prioritizing their good positioning. But I wonder how they are going to do so, especially with Team ASG in prime spot. And that is exactly what I was fearing. Shogun was brought down and finished off in a matter of a flash, Johnny.
ASG, the only team with good cover to work with for the final fight. And as you mentioned, there's going to be a bullseye on that compound. Team Together Esports, they're looking forward to taking it away from them, but it's not going to be easy. They have to be extremely careful with FS being present on the flank. And of course, look at the radar. They've left one man from the side of Gladiators behind to cause trouble.
You know what? I love this from TTE. The amount of awareness, the fact that Shogun was sort of attracting so much attention by trying to rotate through the vehicle itself, kind of gave TTE the opening to make that rotation. And now they have sort of got the compound and the warehouse for themselves. Para BTC and Savvy plays, of course, so much experience coming in, which they carried in from CS Esports. Shots being connected, and now this man is down. Body is going to be really kicking himself. TTE, they are on a prowl.
Hades and Pegasus looking to see if they can take the flight and drag the players of TTE down to the depths of Tartarus, but it's not working out too well for them. TTE, we have Psychoth going for an impressive push. Just has one more player left to deal with, and he knows exactly where Pegasus is. Shots coming in, his teammates are there as well. It's going to be Sevi Plays who's going to put the final lane in the coffin. 14 eliminations on Team Together Esports. What has happened to this team? All of a sudden, an impressive turnaround of the entire situation in the top 3, looking for more eliminations.
Looking for more eliminations for sure, but Johnny, to be honest, I have to say this, I'm not surprised. We've seen Team CS Esports pop off in the last season with this, with Para and Sevi in the lineup.
Yes.
It seems like this time as well they're doing something of a similar sort. You've got to give it to Psychoth as well, because 7 eliminations on one guy, it's not really something to shy away. But look at this, Dazit in the middle of so much pressure.
Is in the middle of pressure, but he's dealing with it all on his own. Team Silly, they've lost 2 players, Ace Black, Aim God, both knocked out. They're trying to back off towards their teammates, but it's going to be a difficult revive for the players of Team Silly to pull off, because the moment they go for a revive, they delay themselves from pushing forward towards the circle, and as soon as they try to do that as well, they are straight in the line of fires of the players of FS. But look at this, Surya. He's going for a revive. Does get one, and Ace Black is also going to be brought back into the game soon. After that, it's going to be a 4v4. 3 teams. All 3 teams with all 4 players, complete rosters, fighting out for the 15 points for the chicken dinner.
Fighting out for glory. This is game for glory, Johnny, and it seems like we might have reached a sort of a Mexican standoff right now. It's a trifecta of death, and of course a circle. I think is going to be the biggest stakeholders in it, favoring majority of it to TTE, because not only they have the circle, but also a little bit of a hard cover to work with. For FS, it's a monumental task, and it seems like they've sort of defined how they are going to fight it out. Team Silly Esports, they're making their moves, they're throwing their throwables as well. Utility being utilized, and the first man goes down. Team FS, it's Mayday for them.
Ace Black, he gets his revenge. Hitman is going to be knocked out with a beautiful nade coming in from the side of Team Silly, but Turbo, look at him go for a push right now, while these 2 teams are still figuring out how to find an opening, how to secure those finishes. Team Together Esports, they're just holding on to that luxurious compound of theirs, and they're waiting to see how this story is going to unfold. The Molotovs are there to deny and delay any push. that was expected from the side of Team Silly. But wait, Saikat, he's getting close to the ridge.
No, but there's Aim God. He's there right behind just to deal with all the shenanigans that Team TT is there to offer. And it seems like if the rest of the front lines, if they can sort of protect themselves from the line of sight, I think Aim God will do his job himself.
Saikat is looking towards Aim God every now and then. That means he is aware of that position, and Aim God as well. He is not shying away from those peaks. So the opposition might have actually seen him, and this is going to be the last nail in the coffin for Team Silly, because as soon as Aim God goes down, now there's an opportunity for Team TTE and FS to collapse on Team Silly and see if they can secure the points. You see the players grouping up in the back lines, and this is going to be down to the utility usage from both these teams to figure out who's going to win. But a brilliant nade from Para BTC is going to secure another opening for Team Silly against the players of FS. Hitman drop down extreme low as well. Turbo and Dazzle in the back lines trying to protect themselves, but this time Team Silly, they're still not looking to back off, and they are aware of the pressure from TTE as well.
Strength of character from Team Silly Esports, but it seems like they just did a better job. Team TTE, they have the luxury of a lifetime right now. Saikat has the information of the entire circle, and it seems like the golden hand Para BTC, he has been making the right use of it. Molotovs as well as nades in the right spot, and now they are being cooked down to a crisp. That was a barbecue session for Team TTE Esports, but Turbo peeks out. What a beautiful shot that was.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot, and it stopped the push from TTE right in its track. But FS, they need to reset as well. They just have Team Together Esports and the last two players from the side of Team Silly to deal with. But teams like Team FS, they are out of throwables now. Salty, no more utility left in the hands of the players, and it's an absolute struggle in a fray to try and figure out a way to win this fight. In the meanwhile, though, Evil Surya brought back into the game, has an AUG, has the DBS to work with. The armor is still pretty much there.
Nice.
50% HP, takes a lot of damage, goes on reload, and still manages to survive, all thanks to Foul. The suppressing fire from the backlines, but it will be the DBS in the hands of Turbo that helps Team FS secure the elimination. But we all know the numbers advantage in the hands of TTE. It's going to be too much for FS to deal with. And ladies and gentlemen, together they played, together they won the chicken dinner off the map of Miramar. Team Together Esports, an impressive win coming from this team. A lot of eliminations.
A lot of eliminations, and you know, they just worked so hard for this, to be honest, because you've got to give it to that one little move up against Team ASG, right? Nobody expected it. If you stitch down Team TTE and their performance throughout, right, it came down to some micro adjustments. It came down to some micro decisions which sort of helped them give that luxury in the end. It seems like it was a cakewalk in that final fight, but how did they manage to find that position? First, that fight against Gladiators. Second, that fight against ASG. And then that trifecta. It's not easy to do everything right in one game.
Again, and especially, it was very easy to get overheated and overconfident when you're seeing the finish feed pop off and you're seeing those knocks happen, and you know trades are coming in from either side. It's very easy to overcomplicate things and think, all right, I can finish off one team and I can run to the next and wrap up this game extremely quickly. But Team TTE staying patient in a moment like that is why they won this match.
I mean, it's not just TT as well. In that final fight, of course, you've got to give it to the likes of Saikat, to the likes of Aim God as well, who knew their roles to be in the backline. They can see their frontliners suffering, but still.
I think Saikat already has a lot of eliminations for himself, and I wish I could be blessed with a skill set like that.
Absolutely. But to be honest, I mean...
What blessings do you wish for, Salty?
Fool's blessing.
Are you still wishing for the Fool's blessing? Well, Salty might not get it, ladies and gentlemen, but we're going to enjoy another promo of the Fool's Blessing bundle that's just dropped in BGMI. It's very exciting. You've been in love with the color schemes.
Marquee Monochrome DP20 is my favorite, but I guess you guys are going to find out which is your favorite, especially in the promo that is coming out for you guys.
I wish I could look that cool if I just fanned out cards and just threw them, but I'm gonna have to get that fool's blessing. I'm gonna try and spin it.
I mean, it's not about just trying and spinning it. Also,
It's about
about luck. And I think the audience, of course, some of them, of course,
Some of
will
them will get it,
have
yeah.
the blessings of Lady Luck. So might as well just try your hand out and get yourself these cool cosmetics. Because who likes to be default, man? Just try and be a little different. And I think
Make the
you,
man jealous.
exactly
Let him know
the
once you
one
get
you're watching, I think you have something special in you. You deserve that little bit of a Scarl or maybe the DP20 in action. But coming back into the game
Yeah.
itself, I think I just loved what TTE did. It just gave me that prime CS esports feeling, I would say, if that kind of makes sense. Para and Savi just coming together, and then they of course have got great players in the form of Sekat
Yeah.
and their teammate, of course.
And this team was just phenomenal in this game. But again, we are looking forward to that consistent performance. Technically, if you think about it, they've just played 1/5 of their matches.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they need to start stepping up. And this level of consistency, if they can bring this every 2 games as well, even every 3 games, I think with 3 matches like this, you can actually qualify. Because I believe they were sitting at like 18 or 19 eliminations in total.
I mean, in terms of eliminations, they never really had any sort of a lacking. But what I was more surprised was the decision making and the experience
Yeah.
throughout, right? And I think that is something which sort of goes to show that, all right, fine, this team is prepared to actually go the distance when you see the tournament at a bigger picture. And it's not just this team. I think others as well, they also did pretty well.
Let's see one more thing. We have the new X-suit that has dropped into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Do go ahead and check it out. It's always lovely to have. Last time we were here, we were flexing on each other, like as to who had the X-suit. Salty, did you have one?
I did not have one, but it seems like I'm going to blow a massive hole in my pocket right now because I need to have this. This looks so crazy.
Yeah, the Avalanche X-suit, ladies and gentlemen, introduced in the game for you guys. Do go ahead and check it out. And of course, as I keep mentioning, there are a lot more rewards that you guys can claim. All you have to do is just play the game.
Yeah, play the game, go to the rewards section, and just try and get yourself as many rewards as you possibly can. Speaking of the pros itself, for them, the rewards will be the points that they accumulate. I'm not really sure how many points TTE accumulated from this game, but I think they blew the roof off with a 30 bomb in this one.
I think so too. I think so too. Because when we saw them before they charged into the top 4 fight, they already had like 14 eliminations.
Yeah.
But let's have a look at the highlights, a recap of the previous game, and over here, maybe we'll try to figure out how many total finishes TTE had. But starting things off, it was, again, a very interesting moment. Enigma Gaming did, in fact, kick things off, and they were in an interesting situation involved with guess who? TTE.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, but later on we'll have to find out where did Enigma Gaming fall short, of course. But Hindustan, I also remember that little bit of a scuffle happening in Hashin the Patron, that compound fight which happened. So that was pretty interesting, start things off. But Silly, Aim God, of course, was always there. 4 troublemakers. They tried their level best to hold down and gatekeep, but that was just not possible. I think Silly Esports also, especially in this particular fight, just displayed how good, how technically brilliant they are.
Exactly, because the name might have said silly, but look at the players.
Yeah.
It's Evil Surya there. You have Aim God, you have Ace Black, and these are legendary players, so you can never take them lightly. And this was the game where they proved why you can never take them lightly. But this was one of the most chaotic moments I've ever witnessed in a game of Miram. I've never seen that. Usually what happens in third parties, you have a fight happening, one team is going to show up, maybe another team is going to show up. It happens one by one. But when was the last time you saw 5 teams clashing on the edge of a circle at the same time?
I have never seen that happen, and I said this, right? Majority of the teams were kind of drawn towards the Chumasera region, but as soon as the successive hardships started to happen, I think that is when teams kind of lost their ground. And of course, we kind of transition on towards that final fight, the final trifecta. And to be honest, since every team retained their 4 players, it seemed to be like a tactical warfare. For Team TTE, it was sort of easy because they had majority of the real estate to work with. But for Silly Esports and FS, I think they were joking for space in this one.
And I just realized we haven't given enough props and enough attention to the players of FS. They deserve every bit of this as well, because this is a team that has just played their 2nd game of this BMPS. Arka was just mentioning as how only 1 player from the side of FS has been retained. They're stepping in with 3 new players, 1 experienced lad from the last time we saw them in BGI ice, and still this team adapted so quickly. This game was just perfect from the side of FS. Top 3 finish with a lot of eliminations.
Absolutely. And even in the final fight, right, you could see that never give up attitude. I think which is something, one of the most important traits. So you will be great in terms of technicalities. You will be great in terms of your mechanical brilliance. But if you give up here, I think it's done and dusted. You will never be able to come back in any sort of a tournament situation. And you saw that never dying spirit. Turbo, especially in that situation, even if he was in a 1v3 situation, man will peek out, get a knock, he will go down fighting, but he's not going to go out and give his life away like that.
Turbo and Coffin have been so impressive from the side of FS right now, and I believe these two players do have the skill set that can take the team and push them into a fight for contention, from where I think they might be able to make it in the top 16, but I still believe it's a little too early to call that, because we are just getting started. It's
top
still
16.
day number 2. It's still just game 2 of day 2.
Absolutely. I mean, top 16 is like the pinnacle of it all, right? It is a pro series, of course. This is the best of the best. Top 16 would mean that you're one of the best teams in the country. You are legitimately one of the best pro teams in the country. So it's a very long affair. It's a very long event for us to witness. But I think the goal should be straight. FSE Sports definitely have the right qualities and the right caliber to actually make use of it. And speaking of qualities and caliber, another team which comes to my mind is going to be Gladiators, but I don't know why they have sort of underperformed in all the games that they have played so far.
Well, maybe they don't have the fool's blessing, Scarrel upon them, because, I mean, you talk about quality, right? Look at the quality of this Salty. It's so beautiful. Love the purple that's there. And, of course, if you guys are lucky enough, you guys can go into the rewards section, spin the wheel, and as I said, if you're lucky, you might get this Fool's Blessing Scarrel drop in your inventory. And if you get it, again, do make sure you let us know. Spread the happiness. Make us, we are happy to join.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you do find it out in your inventory, then maybe just click get a screenshot and tag us. We are going to be cheering you because, of course, we are going to be a little jealous, but it's fine. A little jealousy is always a sign of self-improvement. You want to get yourself a little bit of that as well. You talked about the purple. Purple is my favorite color. That's why I love this skin.
That is why you're very thirsty for the skin right now. But anyways, let's move forward. Let's talk about the players. Let's talk about the game even more. And starting things off, we're going to talk about the MVP of the match, ladies and gentlemen. Will be on our screens right now, and I think we all know it's gonna be. The man got 8 eliminations in a single game of Miramar, and it still only contributes to 55.5% contributions.
Exactly. I mean, when you have all 4 players firing on all cylinders, I think this is a game which is sort of descriptive of that. 8 finishes, but only 55% finish contribution. The rest of the top 5 players, of course, just leagues apart from second, but still great efforts coming in from Hitman. You've got to give it to him in that final fight as well. His efforts, absolutely brilliant. Bhalu, of course, from Team Do or Die. We've seen Team Do or Die just do fabulously well, especially in fighting situations. But it seems like somehow this team very rarely have they been able to enter inside the final circuit.
Yeah, I mean, because Do or Die's approach has always been to go all or nothing. It's all in into every single fight, and they don't leave a single thing as a backup option. And that is why you will see this team with a lot of eliminations when they do well in a game. But otherwise, if there's an early exit, it's going to be there without any eliminations. And I believe this game was quite decent for Do or Die. But we do have the rankings on our screens. And as you said, so rightfully, Salty, Team Together Esports have just knocked it out of the park. 32 points. This is a new record that has been set in this BMPS.
Exactly, in BMPS 2023. Of course, in terms of the entire BMPS in contention, I think we'll have to go down the history
we'll have
book.
to check the stats.
We'll have to find out. But I think this was a monumental effort for FSE Sports as well. 22 points. Silly Esports 16 points. Valiant effort coming in from Gladiators as well. But this is something which I have been talking about, right? Gladiators know how to build their games. They also know how to finish it. But in BMPS 2023, it seems like Gladiators haven't been able to finish their game on a right note.
Oh, but talk about not being on the right note. It seems like Blind Esports, after the beautiful symphony that was there from them in Game 1, turns out the instruments have gone out of tune in the map of Miramar. Just 1 point on the board. And it's not them, just them. Titan FTW, a lot of expectations from this team. WSB still struggling. Just 3 points on the board. And we will definitely have to follow up with how this performance impacts these team standings on the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, when we get to see the cumulative scorecard at the end of the day, I think that is going to give us the entire picture. But
Yeah.
you talked about a team which is very important, Blind Esports. What I felt, especially because of their performance in the recent days, I felt like Blind Esports sort of overcame that stigma of a hit and miss.
Yeah.
I felt like Blind Esports was slowly transitioning into a team where in the games that they perform, they go all out, they get a 30 bomb, they drop the ball, everything is all shiny and bright. But then in the games where they don't perform, there are consecutive fallouts.
Yeah.
And it seems like this one was sort of the case as well, because there's no lacking in quality, but it seems like the silly mistakes which they are making has sort of costed them every single time.
It's just decision-making errors that are resulting in the team getting wiped out early. We saw two players finished off in the open. Ronnie and Knuckle was
Yeah.
scrambling to survive, but unfortunately there was nowhere left for them to run as well. And it's still a hit and a miss from Blind if you just take these two games into account. Because the first
Exactly.
game was brilliant, the second game was a complete miss. Luckily for them, they have one more match left.
I mean, they definitely have one more match left, but if I was the coach, if I was Mavi, right, the main agenda in my head was to how to fix this, right? There is always a perfect gameplay. Now, of course, I have sort of been very close to professional players. I've sort of been very close to proper coaches and a proper facility, right? And I
Yeah.
see how they try and construct the proper gameplay. They call it the perfect gameplay, which is invincible. There is no space for silly mistakes. There's no space for anything else. But of course, we are going to be transitioning on to the next game and then continuing the discussion forward. But for the next match up in Sandhawk, there are going to be two groups, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Group 3 and Group 4 who are going to be duking it out. Just like I said, there is still going to be another opportunity for the likes of Blind, for the likes of Enigma, Silly Esports and others to just try and, another shot at success. But on the other side, we do have some great teams. Speaking of great teams, one of whom actually getting the chicken dinner yesterday, Team X Spark I am talking about, they have done a fabulous job, especially yesterday, with the kind of a recovery that they had, especially in the last game of Erangel. On the Kendi, they did not really look good, of course. Then you've got Lucknow Giants. They were really brilliant as well. ORB, Claw, Hydra having a chicken dinner as well. And then you've got version 9. Speaking of all the teams who are here, we also have another very special guest who is one of my closest friends. Mr. Arka is back on the desk. How are you feeling, big man?
I'm feeling excited. The map of Miramar was so amazingly designed for teams like Team Silly. I mean, I never expected, when I was looking at the rosters, I did not put my eye, I don't know how I missed it. Ace Black was the IGL of
Yep.
this team. And in the map of Miramar, who better can rotate that way? I mean, he did a perfect rotation from the eastern side of the map, taking fights and then making sure he comes from the southern side of the map and again entering into the circle. I don't think so anybody can do that in the map of Miramar. Just because the distance is so long, no matter how close you are to the circle, you still feel far away. And this
Exactly.
is the only guy who has cracked that code perfectly.
Exactly, and I think I rightfully agree to what you just said over
Yeah.
there. On the map of Miramar, since there are so many open terrains, since the lines of sight is just absolutely massive, right?
Yeah.
Even a distance of 50 meters might feel like you're covering 500 meters because there's gunshots from everywhere. There's third-party potential as well, and like you said, the dips and the turns. We just witnessed a similar sort as well, right? I believe it was Addy from Enigma who was trying to spray down one of the players, but that did not happen. I mean, these are things which happen on Miramar, but right now we actually have to move on from the land of the deserts and let's just go to the tropical islands of Sanok. I want to know from you, of course. We were having the discussion of blind esports, of a hit and a miss. I want to know your thoughts of how much do you agree that this team has suffered in terms of consistency.
They've only suffered in terms of consistency, especially in the map of Miramar.
Okay.
If you see their success rate in the map of Erangel and Sanok, it has been the highest.
Absolutely.
But only in the map of Miramar, they're just not able to place themselves perfectly inside the circle. I wouldn't blame the IGL at this point of time, because sometimes when you know few maps are not working out for you, you concentrate more on those finish points. And I believe the Assaulters are falling a little bit short. The only time I've seen Blind Esports being successful in the map of Miramar is when they've got that high ground advantage. When they're holding a very high spot in the map of Miramar,
Exactly.
they assault really well with that bird's eye view. And since they're falling a little bit short, I do believe in the upcoming games, Manya will look forward to somehow stay in the center of the circle rather than trying to take that rotation, taking those fights to the corners of the circle itself.
I think if I have to sort of summarize the entirety of what you just said, I think Blind Esports will need some extra bit of information, especially when they're playing the map of Miramar, having high ground advantage. We've seen Blind
Yeah.
Esports dominate from those positions,
Exactly.
right? Especially in regions like Crater Fields, Blind Esports have always sort of contested against the likes of God's Reign for that positioning. I think that is one of the reasons why, especially the circle, it was just not suited for them. But I'm still going to keep that thought in my head. I'll see if Blind are going to be a hit and miss on the map of Sandhawk. Hopefully, they have a good outing, but we still have some time. Sandhawk is going to be an interesting affair, especially with Team Xpa coming back in the lineup.
Oh yes, I would want to see where the drop location specifically is going to be. As I said, there's been a change in the roster. I don't know whether Team X-Park will look forward to come in with a new drop location altogether, since they've got a little bit of a firepower coming in. But again, Team X-Park, I would love to see them more in the map of Miramar again, because Spray God is in the squad. The mid-range battles is going to be amazing. Sarang is there, the person who's been consistently performing in all the
Agreed.
tournaments for that MVP spot. So let's see whether that's going to be the case. But yeah, the map of Sanok is going to be even more interesting in the moments to come, because yes, Blind Esports, that Camp Alpha region, which has been the major point of attraction for all the circles in the recent past, which I've been observing, one. And second thing being is that, once there is a demand for the heal battle, Blind Esports is the only team which doesn't choose to do so. They always concentrate on getting inside the circle, first putting the players down, and then try to get a hard compound inside the circle.
I think this is a difference in the lineup as well. When they do have S-Power in the lineup, I think
Yeah.
their tendency to go for heal battles is quite less. When they have Joker, I think they kind of transition back to that gameplay as well. But enough about Blind. Of course, there's another team I want to talk about, and that is Enigma Gaming, right? This is a new look roster which has been built around Infinity OP, right? We saw back in last season, Enigma Gaming certainly were struggling, especially in terms of taking those 4v4 fights. In terms of taking those fights, I think they have made improvements. We saw in the first game on the map of Erangel, 9 finish points to actually go alongside with it, but just 1 position point. I think this team has sort of gotten themselves a firepower. The change that they wanted from last season is here right now, but the sort of transitioning it to big games, getting those position points as well, I think that is where they are lacking. Do you think so?
I feel the whole org itself is lacking in a lot of things, because the kind of roster changes they have done in the recent past, every single tournament I come and see, Enigma has got a new roster. So this time again they've got a new roster. Probably they're trying to experiment with things and see how they can do better when it comes to youngsters being placed in the team. But again, you need some experienced person. You need an IGL who will be able to carry this firepower inside the circle.
Agreed.
That is why they're failing, right? So I would want to see whether the IGL of Enigma will be this complete squad of Enigma. Will they stick on to the same roster? Will they make sure that they play some more games, try to train these young minds, and then try to somehow make sure that they win big titles? And that is the only way for you to mold a proper team. Stick to one roster, make sure you have their backs. Give them time to learn, give them time to pick up from their mistakes and then execute well. Because if you're jumping continuously, you're not building a team, nor is your org growing in any way.
Absolutely. I think I kind of agree with the majority of the points that you said over there as well. Inexperience is sort of an issue, especially in the new Enigma roster right now. But with Salman at the helm of things, I think he is sort of like, you can draw parallels with Mayavi, how he molds young talents, 4 young players. Even those 4 young players are going to be inexperienced, but Mayavi brings in that experience. He imparts all that knowledge and turns them into. I think Salman sort of will also kind of be required to do a similar thing as well.
I mean, since you bought in 2 different spectrums right now, 2 different end of the spectrums, I would like to put my insights as to how these 2 coaches would want to train their team. All right. Salman is a person who has given an example already. He's played in the roster when
Yes.
required, and he's taken his team into the final circles and told, this is how you rotate. And make sure that you follow my footsteps properly, because I exactly know how to crack that code.
Yeah.
Whereas Mayavi is a person who is going to boost your confidence. He's going to be like, don't worry as what has to happen. I know you're capable of doing something great, especially the way he has molded Manya from the beginning. I mean, everybody today knows. And he's received the title of the best IGL when it comes to BGIS. What
Yeah.
else do you need? So there is one coach who's molding, who's believing in his IGL, who's telling him, go ahead. Probably this is not the rotation. Try to not be in these places. Try to experiment on things and allowing him to learn from that. And there's another person who's going to lay down the path for you and say, just follow this path for now. When the time is right, you'll be learning from that experience. So let's see. Both of them have its own pros and cons, but I do believe right now the most successful among these two has to be Mayavi.
Absolutely. I mean, they certainly are, right? Recent performances just go to show that how much of a success blind
Yeah.
esports have had, especially after S-Power coming back in the lineup. Not just S-Power, but also Mayavi coming back in the lineup. Now they have a fantastic back-end management in terms of Mayavi being the coach, Ayogi being the analyst. They have so much information, so much knowledge. I think the cumulative esports experience would be massive. And when you've got 4 or 5 talented young players who are crazy fraggers inside of the game, I think nothing can stop you, and that is one of the reasons why blind esports are on a roll in the other tournaments that are happening.
I mean, I know the spotlight is right now on Mayavi, but I would like to bring in another person into it, that is Ayogi. The way this man is able to analyze things and feed that to
Yeah.
the IGL, that's the most important thing. Most of the teams out there do not have an analyst, but they have an coach. The job of an analyst is way different from that of a coach.
Yeah.
He's the person who keeps analyzing not only the own team, but also the movements of the other teams,
Yeah.
and keep guiding them. I know there are several coaches out there like Waits, who's able to crack both the codes. He's a one person who can understand the rotations of the others, who can act both as an analyst, both as an coach, and you being so closely associated with him will be able to shed more light on what Waits can bring in. But ultimately, I strongly feel that, when you have two different players, the pressure on the coach decreases, where he can
Yeah.
concentrate more on molding his players, and the analyst will bring in, a separate recipe altogether on a plate, and both of them enjoyed by the players can give better results. But
Absolutely.
let's see how things will turn out when it comes to these teams. But again, Ayogi, the latest addition, has done a great job for the side of blind.
I think this is such a lovely conversation that we are having right now, because inside of the Pro Series, we have to shed light on the people who are sort of away from the limelight. We only see the pros playing inside the battlegrounds, but we never really find out who are the people who are sort of working behind the scenes. But before we actually do that, we'll continue the conversation. But while we guys talk about it, let's just have a look at the best moments so far today as well, right? These are the day 2 best moments so far. We start off from the maps of Erangel, and we do get to see Team Enigma once again. Now, Arka, coming back to our conversation again, right? We just were talking about how important the back-end system of a team is, right? You've got the coach, and you were talking about how much of a difference an analyst brings onto the table. I think that also is sort of a different form of teamwork, right? A coach sort of is like a mentor who guides everything, the way you're gonna be scrimming, the way you're gonna be practicing, from your daily life to you inside the game. He is going to dictate everything, while the analyst is very game specific and tournament specific, gives you a lot of insights on rotation paths, drop locations, and builds that picture onto you for the coach itself.
Analyst is the only person who can backtalk and coach, I believe.
Yeah.
If the coach is saying, no, you do this, analyst can come in with the data and make that coach understand that, what, you might be thinking wrong in this case. But again, the gut feeling comes into play, and only those gut feelings can actually carry forward. And that's why we say in the game of BGMI, there is a minute addition of that miracle factor also coming in, or the luck factor coming in. But before we speak further, this map of Miramar was so beautifully executed, especially in the final circles. My enemy's enemy is my friend. Perfectly executed when
Yes.
FSC Sports and Silly are fighting it out. On the other side are the spectators waiting for the right time to strike, and they took the perfect time, and Molotovs and throwables is what they had to use. I did not see much of the shots being used at the final moments, and TTE have done a great job.
They certainly have a great job. I mean, me and Johnny had such a fun time in breaking down that final fight because, like I said, right, it was a tactical
Yeah.
masterclass. Now, it only comes down to the fact that TTE, they have such great experienced players. FS, of course, they've such great young players who are hungry for blood. We talked about their never give up attitude. And on the other side, Silly Esports, like you
Yeah.
said, right, they had some very experienced players in
Yeah.
their lineup. It only comes down to being in the battlegrounds and facing these situations time in and time out every single day. But of course, having said that, right, I'm pretty sure the audience is also waiting for how long before the map of Sandhawk is going to come onto your screen. Just hold on a little second before we actually go live, because I think Sandhawk sort of deserves that little bit of like an
Suspense.
elevation and a suspense for sure. I think this map is extremely small. This map lasts extremely short as well. But the amount of action and, personally speaking, the amount of happiness that I get from watching a map of Sandhawk, it's brilliant. So I think that is always going to overshadow every single moment that I'm waiting for the map to happen. But like for you guys as well, I think I also can't wait for this map of Sandhawk to begin.
Yes, the map of Sanok, where most of the fan favorites are playing. As you said, Team X-Park is coming back into this fray.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to see whether Heal Battle will be one of the options for all these teams out there. Because we have seen in this tournament especially, I know it's just been one day, but still I've not seen much Heal Battles take place. Especially the two maps of Sanok and Vikendi, which we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting few things to actually take place today or start off today. And hopefully we'll be able to see some players like Sarang, some players like S-Power kick off things in a great way. The risk which he took in the map of Miramar failed, but the risk in the map of Sanok might pay off.
Might be of 100%, and I have always been like a big advocate of taking risks, right?
Advocate
Especially
of mischief as well.
uh, all right, fine. See, Arka, this is the difference, right? While you are extremely formal, you're wearing blazers, you're completely decked up. Myself, I'm wearing a jacket on top of a hoodie, right? This is who I am. This is who I am as a person, right? Extremely casual, extremely chill. But coming back into that same conversation, right? I am a big advocate of taking risks. And on the map of Sanok, I think it kind of allows you to take big risks, to try and go for those battles. And teams, especially inside of the BMPS, have been taking risks, because of which they have been getting so many finishes. Look at that. Saikat, from just one game from Team Together Esports, 12 finishes, and now he stands aloft everyone in that lineup. There are so many big names, Goblin, Gamla Boy, as well as Bhalu and Goat in terms of young names, but Saikat at the very top.
You know what? Saikat needs to be scared right now, because somebody behind him is not a small bird. It's like a vulture. It's like a scavenger who might come in the next time and be the MVP yet again. It's going to be Goblin, who's got 11 finishes for himself. And also, we were speaking about Gamla Boy as well from the side of Team Entity.
Yeah.
Since he's also going to be playing in the map of Sanok, I would love to see how well Pukar is going to give him that space to go and fight around, and how well Spraygod will be able to give him the right kind of backup. Because when you have an assaulter picking up so many finishes, he'll have to thank his team as well. Because when you go forward, there's a lot of crosshairs trying to put you down. And if your fellow assaulters or if your fellow teammates are not giving you the right kind of cover, you won't be able to register so many finishes.
Exactly. I think the Sandhawk sort of will test your teamwork as a unit, how well you can fight. And this is one of the reasons why I always have been talking about your formations, how well you are formed when you're taking a 4v4 fight, right? Every single positioning matters. Every single player whose angles are designated, you're supposed to watch your specific angles. And I think this comes from practice. Once again, we will, if we dive deep, we are going to go back to that same backroom conversations where it is the decision of the coach as well. In particular situation, in every single situation, the coach will designate that, all right, fine, you are supposed to be watching down the flanks. You are supposed to be watching the finish feed. Like you said, right, I have been sort of very closely associated with Wades as well. And I've sort of learned how he does his art of coaching. Man is an absolute Picasso of it.
Oh, yes.
And I have understood the art of finish feed reading from him itself, right? How he joins the dots from finish feed to game sounds. Speaking of game sounds, ladies and gentlemen, I can hear only one sound, and that is the rumbling of the engines of this big bird that is flying all across the map of Sandhawk. The tropical islands is live, ladies and gentlemen. The flight path, Arka, why don't you tell our viewers about it?
The best flight path for teams like Team Xbox, Blind, Seal, every single team out there, if you ask me, because it's going to be respecting everybody's drop location.
Yeah.
It's going to welcome any kind of drop clashes as well. Way to the center of the map, starting off all the way from Hathin, ending towards the Kampong region. For people out there watching this game, if you guys are enjoying and getting entertained, don't be greedy. Please share it among your friends, because I have seen people texting me and telling me, you know, we missed out the action. Where do we find the highlights? Obviously, it's going to be on the socials of Krafton themselves. But again, if you are watching it, do share it among your friends and let them come and find this action. Team Xbox taking that Ruins region and Thambang region, because Team Soul is not there. Blind again going back to the Camp Alpha region. To the northern eastern side of the map is where most of the colors are going to be spread, because everybody are expecting the circle to be forming closer towards the Paradise region.
Closer to the Paradise region, but hold on to that thought for a second, Arka, because it seems like there is some action brewing up. Sidhu is going to walk straight and man with the DBS. He had the fortune of a lifetime, to be honest, because as soon as he dropped in the first weapon he finds is the pinnacle of close range weapons. He has the DBS armed, and of course his opposition without proper defensive equipment in terms of helmet and vest. Of course, it was a cakewalk for Sidhu over there. Version 9 finding that first finish on board extremely early in this particular game, but we'll have to find out if they are properly placed, right, in terms of all of their players to kind of carry that forward as well. On the other side, we do have Team Enigma, who are sort of struggling and walking down the lane as well, trying to move towards Kampong, if I am not mistaken.
I'm starting to like the side of V9, especially Sandhu.
Yeah.
The way he's able to, give the right kind of backup to his team. Sometimes when required, he's going to be the first person to take that knock and finish and give that opening to the team. You need somebody in your team to every now and then perform so well. It becomes easier for your team to somehow concentrate on making it inside the circle, since they've already got that finish feed. But it seems the problems for V9 still have not come to an end, as Harsh God is waiting behind those rocks. He knows there's another person close by. He can sense him easily. Now coming out in the open like this might be the biggest mistake being done by the side of V9, and the retaliation from the side of FFE might get themselves with one finish. There it is. One knock comes through and the finish follow up so quickly, as FFE will be putting the first point on the table as well.
Now, this is what I was talking about, Arka. I mean, for version 9, right, they did have that first finish for themselves, but soon as they had it, I kind of felt like that entire team was a little scrambled. They sort of were struggling in terms of forming that formation, finding that right placement for them to loot itself, and that is one of the reasons why Spicer, who is an extremely important cog in the wheel of Team version 9, has been taken down. Of course, Team FFE are going to be celebrating that first finish, but they dare not make the same mistake that version 9 did, and I think they are not going to do so. If you speak about boot camp, I think it's going to be relatively empty, and it seems like the entirety of Sandhawk itself has sort of been like a quiet start, barring this initial contact, right? Look at this, Sidhu, of course, just walking down the lane, opening the door, and boom, that was just one pump and a finish. Spicer, I mean, not really to say. I think he had no information of where the third party was happening from. Not a third party, but that fight, from where the bullets were coming from. And I think that sort of resulted in him struggling in that situation. But version 9 will have to survive will have to rise from the ashes.
Hindustan Gaming as well. They're going to be one of the other Phoenix who need to rise from their ashes after a decent run in the first game, and then the second game falling short somewhere in the mid phases. They'll be looking forward to, somehow perform well and get themselves a good chicken dinner, at least in this game. The position they have right now at the Mongnai region is also pretty decent, if you ask me, for a circle like this. Let's see which is the next team they're going to be encountering, because those early 4 finishes for any team, specifically in those 16 out there, is going to be pretty crucial in a map of Sanhok.
It definitely will be, but if I had to look at this tournament on a cumulative perspective, I think we've had a very slow gameplay throughout. But as soon as I say slow gameplay, it seems like there is going to be a little bit of a scuffle. Hades just spots down one of the players, and now the entire army, the cavalry, follows up as well. Hades just trying to pre-fire with his UMP as well. He's going to secure the finish, but from the back lines, he's going to get taken down. It seems like Team ASG slowly are struggling, but once again, the hit back comes through. Doratos, beautiful stuff as he finds that finish and finds a knock for himself, but now the entirety of his team's hopes are on his shoulders, and the DBS is gonna crush everything. That is it. That is lights out for Team ASG.
THW, 3 finishes already in their name. They've lost Sakiro, who yesterday performed so well, and MJ was not far away from all this action, as HG will now come to dominate. They know that there's been a lot of commotion over here. They know there are people injured inside that building, and now they look forward to put some throwables inside and register those knocks and finishes. The perfect start is what they'll get, but Harry from far away, they'll have to thank Harry for doing the damage against the team which just got wiped off.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Team Hindustan Gaming will be looking to do so. But it seems like the third party was just quite a tad bit delayed, to be honest, because Team THW, they definitely were hurt on the mission to eliminate Team ASG, and now they sort of have revived all of their fallen brothers. They sort of have found a comeback to it, but it seems like all of a sudden Team Hindustan Gaming, they're sort of rethinking their decision. Well, they will make me bite my words, because it seems like as soon as I say that Nick OP is going to find a finish, a player caught off guard, a knock and an instant finish. No mercy being displayed whatsoever, Arka.
I love this aggression coming in from the side of HG. They know that there'll be just 2 or 3 men standing inside that hard compound, and slowly they're going to be converging. Harry is going to be the eyes for the rest of the team. If you look at the mini-map, the way they station themselves, 3 players on one side and 1 player on the other. It's going to be Kilo, who wants to get in that grenade cooked up so that he can welcome them with a blast. He's got to be failing really hard, as the push is going to be inevitable. Let's see whether HG will be able to put an end for this team.
Edgy, Avi just cooking up that nade to perfection, just trying different angles. Hari on the other side coming in with the DBS, and there is it. I think Team Hindustan Gaming have actually written it down to the wire. They definitely have a player knocked down, but in terms of their formation, I think they've completely overwhelmed the other team with the amount of utility and the amount of positional awareness they had. Hindustan Gaming, 4 finishes to their name, retaining all of their 4 players as well, and THW, they did not really celebrate from that fight against ASG, could they?
Because they were already injured. And the vest and helmets were already gone.
Yeah.
They were inside a compound. The backs were against the wall. They couldn't do much. They understood there's a team which has come out from a distance. The vehicle sound, the sound cues was also very important for them to follow up. But HG's execution was perfect, if you ask me. That split of 1v3, where one guy is just waiting for the opponents to make a mistake, where the 3 of them, and let me remind you this, the 3 assaulters were sticking together. Harry, Avi as well as Nick, all 3 of them just rushing in together and making sure that they get that first person down, making it much more easier for them to somehow track down the last player. And let me remind you one more thing, even though the DBS person was leading the fight, as soon as he got knocked out, they did not let the opponents to finish him off, and that's the most important thing for your support to do. Even though there's a knock coming in, you need to trade it immediately before you lose a player.
Yeah, I think that is what the traditional books of BGMI, or any battle royale for that matter, will tell you, to try and preserve your players up until the final circle. Don't let your fallen comrades bite the dust early on, and I think Team Hindustan Gaming did exactly that. But this start is sort of going to test their patience, because now that they have 4 finishes, will they be able to transition it into a big chicken dinner is going to be the question. Where do they find that station as well? Speaking of the circle itself, it still is stage 1, so I think they'll have a lot of breathing room and a lot of time in their hands as well. Team Seal rotating right underneath their nose. We can still see a couple of players from Team Hindustan Gaming in the backlines through the X-ray, but there's still a massive difference between them, so no real fight happening.
Blind, Team X Park, then we have FSC Sports. All of these teams were strong with their assault power, now trying to play from the corners.
Yeah.
Whereas teams like HG, Seal, Titan, those teams who are actually capable of, somehow trying to hold off teams or try to attack from the corners of the circle are to the very center. There's got to be two different gameplays which is going to be challenging right now. One for teams to clear off their path as they make it inside the circle, and the rest of them to hold those hard compounds and not come into the crosshairs of these Wild Dogs coming in. There's another team which I want to bring into picture, Hydra, who have done a great job yesterday. They were the team on top when it comes to the overall standings. They had the perfect rotation when it comes to the map of Vikendi. But somewhere I feel over here, they might be getting into trouble in the hands of Team Titan. And there it is, Silly versus Team X Park, the fight I would want to witness.
Exactly. I mean, it did begin, especially with the gunshots that we can hear. But Team 5 Filter Esports, Pekka especially, they do have the little bit of a ridge, and they can witness that there are footsteps as well as visuals coming in from Paradise Resorts, which means that it is inhabited already. Phoenix has been knocked down. I'm not really sure if somebody else has been knocked down as well, but Team Claw definitely not in the right colors, and they sort of have backed out from this fight as well. It didn't really make sense to me because they definitely had a fighting stance. For Claw, I think we've witnessed better from them to kind of leave their fallen comrade like that and just to abandon that fight. It's not what Team Claw would actually want to get known for.
That was a minimum 150-meter distance which they just covered. They could have gone with that revival, hardly 9 seconds or 8 seconds, and then, somehow fallen back from this fight and then got themselves healed up.
Especially with a loot inside of Paradise Resort, I think they never really had any sort of shortage of utility as well. They are going to find themselves enough smoke grenades, enough throwables as well, ammunition, just to fight it out. But that spirit was absent, and it seems like Seal here is also absent. Aryan is going to be sent back into the lobby by Hindustan Gaming. We were talking about it, the fact that Hindustan Gaming were smelling Seal's presence, and now it seems like it has sort of backfired as Avi is going to bite the dust. I could see the reaction coming in from you.
Yeah, because Avi was the lone man out there. He was expecting some kind of a cover fire from Harry.
Yeah.
As I said, all of them were actually sticking together previously. They make one mistake of maintaining more than 70 meters from one another, and it becomes easier for the opponents to get that knock into a finish. So it's important for you to maintain that small distance and, give the right kind of backup. No throwables being used. None of these teams, even though we saw previously there was a knock coming in from Claw, no smoke grenades to cover up and go in for the revival. Now we see HG over here, no smoke grenades to go in for the revival. Previously, when there was another team which HG finished off, even when they were involved in a fight, they could have used some smokes and avoided HG to come in a bit more closer. No throwables being used. I don't know what's happening in the map of Sandrock, but I'm waiting to see whether someone from here on will be able to get themselves one.
Oh, wow. Now, this is exactly the situation that you were wanting to see, right? Arca Spray God in his long-range battles couldn't really connect those M4 shots. The range is just way too much. And this one, it's not really a medium-range battle. It's a very long-range battle. It does have the 6x equipped on Sarang as well. But is that really going to help him? I mean, Silly Esports, the distance is quite massive. It's approximately about 300 meters in between them and their target. But no connections as of yet, but I can still see the bigger picture, right? I can still see what Team X Park is trying to do. That is, to try and pave their pathway towards the center of the circle, just unsettle your opposition, to try and make them move, come out of their cover, and then finally give their lives away.
Now, this is what I actually wanted. I wanted the map feed on the screens because Team X Park right now, the division which they were wanting for themselves. Two players, Spray God and Puka far away, and Sarang and his teammate, trying to see if there is anybody close by. If the circle shifts away, they were preparing for it. But ultimately, again, as I said, Lady Luck has been kissing their forehead lately, and now they have another circle in their favor. What they'll have to do is avoid this fight to take place between Blind and themselves. Manya doesn't miss much, but this time he's missed so much that's going to be a big breathing space for the side of Team X Park.
Absolutely. I mean, this was a shocker, to be honest, because Team X Park, they have been extremely cautious of not letting any team get so close to them. But in spite of that, Blind Esports, out of nowhere, sort of living up to that name once again, just being blind to the rest of the opposition's vision. and this time sneaking right underneath Team Xbox. This could have hurt them bad if that vehicle had exploded and the spray connected. But thankfully to Team Xbox fortunes and their fans' praise, it seems like Team Xbox is still going to retain all 4 players. We're in stage 3, Arca. Still 14 teams and 50 players are surviving. This is uncharacteristic from Sanhok.
Enigma. Now I can see that LeBron, Infinity, Addy, I mean, they do have experience in their lineup. It's not like they have a very young squad, but somewhere far away. Lucknow Giants have started on a right note. They've got 2 knocks, Zerif and Saga both down on their knee. They have IGL, BMW, now waiting for them to make a small mistake so that they can counter on it. This is not the spot for you to stay in case the team is close by. One good grenade into this room, and that could be the end of the story for the side of Claw. But yes, a breathing space, obviously, because of the distance they're maintaining.
You know, one of the problems Team Claw might actually face is the fact that the exit strategy from this region in Quarry is not going to be massive for them. Like, they're going to be hunting down for compounds to find those spaces because majority of it is extremely out in the open. And of course, nobody wants to enter that quarry region because it's literally a death trap. As you can see from the radar itself, right, the few compounds which are there have already been occupied by Silly Esports. And Claw's position has been marked. So it seems like it's a double-edged sword for Claw. They will have to fight it out, which I think they tried to do so, but 2 players were knocked down. So it was an instant head back. Silly Esports once again just showing why they were so brilliant on the map of Miramar. This time as well, just playing their cards outright, especially from an early game, not taking unwanted risks, Arka.
I want somebody to take some risks because 14 teams still alive
And so do
and
I.
will be stepping into the stage 4. That's the reason what I'm saying. Because once the firing starts from one team, everybody are going to get involved in it. It's going to be like molecules bombarding with one another inside a small circle. And that is when you won't have finish points and possession points for yourself. V9 Popoy doing the right thing, if you ask me. Not, showing himself out. Now it might be too late for him to press that trigger because it's a vehicle moving around. And if they get to know there's someone close by, it's just going to be a free finish for them.
You know, this is the first time I've sort of seen someone trying to be one with nature with an orange helmet, Arka. But nonetheless, it seems like Popeye did a very good job in that one, just holding down his trigger for a second because he knows exactly as a moment, right? He only has one player to kind of support him. That's going to be Alien. And the distance between them is massive. I saw your reaction to the circle shifting, right? We've been talking about the hard shifts coming in this edition of BMPS. And I think this is not just going to be the end of it. There might just be another hard shift coming in as well. But Popeye finally bringing his guns to sing the songs of death. And now he's got a finish for himself.
A decent one. 2 finishes already. And the one he targeted was also the right one. A solo player is whom he targeted. Now they're giving him more option as he's already damaged both the players. He'll have to wait patiently for the others to come in a bit more closer. A grenade already tossed in, not allowing the opponent to go in for the revival. He jumps and comes out in the open. Infinity gets taken down, but it's going to be Addy from far away, giving the right kind of backup. But things doesn't end here for the side of Enigma because we have got Alien from a distance cooking up a grenade. If this thing lands perfectly, that could be the end of the story, but Addy does the right thing, and then eventually a good grenade comes in and Alien has to say goodbye from the lobby with his teammates.
I mean, I think Team Enigma will have to thank Addy for this because this was a disaster of a fight. Team Enigma, as much as I have been trying to praise their gun prowess in the first game, I think this it was a debacle for them to sort of give into a fight where Popeye was present. I can understand the first knock and the finish, but the way they charged in with the vehicle was not really up to the mark. Of course, 2 players being taken down, knocked down by just one solo player. It was just Addy and his brilliance with the grenades which led Enigma survive this particular fight, but I hope they can come back from their shackles. Seems like Blind Esports as well will try to break their shackles and trying to move up, but are they aware of 5-Filter Esports and their positioning?
I do believe they know. I do believe they know. Because I love the rotation coming in from the side of Blind, and also this beautiful grenade coming in from the side of Manya. The right kind of opening for the side of Blind, but they need to watch out for the throwables coming in from the other side as well. They can't lose a player at this point of time because the uphill battle is always going against the team coming from the bottom. But somehow they're able to push back the side of FEE and now take control of this high ground for themselves. Nakul and Ronnie sticking together. Manya and S-Power watching for their backlines. The perfect combination coming in from the side of Blind. But what's more important right now for them is to watch out for Hydras who are not far away from this distance. They would have heard all these commotions and we can expect Hydra to come in and chime in. And a three-way Mexican standoff between these three teams can turn out to be fatal for all three of them.
We've seen very little from Team Hydra, especially considering that this is the team at the very top, right? In terms of table toppers, I think Hydra could have been a little more proactive, especially on the map of Sandhawk, but I understand the passive gameplay that they are playing, or they understand the safe gameplay that they're playing. Speaking of being safe, it seems like Sarang has sort of caught another couple of players from Team Claw off guard, and both of them have been knocked out. It's just one guy who's still surviving, and that's going to be PMWI IGL. It's been a disaster of a game for Team Claw, and they are just feeling the brunt of it, being knocked down and being punched down by multiple teams in multiple times, and it seems like they finally are going to be, you know, removed out from their miseries itself.
Team X Park. I love the composition coming in from the side of Puka. If you see, Dreams is pretty far away, closer to the circle, probably looking forward for a heal battle, whereas Sarang is going to be extending too much to register himself another finish. And by the end of this game, in case Sarang has got 4 to 5 finishes, probably he'll be the highest number of finish holders or the MVP of the tournament until this very game.
Might just be. I mean, for PMWI IGL, it's just about those 6 first hit kits that he has. Will try and survive for as long as he can, but I don't think it's going to result to a lot of possession points for his team as well. Will have to find an exit strategy, but I think Sarang will try and hunt him down, but you can hear the gunshots from the distance. It is the war cry coming in from every single team. All that passive nature, Arca, has sort of accumulated, and now every single team comes into action in just one time. It's going to be Ace Black who has been finished off. Team X Park starting to go ruthless in this one, but I'm waiting to find out what is Team Silly Esports doing.
I just love what happened out there. Sarang knocked out Ace Black, and immediately it's going to be his teammate Spray God finishing him off. Now the second one comes through as well. It's going to be Aim God who gets knocked out, and Sarang is going to be like, you know what, I'm going to take care of it. You concentrate on someone else. Now this is the kind of execution I would love to see. Dreams far away, comes into the crosshairs of Titan, gets knocked out. Now a big job for Spray God to go and give support as his IGL is going to be reviving one of his teammates. Towards the circle, I'm able to see that Manya out in the blue is gone in for the heal battle. Hedgie is come down to just one player out of nowhere. Silly is still alive. Enigma with 3 men standing will be able to come inside the circle, but Hydra is the only team with all 4 men standing, as Sarang has got 5 finishes, and the importance of this assaulter in this team evidently visible, and let's see how much more can he put on board.
But why, or rather what happened to Team Blind and what resulted in them taking up what we were talking about? It's the heal battle which is going on for Manya. He has 8 first hit kits, but the chaos is happening elsewhere. It's Team X Park, and they are moving like Mike Tyson in the boxing ring. Dreams, of course, from the backlines was trying to cover the distance, but it seems like he has been taken down. Both Picard and Dreams are gonna bear the brunt of the Team Titans, but it seems like Sarang has sort of done a good job in trying to hold him back. He's going to be supported by Spray God here as well, and Soumya has been taken down.
Spray God says, you know what, you have done the assault so far, let me also bring in a little bit of my firepower as well, as Sarang's priority was absolutely right. He's going to be going in for the revival of his IGL, who will now look forward to re-strategize against the side of Titans, as 2 of the players, the split coming in from the Titans could bring in a divided attention, but Sparky far away with no fed kits will now have to come out in the open. Spray God continues his mid-range battle, shows how well he can control that recoil, will be registering another finish for himself. 8 finishes so far for the side of Team X Park, as both of them coming to a single crosshair might be in deep trouble, as it's got to be Hydras wanting to register another chicken dinner for themselves.
Team X Park, they'll only have one strategy in mind, and that's to preserve their crown jewel, preserve their crown prince in the form of Sarang, who has been doing such heavy lifting. It seems like the lifting has not been proven enough, because ORB as well as Hydra, they just have shaken hands in terms of taking this team down. It's a giant which is formed in front of them, and the challenge is immaculate. ORB's vision. They already have 6 finishes to their name already, and they know that Team Xbox have been reduced to a 3-man lineup right now. If they play their cards right, it seems like they will be choked out of pressure.
You know what's the best part of it all? I see Manya somehow made it inside the circle, and one with the nature from one corner is going to watch all these
look
fight
at
take
that.
place. Punk, this is the time for him to strike. Step out, take down both these players. Spraygod gets taken down, Sarang gets taken down, Spraygod also gets taken down. That's the end of the story for the side of Team X-Park, and now it's going to be easy for the opponents to put down this final nail in the coffin and makes things easier inside the circle. Manya, the lone man standing for the side of Blind, still having hopes that he'll be able to bring his team into the top 2 if possible, as Hydra versus the side of Lynch is going to take place. A beautiful grenade coming in from the side of Spraygod in the team, from the team of Hydra.
Absolutely, and now it's going to be Hydra. They are moving so well, preserving all of their 4 players. It's an artillery warfare as nades are being lobbed into the skies. Of course, just like you mentioned, the first knock was there, but it seems like Vision has sort of been revived, and now it's been a hit back. Spraygod has been taken down. ORB, they're marching down, of course. Black finds another one. It all comes down to Dura OP. So many shotguns staring at the face, but he's still holding on. Lynch from the backline is supposed to be a 1v1 up against Mania from Blind. Out of nowhere, this man still survives. But will he be able to do the unthinkable? The nade comes in! He finishes it off! Blind Mania! This man has just done the unthinkable! Bring his team, just a solo man, on the back of 8 bursted kids. What a game did we witness, Arka?
I was expecting this from this man. Trust me, if you want an IGL surviving in the final moments of Sanhok, it has to be Manya from the side of Blind. I told you this, the success rate of Blind is always been maximum when it comes to the map of Erangel as well as the map of Sanhok. I mean, he knew it. He knew that this corner of the circle is where I can dominate from. He comes in, doesn't make any kind of sound. He was one with the nature, doesn't use his gun at all. Patience was the key for this man. Waited until the final moments. He's the man with the golden arm always. Cooks up that grenade to perfection. The first one he throws, he knows this is the place where he's not going to be getting one. Immediately the second one he throws, lands to perfection and picks up 3 finishes with that one grenade and takes his team home. And this is how you play in the map of Sanhok. The slithering snake, the viper strikes and strikes to perfection.
I mean, strikes to perfection. This man has sort of rewritten the history books once again. I just can't explain it into words, but to be honest, I still remember, right? There was still 8 to 9 teams still surviving, or even more than that,
7.
right? 7 teams surviving when Manya was the lone survivor for his team. He had about 8 first aid kits on his way, and he was already on his heal battle. We thought that it's going to be the end of the journey for Team Blind once again, but I mean, he had other plans. He absolutely had other plans, and he absolutely crushed it. But I think the audience can also crush one more thing, and that is going to be getting yourself the amazing Royal Pass that is coming. I think it's going to suit you perfectly well. We do have a promotional video for you guys that is going to come to your screens right about now. Freaky Fiesta. It seems like the skins are as freaky as our lovely viewers and their personalities as well. I think it's going to suit you guys. I think it's going to suit me. I'm not really sure if it's going to suit you, man. You look very formal. I think you would suit better in some formal cosmetics, not this one. Do you like the Fool's Blessing set, by the way? I just wanted to ask you that.
I was more thinking about the X suit too.
Oh, yeah.
For people like me, as well as the Fool's Blessing
Yeah,
scar as well.
You do look like a king or a prince, especially with your luscious locks of awesomeness.
I don't know, out of nowhere. I mean, no girl could do this in my life. But you make me feel so handsome apart from my mother. I mean, that
Yeah.
motherly love which you bring on desk with me, it makes me so comfortable. But coming back to, an amazing game which we just
Yeah.
witnessed in the map of Sanok, as I said, it is important for us to watch out for that one man in the map of Sanok. Manya, has he made it inside the circle? Most of us were concentrating on how Spray God and Sarang is going to continue their assault and continuing to put up more finish points in the name of Team X-Park.
Yeah.
But whereas it was him, the lone man out there who took all that limelight towards him. Let it be the smallest stars in the sky. If you had to shed some light there, it has to go towards Manya.
Absolutely. It's not just Mania as well. I think it's also important let the viewers know that you guys were watching the entire game, right? And I was watching it too. And for me, it felt like it was a poetry in motion.
Yeah.
Because in the final fight, right, majority of the game, it was just calm, composed. We were talking about so many teams just, in that final fight. And all of a sudden, Team X Park just start hammering down teams, right? I'm talking about the penultimate circle and the circle before that. Sarang with 6 finishes, just going absolutely ham in that in that fight. Spray God also coming in. This is Team X Park, and we almost thought that maybe this momentum is not going to get dipped. They are going to find the chicken dinner.
I'll tell you one thing. Even though you're speaking about the game, I'm still not able to come out of that handsomeness you put in on me. Especially this X suit which comes on our screens right now, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to look good in the game as well, if you want to feel the way I'm feeling right now, get your hands on something like an X suit, and that's going to help you out. Speaking about X suit, we'll now jump back to X Park because the way they perform,
Great plug-in, by the way.
yeah, because they have played phenomenally well in this game as well.
Yeah.
And there are several aspects of this game which we still want to witness again, as the highlights are going to be coming on our screens any moment now. But again, Hydra, the way they were also playing very silently,
Exactly,
they could
right?
have taken the topography for themselves and lurked out this Manya, the hiding snake somewhere amongst the grasses.
Hey, for a second, I mean, we witnessed that fight between Hydra and the other team, right, ORB, and it was a 1v3 situation for Dora OP, and I almost felt like, what just happened? This man just obliterated the opposition. We will obviously rewatch it in the highlights once again, but this was when Hindustan Gaming also had their prime, right? We witnessed how beautifully they sort of executed the likes of Team THW, almost overwhelming them. It kind of felt like they were playing with 5 players because they were present everywhere.
Oh yes, that is how you need to play. That is how you need to place yourself. But after that, immediately regrouping and then moving forward is some lesson which they have learned the hard way. After losing Avi, it became like, the cookie crumbled one after another very, very easily. But Veena and Popeye's valiant effort over here has to be credited as well. If not for Avi's grenade coming his way, he would have probably clutched a 1v3 and got some more finishes in this name.
Absolutely, but this was where even Team FS Esports were taken down, and these were the circles that I was talking about, right? Look at the team counter as well. We do have 9 teams who are surviving, and it seems like right now Blind has sort of their players are not really surviving anymore. It's just Manya who is still surviving. Even Enigma sort of had a valiant effort, especially after that debacle, but that did not really come through. And for Team X-Park, it was really unfortunate, man. Especially with Punk being in that corner, just trying to survive.
Just
trying to survive, but then he saw 2 very easy targets. But let's just talk about this fight, because this is important. Dora OP, all by himself. This man with his DBS shuts down 3 players at once. And then finally it was Lynch who could do something. And then out of nowhere, Manya just pops in. The nade is precise, the nade is accurate, and the nade is deadly. Like, that was the impact a solo player has had in a game. I've never seen that happen.
See, Lynch could have survived for a longer time if the knocked out players had spread around. They would have heard the unpinning of that grenade because the sound cue is pretty high when you're so close to someone. And Lynch could have, told his teammates, just spread around. I'll go be one with the nature. Let's find out this last player. Because the number of players alive in the lobby will obviously be visible on the screen. So they should have understood as soon as they finished off Hydra that there's another man somewhere around over here and we need to be careful. Since that presence of mind was lacking from this team, it became easier for Manya to execute that final grenade. But still, all of this is just speculations which we can do sitting over here. The pressure of that game building over your shoulder, the DBS shots connecting towards you from the side of Hydra, and somehow overpowering such a great energy from the opposite. you need some time to settle down, then look at the other aspects of the game, and then look forward for that final person.
Absolutely. I mean, to be honest, you were talking about the presence of mind. I think kudos has to be given to Mania as well, because to find that exact spot where Lynch was and his comrades were, and to connect that with a nade itself.
It's the sound cues he was following. He knew this is where the shots are happening. He knew the final shot also came in from this direction,
Exactly.
and immediately lofts a grenade over there.
Exactly right. The presence of mind to just connect where the sound cues were coming from and to pinpoint the exact location. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we'll transition into the MVP of the map of Sanhok. Let's just find out who it is.
Yeah.
I mean, in my heart, it's going to be Mania, but I think according to the statistics, it's going to be Sarang with 6 finishes, 75% finished contribution for this lad. Has been doing a lot of heavy lifting. You have been full at praise for Sarang and what he's been doing. I think he's been doing it for a very long time right now.
Oh yes, look at that. First it was the M4 with that 6S which did the job. Then he had that S12 in the close range. And again from a distance he was able to put some grenades as well. But ultimately the final moments or the rest of the other players who have also got that limelight has to be Punk over here. He's ruined the game not just for one team. Over here he's ruined the game for Blind, and then he punked the side of Team X-Park over here, getting those 2 valuable finishes as well. So he's going to be getting 5 finishes in total. Lynch ORB, the last man standing for the side of ORB Esports, was also getting 5 for himself. But again, Manya with just 3 finishes out there, but still outshined everyone else.
Well, we do have the point standings in front of our screens, ladies and gentlemen. ORB still the second position, but the amount of finishes that they have acquired in this game are going to help them find 22 total points. Blind Esports, a wonderful chicken dinner, but only 3 finishes that they could rack up. Of course, it is understandable. Mania was just surviving on that basis of a heal battle, and then the miracle happened, right? So 15 position points, but only 3 finish points, 18 in total. Team X-Park could not really survive due to Punk. Titan as well, 13 points. They have been consistently chipping in. Hydra again, once again, just trying to be passive. Were aiming at the chicken in a 10 position points, but only 2 finish points.
Now, the bottom of the table is where I'm still concerned for teams like Lucknow Giants, Claw, V9. Even though they were able to do 1 or 2 damages here and there and not registering any kind of knocks. Apart from V9, I do understand they just got 2 finishes, but that's not going to be enough. It's almost coming to an end of one group being played. They just have one more day to go.
Yeah.
And by the end of tomorrow, we're going to have one group played 5 games.
Yeah.
And that's the last they can play for a week. So they need to step it up, put some points on the table. The importance of you getting at least decent amount of points on week 1 will always be a good boost, because in week 2, if you come back, you won't have enough points backing you up from week 1.
Exactly right. I mean, you always have to build up confidence in a long tournament like this. You will have to sort of, consistently perform to not just prove to your fans or prove to your opposition, but also prove to yourself. I think confidence builds up as you progress through a tournament, and a team should always speak as the grand finals approach.
True.
So consistent performances which keep on improving is important to give you that confidence in the grand finals. And like you said, right, there are big names in the form of Gujarat Tigers, there are big names in the form of Lucknow Giants who we expect to see great stuff from, but we haven't really witnessed something of that sort.
The Pro Series itself is going to question you in every single aspect of your team. It's not like you can perform on one day and forget about the rest of the days. It's not like you perform in one game and you forget the rest of the games. So they are feeling the pressure of it in every single game. Once they can get that pressure off their shoulder, probably they'll start performing again.
Absolutely. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we have been reminding you of this beautiful presentation. It's not a cosmetic, it's not a weapon, it is a presentation, it is art, to be honest, the color combination. And most importantly, Arka, one feature that I've loved about this Fool's Blessing weapon is the armrest, right? You look at the design and you see there is a little bit of a royal touch to it, which is something which I absolutely love. And purple is sort of my favorite color, so I have been like crazy biased towards this one.
Let's try our luck.
People can understand the biasness for me towards skins, but when it actually comes to skins, I think when it actually comes to teams and actual gameplay, I think I'm very organized.
Let's see if that's going to be the case, because the next match is also going to be a very important one.
Yeah.
A sudden change in the groups is going to be, something which the audience as well as the teams need to adapt to. But again, it's going to be teams Group 2 coming in to fight against the side of Group 6. We have Big Brothers, Team Soul, TE, RTG, and MW. That's going to be Metal Wings, Entity, GT and OG who are going to be retaining to play this game, whereas on the other side we have Medal, Wins, TMZ, BR, Fly, GWL, UK7 and UP50. So 2 different groups coming into play over here, and I hope that you guys are also ready for the change which is going to be happening on the desk, because right now Salty is going to take a break and I'm going to have my old friend Johnny coming back on the desk. A long hair friend.
But definitely, I mean, our long hairs have nothing to do with how this game is going to go. Of course, this is going to be an intense one, especially considering now we will have a very interesting change of pace, because Weekendy is going to be the next map. I wonder how all of these teams that have been playing super aggressive, guns firing on all cylinders from the start of the day, how are they planning to slow things down? Luckily, the complete swap of groups might just help them out, but especially for team like Team Soul, as we talked about them, and even you were speaking, like a good control of momentum, at least in game number 1 that they played today. But we did see the lads from the other squad, Hydra, actually also do really well. So Team Soul, they're already work cut out for them. They have to take that challenge.
Hopefully they'll be able to pick it up.
Yeah.
But as I said, Team Soul has not done great in the map of Weekendy, which I don't know whether the momentum is going to carry in this game as well. It's important for the IGL to actually place themselves inside the circle. It's just that the drop location, that winery region which they usually go to, I don't know whether it's working out for the side of Team Soul. Let's see whether they'll change the drop location as well, as the game is going to be coming on our screens anytime soon. But before we step into Weekendy, I really want to know your reactions of Sandhawk map.
Oh, it was an insane ending, man. I mean, as you guys called it, I mean, no one expected Blind to be the team walking away from the win, but this is where experience comes in handy, and especially considering how desperate they were from points, because at the end of the game we all noticed just 3 finishes for Blind, and that is not a position you usually see them in. So it was a nice save from Manya, and it definitely does help them the second place, the points from this map of Sanok, and of course the points from the win of Erangel earlier on in the day. All of that combined does help them, and I think Blind is going to be in a pretty decent position by the end of the day. Somewhere, I expect them in the top 10, not top 3.
I somewhere feel top 3. You know why? 3 games they played. They've got an average of 30 pointers just by placement points, right? Let's add another 10 in the other game they played, all right? 40 points, and then you have the finish points also adding up. A 50-pointer out of nowhere is good enough to put them in the top 3, if you ask me.
Yeah, but that's the question. Will they be able to cross the 50-point marker? But anyways, focusing on the map of Weekendy, ladies and gentlemen, match number 9 for this particular group. And this time we're going to have a flight path leading towards the northern side of the map. It starts from Dobromesto, goes towards Trevno. Anyone landing or even thinking about landing towards the southern side of the map, well, they're already panicking.
I mean, the fans are also going to be panicking at this point of time, if you ask me.
Yeah, you just talked about winery a few seconds ago, Arka.
Yeah, so let's see whether they're going to change that drop location. But again, I would like to shed some light on the other teams as well. We have got Medal over here. We got Fly. Somewhere I feel UK7 or UP50 can do wonders in this game and probably get a chicken dinner for themselves. But Entity are here, the silent climbers of the overall standing. I would love to see how well they're going to be executing this game. But in the middle phase of any tournament so far which I've casted, I've always seen that Team Empire wakes up after the 4th or the 5th game. So I'm expecting Team Empire also to be playing well in this game. So let's see whether that's going to happen.
Well, you hear the alarm ringing in the distance. Hopefully the wake-up call has been heard by the players of Team Empire, as you mentioned. But looking at the circle, we have a zone sticking towards that Goroka region, towards the northwestern side of this map of Weekendy. But look at this. Oh no, the clash that began the day on the map of Erangel. We get to witness it again, and this time it's going to happen in the center of the circle in Weekendy, where teams actually have no incentive to move around till at least stage 4. So Big Brothers and OG, what is the call going to be like from the IGLs of these teams?
they're not going to bother, if you ask me.
Yeah, no incentive to
Somewhere
fight.
in the map of Vikendi, I feel the distance is even more than the map of Miramar sometimes. And the fight, if they extend it too much, they're just going to burn their resources. Since they have space to somehow fall back and, try to do well. Let's see how it turns out. But again, as I was speaking about Team Soul going towards the side of Winery, they're able to somehow hold back towards the side of Dino Park region, one of my favorite places in the map of Vikendi, where you get decent amount of loot for yourself. But
Yeah.
what's more important is, are they going to stick around to that very same place? Because one option in the map of Vikendi, which has been the most successful team for any of the teams out there who have never tried it, apart from the few games of BGIS which I saw, is the heal battle in the map of Vikendi.
Yeah, and I am quite surprised why aren't more teams employing that strategy, because that was the meta for Wakendi. That is how things have always been played on this map. End stages, you go for a heal battle if you don't have enough players to take that fight. But seems like these teams have rebuilt the meta, rebuilt how they want to play their map, and everyone is trying to play along with their strengths, not necessarily utilize the difference that this map provides. The fact that you get to witness the first circle even before your feet touch the ground sometimes, depending on where you're dropping. So you have the information to plan out your strategies a little bit quicker on Wakendi, and we all know the notorious circle shifts or lack of circle shifts that are there on this map also allow you to hold on to positions a little bit easier compared to any other map.
I'm still not able to understand this love story between Team Soul and Winery.
It's an age-old story, man.
I mean, they were in Dino Park, very much inside the
Yeah.
circle, but still they want to go down south, leaving the control of the circle and loot in Winery and then come back. I mean, are they going in for the heal battle stat which we were just discussing?
Maybe. I mean, in our region, they were the ones to bring it to the board first time, and they have been quite successful with that. But this is going to be a tough one for them, especially, I mean, as you mentioned about that southern rotation or the exit from the circle in the early stages. It is a questionable one, but I think if this works out, it works out. Then we can't hold it against them. Because as of now, as we mentioned, the circle shifts in Vacandy aren't that drastic. So if you were towards that southern zone, you could have held on to it. But whoa, we have Entity Gaming on our screens. Mid-rotation, picking up vehicles as they go along their merry way.
I want to see Entity succeed in the map of Vikendi, because this is one of those teams who are well composed when it comes to BGIS as well.
Yeah.
They are two youngsters and two well experienced, players who are guiding them in the right way. And by the looks of it, we are able to see that, Troy is turning out to be an amazing person altogether. Before I start speaking about medal, I want to go back and speak about Entity's rotation. They went somewhere to the eastern side of the factory, cement factory, and then they had the complete southern side of the map to continue their loot.
Yeah, but while Entity is busy looting on the other side, it seems like Metal might find themselves in the midst of a collision. They have another squad pushing towards them, and it's going to be the lineup of PR. It's trying to approach their position, but Metal, they do manage to deter the competition away from them. That's just warning shots being fired. Stay away from these compounds. And BR Titans, they do agree to that. Distance maintained. Safety secured.
I like these kind of strategies, if you ask me. I like it when teams, give those shots out there just to warn the opponents, do not come close to me.
Yeah.
Because not many choose to do so. We have seen few teams trying to be very silent inside the circle, allow the opponents to walk into their trap and then put them down. and that becomes such a painful thing to watch for the team trying to succeed that. Whereas far away, it seems like TE could have succeeded in getting a knock against the side of TMZ. One man, that's got to be Jod. Adil Jod, who almost went down to 20 HP, would have got knocked out in case they did not find that hard cover. Not far away from this team is Meddler yet again, who will be ready to come out of their covers and get those knocks and finishes. But again, the map of Vikendi has other things to show us, as if the map comes up on our screens, I really want to show the audience the split of Team Soul.
And one more thing, Arka. I mean, this is the first time. This is a very rare sight that we are seeing on our screens for the first time. Only hardly you get to see a cluster of teams fighting from the center, this early on in this map. This time around, we did see TMZ mid rotations taking a few shots from the oppositions around them, but they did manage to protect themselves, protect their numbers in the early stages. But still, everyone being close to each other means if we actually get a hard shift a little bit earlier than expected, imagine stage 3 we get to see a hard shift, stage 3 to 4 instead of the normal 4 to 5. It's going to be fun when these teams collide.
Somewhere I feel teams like Entity and Soul are going to go in for the hill battle.
Oh yeah, they are sticking outside the zone.
Yeah, so somewhere, you know, they're just going to stay away from all those commotions. They'll need those throwables as well in the map of Vikendi. It's going to be so hard for you to maintain that, you know, crosshair against the opponents when there are so many rocks. Yes, thank you so much, production, for bringing this up. Look at that split of Team Soul.
Yeah.
Akshat at, you know, 500 meters away from Winery. Then we have Omega also going in for the loot to get as many first sets as possible. Neo.
Yeah. No, but this is the only way they could have countered the complete abandonment of the edge of the circle. They left one guy in a position from where he has a clear line of fire of just one point of control that is just barely inside the circle. I know that's a lot of information, but Akshita has just one job. Make sure the entry is clear and the team will follow up. But talk about follow-ups and feels like Metal Wings. They're trying to follow up upon that aggression against the players of Road to Glory, but it's going to be the players of Metal Wings. Their wings cut off. Zod is going to be the first man to fall. Go to follows next. And it's going to be easy finishes for the players of Road to Glory to secure, since these were the only two players inside of the compound. They have one more player knocked outside, and that's going to mean that Metal Wings down 3 players in the first zone of the game itself.
Zod learned that the hard way. Showing your back to your opponents when they're rushing in towards you is the last thing you would want to do. You had the deadly DBS. You could have waited for them to enter into the room and then, you know, taken them down. You could have used your throwables as well. These are the few things which you need to learn if you're entering into the Pro Series, because it's all the professionals out there, all the professional players bringing out their A game so that, you know, they get those finishes. Yes, Metal Wings with the last man standing, Fang. Can he survive for the longest time possible? But God, Rex, I love those eyes.
Eagle Eyes, I think it was the commotion that was caused by the players of Metal Wings and OG in the distance that has attracted the players of Wingard and their eyes towards those compounds. Now, they did see, or maybe they would have just seen a few pixels of that lost individual Fang from Metal Wings dropping from the building, but I think connecting shots on the players of OG is going to be too difficult for them. But anyways, we switch focus now, focusing on Team Soul. As we talked about them for a long time in the early stages of the game, looking to enter the circle again, and the only team that could stand in their way, it's going to be UK07.
They were out there for such a long time, and I'm looking at the amount of first aids they've got. I just saw 2 and 3 respectively for Goblin and Akshat, or rather Omega and Akshat. That means either Neo or Goblin have got the maximum amount of first aids in their name, and I would love to see how much that is.
Who would you rather have it on, Neo or Goblin?
Neo. Because Goblin has been that
front
person.
liner,
Yeah, frontline assaulter who's been doing great. I'm not denying that Neo is also one of those people who can pull it off. But still, Neo is going to be the person. But if you ask me to think in the perspective of Omega, he would hand it over to Goblin. He'll be like, let me think out of the box. That's what I've been doing from the beginning of my career. I'll give it to Goblin. Let him heal his way into the blue. And in the final moments of the game, if possible, let him clutch that 1v2 and get that chicken dinner for us.
Pull off another Mane moment that we witnessed in the previous game. But those moments are extremely rare. Let's see how this game is going to unfold. How this storyline is going to be written in front of our screens. We have GWL Zodder. Has his eyes pinned on the players of UK07, and he sees the pixel moving in the distance. Needs to be careful as well. The distance between the two teams is a little too much to actually engage safely.
The next circle shift is also going to be the most important one amongst them all.
Yeah.
Because right now we are able to see Soul coming back to the drop location of Dino Park. Entity taking the longest rotation possible. If you have to give point for somebody traveling the longest distance, Entity will be taking home all of it. Especially in the map of Vikendi. But one thing is, they're sticking on to the roads, being very decent drivers in the map of Vikendi. Now we'll be meeting probably Soul inside that Vihar region. But again, I would love to see where the next circle is going to form up. Is it going to betray everybody and go somewhere towards the northern side, towards Krishas? Or is it going to stick to the center itself, be that default circle supporting everybody and give that entertainment to the audience where everybody going to fight out in the final circles?
Oh, OG is going to be the happiest if it is going to be a Krecha shift. They have been holding on to that position for a long time. They did manage to avoid losing players to Big Brothers yet again for the second time in the day. And they managed to hold on to that stronghold of theirs. So they are one of those teams that are actually praying that it is going to be a central shift, while everyone else realizes that a late entry into the city can get tricky sometimes. So majority of the teams still stuck out in the open are going to be hoping for an open circle. Team Soul is going to be one of them, but as of this point, they've managed to cross Dino Park, the edge of the circle, not too far away from them. Right, even Neo has just 2 first aids. Omega has 4. I don't think that trip to Winery was a successful one for Team Soul.
If you see the amount of throwables they're carrying, probably they were concentrating more on that. But I would love to see how much Goblin has got on himself. Because we saw Neo,
Yeah.
we saw Omega, and then we saw Akshat in the previous ones. But we have still not seen how much Goblin is carrying. And by the looks of it, Goblin is the person who's coming in late into the circle as well.
Yes.
So let's see whether we are placed our bets right in thinking in the shoes of Omega, whereas Entity versus Team Soul might take place in case they come close to one another. And trust me,
Yeah.
if either of them survive, they're going to have ample amount of first aids to heal their way to the chicken dinner
Of
itself.
course, because then you have the entire first aid loot from the opposing side as well to work with, and both of these teams are going to be looking forward to that, but Entity, it feels like a little bit more careful in their approach, do move in the opposite direction, trying to avoid any collision, any shots connecting upon them from the side of Team Soul, but it's not just Team Soul that Entity needs to be worried about. There's another team sitting on the high ground, but for now, we have Neo kicking things off. The spray does not really connect, not enough damage as he would have wanted.
Dino Park. Which among these dinosaurs are going to roar higher? The Villa region was the place where, you know, the team got Hydra, especially yesterday. They held that position and they got the chicken dinner. Do we see another replication coming in on day 2? Because the map of Erangel was almost similar to that of yesterday's first game.
Yeah.
So I would want to see whether that's going to get replicated yet again. Big Brother have got the prime spot inside the very center of the circle as well. GT have been blessed with the drop. They've got a level 3 helmet in West. Probably if they've got that MG3, that's going to be a great addition for an aggressive team like that.
Oh, but
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. The next circle to predict everybody's fate.
exactly, as you mentioned, for a little while, these teams do get to enjoy their safe havens because we have, again, ladies and gentlemen, a central shift on the map of Vacandy. What else were we expecting, Arka? Nothing, right? We knew this was going to happen. So I don't think at this point anyone needs to be disappointed. But one thing is for sure, as we always talk about this, teams surviving through the mid-game means there's going to be a lot of enticing action towards the end of the game.
Metal Esports. This is one other team we need to shed light on. Top Dog is one of those assaulters who's been underrated.
Yeah, he's been phenomenal in the recent days.
Yeah, he's been doing a great job. He's got Paradox for the right kind of cover. You have got Encore sometimes in the final circle doing wonders with the DBS. So Metal Esports is also one of those teams I would love to see, you know, successful in this game. There it is, Top Dog. Can he register the knock?
Nice.
Yes, he can. No one better than him with that 4x M4 and a suppressor, which is going to be making sure the gun jumps but still registers that knock. Moving around to find that confirmation as well, as it's going to be Zorda coming out in the crosshairs of Siam. Can he register one? He's going to be missing by a bit. But Metal Esports, they're going to be cursing themselves for not registering that finish.
I mean, let's see if it's going to be a curse or the readjustments from the side of Metal will be enough to bring themselves out of this. Because now they've attracted a lot of attentions from the teams in the surroundings, especially considering the team that they were taking shots upon are farther away from Metal than the team that is right behind them. Because Metal's back right now is compromised by 2 teams, Team Empire and the Troublemakers themselves. And Metal need to be careful because now their position is going to be compromised to the opposition right behind them. But focusing on what GWL are up to, that panic moment when Metal took down Surya forced them to move quite close to the players of BR Titans, but before it could turn out to be a fiasco for the side of GWL, they have safely found a way to recover their teammate and back off. Which is, to be honest, very impressive actually.
Do you think the circle is going to shift towards creatures?
Not right now. Maybe stage 4?
Stage 4 towards creatures?
Yeah.
Because if that is going to be the case, then the rotation from the side of Team Entity right now, which has been the longest one from the eastern side of the map to the complete western side of the map to the southern corners, the shorelines of Vikendi has been drawn by the side of Team Entity right now as they enter into Masto. And creatures is where they would want to find themselves home. And the circle shifting there, I would personally call up Entity and say, what a rotation from you guys.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're house hunting at this point.
Yeah.
Looking for a nice little compound they can call home for the mid-game stages at least. And as you mentioned, one of the longest rotations moving along the shorelines of the map, along the entire outline of the map. In the middle, we did see them move towards Dino Park, but a Team Soul being present in that position forced Entity to move further west. And right now, they found the entry inside the circle from Dobro Mesto. And Team Fly, the team that we were just seeing on our screens a few moments ago, is also another team that's decided to play from the northern part of the map. They are between Krichas and Goroka, as you guys can see. Just the only team up north of Gujarat Tigers. And they will also have an opportunity to collide against the players of Entity and GT at the same time.
Entity, they've got a compound very close to where Sue is right now. Just go to that compound, hold that compound for yourself. You've got a little bit of a high ground to work things around with. The perfect placement you would want. GT, I think Lady Luck has been by their favor throughout the day.
Yeah.
The drop location, and then they've got the drop for themselves. And now Heart Compound and the circle. They're going to be the dead center of the circle at Goroka region.
But they have no cover. That's the only problem. If you are one of the players from the side of Gujarat Tigers, you will have to dance around out in the open to try and protect yourself and also secure the finish points in the process. And I believe Gujarat Tigers, they have spotted the players of Entity Gaming moving out in the distance. Just see. Big Brothers. Were they able to finish off Metal Wings? I believe so. Yes, Metal Wings is eliminated from the game.
Yep. GT from far away are also receiving end of things as Prince is bleeding out. I don't know whether his teammates are going to extend forward to take the fight against the side of Big Brothers and get that revival through. Yes, Jackson comes forward. Another young, strong player. But you know what? Goblin out in the blue, trying to go in for the heal battle. Or try to make it inside the circle late. I don't know whether that's going to help as UK07 will try and backstab the side of Team Soul.
Oh, but Gujarat Tigers, that earlier hit from the side of Big Brothers, could have forced them to panic just a smidge, but that's the team with experience. But talk about experience not working in front of throwables, and Avi's gonna learn that head on as a nade from Toyka does manage to find the opening for the side of Road to Glory. Wingard now scrambling for a recovery. He needs to be brought back into the game, and it's going to be down to Rex to go for the revive. Max almost bleeding out inside the blue. Does manage to put the first aid on right in the nick of time. HP is going to be back up on that lad, and he's going to be looking to rejoin the fight with the rest of his teammates. But RTG, there's a little bit of an overcommitment, and they're going to pay for it as Stoika is going to be dropped. Rose in the backlines is trying to handle the pressure, but even he is going to be dropped down to the ground. And Wingard, out of nowhere, brilliantly bring themselves back into this fight, all on the back of Rex.
Simple from the other side is going to be clearing up things and making sure that they have finish points by the end of the day. Avi's grenade is going to be cooked. He's going to be eliminating that position. And now the push from the side of Rex. Can this dinosaur register another one? Can Avi give him the right kind of backup? I mean, this is going to be a game of predictions. This grenade is going to be the most crucial one if you ask me.
Yep, and it does connect. That bounce was brilliant from Rex. One more secured. Sezu, the last man left standing, is trying his level best to see if he can survive and secure a few extra points. But with the entire army standing in his face, he can't go anywhere, run anywhere. And it's going to be Wingard Esports who stand up tall in that fight. But what just happened in this one? When we showed up, it was just Big Brothers dominating the play and securing, well, basically being the Grim Reapers for another team.
UP50 outside the circle now will have to face down the side of GWL as BR gets eliminated. UK07 left out with just 2 players as well. I mean, this is the time for them to actually dominate and then make it inside the circle as quickly as possible. If they extend this fight, GWL might not only be receiving things from the side of UP50, but the blue itself is going to give them a lot of damage.
This is going to be stage 5. This is definitely going to do a lot of damage, and I think they also realize that they won't be able to get the revive in the nick of time. They abandoned their teammate, looking to move forward. UP50 looking to do the same as well. And it's going to be Sarkar leading the charge with the rotation, but the risky move might not work out. Shots fired from the distance. Even now, UP50, we saw them moving straight towards that hill that was in control of Gujarat Tigers. It's going to be so brutal when they get inside the zone, and we did see one of the players getting knocked out even before they could make it happen.
Team Soul, Goblin down on his knees. Neo trying to protect his teammates. TE on the other side. As I said, if they survive for this long, they know how to assault the opponents. Akshat finished off. After all that rotation, after using so much of their head, Team Soul losing a player. Will this pressure build up on their shoulders? Uzumaki with another grenade, want to put an end for the things off the side of GWL right outside.
Oh, could be a brilliant nade, and it will be! Uzumaki securing 2 finishes. A 2-pointer coming in. Big Brothers not stopping, not slowing down anytime soon. 7 eliminations already on the board. And all this work is being put in by the OG players from the side of Big Brothers. Team Soul still stuck between a rock and a hard place in the form of the players from the side of Troublemakers and Team Empire on the other side. The sandwich is there, but Team Soul looking to survive. Neo needs to heal up. Not enough HP. If the nade connects, he's going to be done. But no, brilliant. He runs forward to avoid the damage.
The splash radius is what you need to avoid, and that's what he did. The second time around as well, he does the same thing. And since he knows his location is compromised, he's immediately going to shift from there. And now the aim is to go inside the circle. But guess what? They're going to be stopped as Storm from the off angle has already put down Neo as well. Now the 2 other players, that's going to be Omega and Goblin from a distance. All they have to do is hide from the opponents and somehow make it inside the circle, because all those first aids are now going to be landing in another place.
This is definitely not an easy fight for Team Soul. They are being put under pressure from every single direction that they can think of. Goblin has been knocked out as well. He's going to be finished off with the help of a Molotov and Empire. They're going to look to wrap things up. Omega is going to be the last man. Even he gets taken down by a nade from Rockstar. And that is all she wrote for Team Soul in this particular game. Down to 9 teams, 33 players still alive and well in this match. But Arka, you have to say 2 teams that you want to see take the fight. One of them has to be Big Brothers, and the other one, now it's going to be Team Empire.
Team Empire from one corner, and also GT, who are inside the circle waiting for the right things to take place. As Entity, I mean, their rotation has right now paid off. They have 3 men standing. I understand they've lost a player, but still, everything is falling in place for them. As TMZ watched out for all that commotion which took place between themselves and Team Soul, would now want to take that fight against them. When I thought the throwballs were almost over for the opponents, I think that they would have picked up all those loot of Team Soul and well prepared for the upcoming fights.
But depends. Team Soul was also stuck in that position for a long time, so they themselves had a lot invested in their survival over there. We talk about being invested in survival, and Jadoo, it's going to invest all the ammunition that he has in that mag to try and spray down the players of TMZ as they move forward to try and take control of this position away from the players of Team Empire. But it does not work out for TMZ. Empire still holding strong. Gujarat Tigers finding the opportunity to stop Team Empire in their tracks, but it's going to be a difficult one. Look at the nade bounce off. Had it landed right in their feet, Team Empire, they would have been done over there.
Now, they can still explode the vehicle and then put an end for the side of Team TE. But Adi from far away, not giving any kind of cover fire. But ultimately, Storm says otherwise. He steps out of his cover and gets that right kind of backup. But eventually gets traded off as well. Not the kind of position TE wants to place themselves after eliminating the strongest dogs in the lobby. GT right to the center of all these commotions, needs to be very, very careful because entities coming in closer. Big Brothers from the right, from the north it's going to be Wingard, and from the bottoms it's going to be the side of Team TE.
Oh, but look at this. Team Fly. Asur, last man left standing. Rio is going to try and crawl towards his teammate. And I think there should be a revive coming in right in the nick of time. But I don't see an escape option available for Team Fly. That, again, is a story for another time. So far, the Wingod taking a hit. Simple drop down. And it's not going to be the only man dropped to his knee. Rex was the first knock from the side of Wingod. They just have 2 players left standing. We have Max going for a revive. Rex being brought back into the fight. But it's not going to be an easy one because it's Big Brothers that is standing there in front of them as a roadblock.
Now, Fly have a line of sight against the side of Win.
Yeah.
So in case they're able to put them down, that gives them the complete northern eastern side of the map under their control. As we can see in the mini-map, the grey team pushing towards the side of the maroon team. As one player, it's going to be Avi trying to make it inside the circle, try to get control of that hard compound, being held by the side of GT, understood that someone is there and immediately falls back. Entity not being a part of all these commotions, trying to play as safe as possible. We were speaking about Fly versus Win, and it seems to have taken place as Big Brothers is going to be starting their assault as well. Simple, the last man standing. Who's going to be grabbing that finish?
Well, let's see. Win got under a lot of pressure and they crumble right underneath. They're going to be dropped to the floor. Big Brothers still surviving, but Fly, they have utilized that opportunity as well to play for a few extra points in this match. In the top 5 they go. 11 players still surviving in this game, but we all know the final fight will be between Gujarat Tigers and Entity Gaming, who with a miracle have found a way inside the top 5 teams of this match.
They've got enough first aids. They've got enough throwables now to play around with. Gujarat, they know this terrain so well because they've stayed here for the longest time possible. They've got that level 3 helmet in West. Let's not forget that as well. So that becomes a little bit of an added advantage. The only person who can ruin the game right now has to be Asur from the side of Fly.
Oh, Asur can definitely be a spoil sport over here. 2 first aids left, not a lot to work with. But he's going to be cleaned up. Last man from the side of Team Fly dropped out. Top 4 teams remaining, 10 players alive.
Saif has gone in for the heal battle from one side and Jadu from the side of TE from the other side.
Oh, wow.
Oh my god, Jadu somehow makes it into the corner of the circle as well. Now trying to cook up a grenade towards the side of Team Entity. If he's trying to do a Manya at this point of time, he's going to fail horribly as he'll have to wait for the final moment. Saif still making his way to the center of the circle. 9 more first aids to go.
That's
he needs to regroup. He needs to regroup with Uzumaki.
Yeah. 9 first aids, definitely not enough to go for a heal battle. But Jadu, with that nade, he had basically invested everything for his team. He was done. Team Empire, they're going to have to stay satisfied with the top 4 finish of this match. But Entity, their job is not done. A 3v4 right ahead of them against the players of Gujarat Tigers, who have just been so good at this defensive hold of this compound from the start of the game till now. Gujarat Tigers, they've made it happen, but now against the players of Entity, are they going to fall? Are they going to stand tall? We are about to find out. Sui going for a push along with his teammate Troy, but they've taken a lot of damage with the utility from the side of Gujarat Tigers, and it's going to be Jackson with a brilliant 2-pointer coming in. But Entity, they retaliate in kind as a nade from Gamla Boy finds the trade. Still though, the numbers are in the favor of GT.
Forget about GT. Now I want to see what Big Brothers are going to do.
Yeah.
They were waiting for this to take place. It's going to be Prince coming out in the open, but the grenade is going to be connecting as well. AJ, the last man standing from the side of GT, will have a lot of responsibility as finish is going to be picked up by the side of Gamla Boy. He wants to enter into this vicinity and do the damage. But yes, he's getting shot from a different angle altogether. Eki is down on his knees. AJ, the last man standing. Big Brother Esports wants to dominate this fight as well.
Exactly. The third party, the timing from the side of BB is just going to be perfect. It's 2 players from the side of Big Brothers, 2 from the side of Gujarat Tigers, and just 1 man from the side of Entity left. And in fact, Gujarat Tigers also down to their last player. Jackson hiding on the first floor. Entity, their last man, Gamla Boy, is down on the ground floor. In fact, outside the compound. And Big Brothers, 2 players, Seth and Uzumaki, are looking to go for a hunt. Gamla Boy with that nade was trying to deter the player Uzumaki to move to the opposing corner. And Uzumaki does in fact listen to the call, but still holding on to that trigger. There's 2 crates lying close to Gamla Boy. How much refills have he gotten?
Now the first aids. I would want to see whether he'll be going in for that heal battle.
Look at Seth. Look at his flank. That's also a good position to work with.
Gamla Boy right now trying to hold on to his horses. He knows it's all about him trying to keep the opponents
Oh,
away
he's
from
burning.
him. No, he's just put that Molotov inside the building.
Oh.
And now changing his position. A best thing for him to do. A grenade is going to be cooked in from either sides. He needs to be careful with what's going to happen next. He has to make it inside the circle. 10 first aids. Just go in for the heal battle. Do not come out in the open. Let them finish things off. And GT gets finished off. It's going to be that man. It's going to be Uzumaki pulling things off as they get that winner chicken dinner for themselves. Big Brothers with almost 15 finishes for themselves. What a great gameplay coming in from the side of Big Brothers. Two-man standing.
Yeah.
They went in for the heal battle. And then they decided, you know what, I've got the perfect spot. Just come and regroup. Regroups at the right time. Entity, the longest rotation works out. And GT, a great job so far.
Actually, all the teams in the top 4 actually had brilliant moves to showcase. You talk about Team Empire, their survival instincts, the fight they were able to take against the players of Team Soul. That was also very impressive. Entity, you have already mentioned time and time again, the longest rotation ever we've witnessed on this map of Miramar. Gujarat Tigers, the stronghold of the compound, was absolutely phenomenal. And as we talk about the winners of this game, Big Brothers, I thought they were just going to be aggressive right off the bat when they drop clashed against the players of OG.
True.
But this time, realizing that, all right, it's Wakendi, we need to be a little bit calmer, they held back, moved slightly far away from OG, but still close to the center and still close to the players of Gujarat Tigers so that they could take control of those spots when it was necessary. And, of course, it just worked out quite nicely for them. I believe they're going to be there with 15 or 16 eliminations from this game as well.
Yeah, and I would love to see the overall standing after this game because two big leaps coming in. One Entity at the 4th position. They've got some great finishes as well as great position points. Big Brother Esports were right below them. Even they've got a chicken dinner over here. But again, a lot more things are going to be coming your way. If you guys are enjoying this, as I said, do not be selfish, guys, because I've seen most of you are just stuck to your screens. I mean, I want you guys to share it among your friends so that they can come in and enjoy whatever happens over here.
Exactly. And one thing that we keep asking you guys is don't be default. Just like these teams that are there playing their matches, their strategies aren't default. And you guys don't need to be default as well. And when I say that, I talk about this. That's going to be on our screens in a few short moments. And it is going to be exciting to witness, but as I keep building it up, I know you guys are wondering, what is it? What is Don't Be Default? Well, here we go. A lot of beautiful stuff available for every single player that enjoys playing BGMI. Wear your creds, ladies and gentlemen. And we definitely do, right?
Yeah. And it says wear your creed. I really like the tagline as well. You know, you could be one of the creeds in the lobby. So let's see whether that's going to be the case. But yes, coming back to what a great map of Weekendy we had. If you were impressed by one team, apart from the side of Team Entity, with that rotation which they've got, which team has it been?
I think that is definitely Big Brothers, because even during the mid-game, I thought they would get overheated and just drop out of the match. But no, they held back quite nicely. And sometimes having that level of patience is extremely important for your survival. Entity also did the same thing, because it was very easy for Entity to think, oh, Team Soul is also out in the open, maybe we can take this fight. They completely avoided that. They saw Team Soul towards the eastern side and they just moved west.
Yeah, and that's the clever way for you to do. Don't take unnecessary fights. And you know, I have been telling this in the recent past that in the game of BGMI, you need to be in the right place at the right time to get that chicken dinner. But lately, I'm able to see that you can place yourself in the right place and you can place yourself at the right time to get that chicken dinner. And that is going to be Gamla Boy as well as Uzumaki. You know, they were placing themselves at the right corners. At somewhere when I felt that, you know, Gamla Boy's heal battle might fail, thanks to the grenade coming in from the side of Uzumaki to end things for the side of GT.
I mean, just correlating to what's written behind us to what he was saying. It says land, loot, and survive. Surviving is the most important thing of this game. But talk about surviving. Let's talk about the players that were able to survive in the previous game. And while we do that, we'll have a look at the highlights of the match as well, ladies and gentlemen. This was one of the most fun Weekendy games I could ask for. I usually hate how slow this map is, but I just loved this particular Weekendy and how these teams played it out.
Yeah, and this is one of the most amazing clutches which I saw in the recent past, coming in from the side of Rex. God, Rex doing a great job out there surviving and making sure his teammates have got another fighting chance. But again, Uzumaki, from here I felt that they might fall short because Uzumaki's grenade did the job, but again, they had lost a player over here. Kyoya was the man standing with Saif and Uzumaki. So let's see how things turn out for them in the further games as well.
And this was the moments where I felt that Big Brothers might just struggle to close out the match, and I did not even think they would be able to make it to the top 4, to be honest, because there were so many teams that were pushing towards them, and they themselves were struggling and frantic for position and map control most of the times, but they handled all of that quite beautifully. And I would like to correct myself on one thing. I did say, as I said, I don't hate how slow India is, I'm just not a fan of how slow it is.
I mean, I've seen several people have the same kind of a review until the final circle forms
The
up.
final circle of this map is the best because there's so much chaos.
Yeah, you need to wait for it, right?
Yeah.
If you want something great, you need to wait for it. But again, Saif, I did not see this team stop. Look at that, 7 teams alive and they've got 11 finishes already. If they had the man standing, the story would have been different. But Asur, from the side of Flight, the way he was able to jiggle around and then register those knocks and finishes was also amazing. But this is how the cookie crumbled. The last few moments, Uzumaki getting that knock against Ege was the most crucial thing against the side of Gujarat.
Yeah, and this was again another brilliant move from the side of Big Brothers. They just sent Saif to the top of that shack, and his job was basically to mark the exits and not let Gamla Boy and the last player from the side of Gujarat Tigers have any escape options. And these two players combined together did that brilliantly. That one move made the chicken dinner so easy for Big Brothers.
I mean, Big Brothers, I would like to, speculate few things as well. Because when it comes to a IGL like Uzumaki, if it was any other IGL, he would have been like, you know what, however you're heal battling, I'll try to go get as many finishes as possible before I get down. But Uzumaki thought otherwise. He was like, you know what, I believe that we might have a fighting chance over here. Why don't you make it inside the circle and come closer to me? So sometimes when you take those daring calls, it's going to reward you with something great like this.
Exactly. You play for survival. I'll just not even try to get the finishes. I'll dish out the damage and make sure that the chicken dinner is ours and no one takes it away from them. Playing for the priority of the win. And at least in the top 3, you can prioritize the win if you have the numbers. I think that was one thing that was done quite beautifully from the side of Big Brothers. But talking about beautiful things, every time I say that word, this thing pops up. The Fool's Blessing, ladies and gentlemen. The amazing Scarlet skin that is there in the game. And we are still struggling. I mean, Arka just went, when he had the break, went for another spin. Did not work out, right?
No, I did not.
Not yet.
I just fell short by a distance. Now I'm starting to feel that I'll be able to get. As I said, the success rate of somebody. Yeah, I already got that.
Oh,
so the success rate of somebody getting this skin seems to get higher by the minute.
Yes.
So if you guys still have not got one for yourself, why don't you try your luck? I somewhere feel that you're going to be rewarded well, as I'm already feeling lucky.
Yeah, go ahead, check it out. There's a lot of other things as well. There's a DP skin, there's helmet and everything available for you guys. And of course, this is the Fool's Blessing, the new set that's been introduced. There's along with that, we do see the new RP, the X suit. There's a lot of stuff, ladies and gentlemen, for you guys to enjoy in BGMI. And a lot of things that, well, you guys can go check it out yourself inside of the game. And it is going to be quite exciting to play your matches with all of these skins equipped. But talking about exciting things, we're going to bring our conversation back to the game, of course, because we are about to head towards the last match of the day, Arka.
Yeah, Erangel.
Yes.
And this is going to be testing grounds for many teams out there, because this is going to be the last map of the day where you can experiment things, because tomorrow you need to stick to your textbook basics. Tomorrow you need to bring in your best strategies and make the best use of the final 3 games you have got for yourself. So I hope that teams are prepared to come in and play over here and make sure, or the final 5 games which they have for themselves. And MVP of the previous game is something I want to witness, because there were several contenders. BB, then we had ENT as well.
I'm going to be the genie in your life, and I'm going to fulfill your wish of having the MVP displayed on the screen. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll move forward, have a look at the MVP of the previous game. And it is going to be none other than Sarvit from the side of Big Brothers. 5 eliminations, 33.3 contributions. So we know it's 15 eliminations for the entire team. And overall, a very good performance. 30 bomb being dropped by this team.
15 or 16?
It's 50.
Okay.
Last digit left would be the 0.1. I don't think we can convert that 0.1 into a finish.
No wonder I call you the mathematical genius of the table.
I'm not
but
a mathematical genius, by the way. I'm
I
very
mean,
bad at maths.
we do consider you that way, and imagine how bad we could be if that's the case. But coming back, yes, there's going to be 3 players of Big Brother Esports sharing among the podium themselves. It's going to be 5-4-4, making it a total of 13. 14 finishes out here.
Yeah.
But again, Sue from the side of Team Entity as well has done a decent job. God Rex, we spoke about this, right? That DBS 1v3 which he pulled off at the moment where they were almost getting finished off from the side of Wingod was also one of the most credential moments of this day as well.
Yeah, it was quite impressive because that was the one moment that resulted in the team surviving for a few extra seconds, and Rex was definitely quite key in his team's performance in this game. But again, Siu, the man from Entity Gaming, was also very important for his team. 4 eliminations, and we saw how much of a struggle was there for the side of Entity.
Oh yes, all those pixels being used by now from the pro players to get those finishes as well. But yes, Wingod Rex, these were one of the few moments where he was able to pull off the wonders as well. But again, you know, coming back to what we were speaking when it comes to the map of Vikendi, forget about all these players who have got so many finishes. We'll also have to speak about the kind of support they got from their teammates as well.
Yes.
But before we enter that phase, we'll be looking at the point standings of the previous game.
Here we have the rankings of the previous match, ladies and gentlemen. Big Brothers, as we mentioned, a 30 bomb being dropped on the map of Vikendi, and this is definitely going to propel them up in the podium of the overall rankings. But along with them, it's going to be Entity Gaming taking a massive leap as well with 20 points secured. Gujarat Tigers, this is what we've been expecting from the start. This was a good game coming in overall. They played to the strength that was given to them at the start of the match, and they played to their strongest suits.
Yes, TE as well, Team Empire, one of those teams who have done a decent job to maintain themselves inside the circle, will also be getting 12 points for themselves, as TMZ will be getting 10. Now, the bottom of the table, there are going to be some disappointments, including the side of Team Soul to go down with just 1 point BR as well. But Metal Wings, as you said, once the wings got cut off, I don't think so they were able to mechanize themselves to fly again, as UK7 is going to be accompanying them at the very bottom of the table with 0 points.
Metal Wings just fell apart like a house of cards, and there was no coming back from that. Players going in one by one into the fight. It was a struggle. The spread was there as well. I think they wanted to start the game with a 2-2 split, but it did not really play out in their favor. 2 players dropped by one team in the other side. The other 2 players getting sandwiched by 2 different teams on the other part of the map. Quite an unfortunate moment. Even the same goes for UK07. Caught off by rotation, nowhere left to run.
Yeah, and you know, this is a map of Vikendi we are speaking about. You just can't run out in the open and not get caught off. So I hope that teams learn things the hard way and the right way as well, so that, you know, next time they don't do such mistakes. And all of these things you can learn only in the Pro Series. When it's the open challenges, we are not so ruthless. We expect you to, you know, somehow make mistakes and survive. But when it comes to the Pro Series, we ourselves put a cloak of being a little more harsh with the players, because they are fighting amongst the best.
Talk about putting on a cloak. I think if you want to put a cloak in the game, this is the one you need to use. The new X suit, ladies and gentlemen. The perfect thing that's going to, well, make sure your opponents fear you, because they know you have the swag.
Yeah, absolutely agreed on that. And also the staff looks so good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you know, sometimes I just hope. You know, one thing which I miss from the X suit is the kind of main we carry. You know, if he had that big mane over him, it would have been much more better.
I don't think you and I can pull it off. Maybe Salty, because he has got a good physique.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
We're working there, right?
Yeah, we're working. We're trying to get
reaching there very soon. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are enjoying all the games out here, I know that you're going to enjoy the final game as well. We have been telling this. There are several people out there who are missing out all these actions, and they're not far away. They're just one call away from you guys. Try to find out who that person is and call him over here on the stream. And coming back, Johnny, if you see several performances of individuals, tell me one individual who stands out for you so far in this tournament.
So far in this tournament, I would still say I'm still waiting out. I'm still holding out on that word. Because as of now, these teams still, the competition is very close.
Yeah.
We just saw Group 4 in action today for the first time. And until the first week is done, because this tournament this time around, the Pro Series, is very, very intense. 5 matches, 1 week. You get 15 games in total to qualify. And we all know 5 games not enough sample size, but still, talking about individuals, I would still say, I mean, it's just not one player from any particular team, but I would say impressive teams, if you were to ask me. There would definitely be the new side of entity that we have seen. There would be the side of Big Brothers, and they have always been impressive. Seth and Sarwet, two of the most impressive players I've seen in the recent age. But talk about impressive players, and ladies and gentlemen, guess who's back? It's going to be none other than the biggest player of them all, Salty. He's going to be joining us. How are you doing, Salty?
That was a great introduction, Johnny. We will definitely settle our differences when we get back to our rooms. But for sure, I mean, there are some great players and there are some great teams, especially in this last game. And I'm specifically looking at God's Reign, to be honest, because their performance has been underwhelming, especially after the transfer for Robin from God's Reign to OR.
Yes.
I think that has sort of maybe halted the run, which was very evident inside of INKR.
Yeah, everyone's reaction to when they found out about that ship was like, what happened? What is going on? Am I in an alternate universe witnessing all of this right now? Everyone reacted the same because no one expected that move.
No, so I think we sort of I think I sort of anticipated that a little bit, especially with OS's entry. They had that influx of leaders, right? They had two leaders up there who had to work in tandem, which was working fine. But then, from a personal player standpoint as well, right? OS possibly would have wanted to play, and that sort of resulted in maybe Robin.
I understand you want to play. Understand you want to be the player leading the team for the win. But when these two big brain players were working together, the team did so well against
Absolutely.
international teams and teams that have a lot of experience, and they were doing so well against them.
They went toe to toe to Deep Kia,
Exactly.
who sort of has been like one of the best teams in the world. So it's not even. There's nothing even to say that God's Reign, for sure, that run of form has sort of stopped.
Yeah.
That was evident yesterday. But to sort of get it back, I think one man has to lead the chart, and that will obviously be always. But I think a lot of responsibility now lies on Ninja Jot to reclaim that faith back in the lineup.
That is also true, because mid-fight, when things get chaotic, that is when the team needs to hold on to their guns. But ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We are not going to hold anything back. The last match of the day, the map of Erangel. It's on our screens. And again, Salty, we're going to deal with a Western flight path.
Yeah, we do have a Western flight path. I mean, majority of the Erangels that we have witnessed so far has sort of had that, and now I'm sort of accustomed to it. I'm not even surprised at this point. Starts off from shooting range and ends at ferry pier. Majority of that right-hand side will be alienated, but I think the teams will readjust. Might actually lead to some mid-rotation clashes, the intermediate clashes where you try and scramble for vehicles. I think the teams will try to, drop down in the dead spaces in between School and Pochinki to find those UAs, and I think that might lead to a little bit of a few eliminations here and there.
Well, it can. And we're going to find out if it will, in fact, as well. But so far, right off the bat, changes that are visible from the first angle that happened is going to be the fact that first of all, access to Yasnaya is not going to be easy.
Yeah.
The northern part of the map is quite empty, with just Reckoning being the only team towards the Severny area. But also along with that, look at that northern Georgia pole. You have a clash happening, and I believe it's going to be the side of Team TTE, Team Together Esports, who actually did have a pretty phenomenal game on the map of Miramar, and they're clashing against the players of Autobots. And this is going to be quite tricky for Autobots to execute, because Salty, look at that. They've gone for a 4-man wide split drop on the northern Georgia pole area. And of course, if we have a western flight path, we have a northeastern circle.
This is basically like action replay from the first Erangel that we witnessed in BMPS 2023, Johnny.
Yeah.
The flight path, the circle, once again, just completely shifting off track. And look at how scrambled the players are, right? There's going to be huge influx of players on towards that western on the right-hand side of the map itself. And I think towards Puchenki and the south of it, I think that is where a lot of these collisions are going to happen. But one thing is for sure, I think I'm happy for Gladiators. They had an easy entry towards military base. And eventually with that Novorupnaya bridge as well, I think they're going to have an easy entry towards the circle as well.
You know, I saw that Puchenki cluster, and my heart just went fight. You have Megastars Gaming also present as a part of that cluster, and we know that is again another team that was built around aggression. They want to take those fights. They're hungry for blood, but still they're going to prioritize safety. But
oh
Bhalu, it's a bear hunt, and it's a goat hunting a bear, by the way.
For sure, a goat hunting a bear. And Bhalu is one of the most skilled players, but I think the drop once again, I talked about the intermediate clashes, right? This is not a full-on 4v4 warfare. It's just that Bhalu had dropped into the compounds, but now currently is outnumbered by the presence of 7 Shaw players. And mind you, Goat had the highest single most frags out of every other player in the first day. So I think now Bhalu has a very tough job. And of course, it's not really going to be difficult for 7 Show to clean him up.
Yeah, no wonder the bear was running because the goat had Goku backing him up along with the rest of the players from the side of 7 Shore. All jokes aside, it was 1v4, so quite fair for Bhalu not surviving in that fight. And Team Duodai, they're going to have to readjust again on the fly, see how they're going to play this game out. Because it's not just one man that they've lost in the early stage of the game, it's 2. Sky was also picked off.
Wait, what? I'm actually not sure where did Sky go, but it's fine. Team DOD, we've seen them kind of survive from situations like these. So, Danav and Avnish OP, the strategy for them should be simple. They know, as a matter of fact, that there was a huge difference between the flight path and where the circle is placed. They would know that the right-hand shoreline of the map will be relatively empty. To make that huge rotation right up front, I think they might just be able to survive a couple of more circles without any problems. I think that should be the strategy right now.
Yeah, along with that, one more alternate strat is going to be named after one of my favorite songs, Run to the Hills. And the only hills that DOD can run towards are going to be the Stalber Kameshki Hill.
Interesting.
Can be a safe option. That slope does provide you with a decent bit of cover, especially if you just want to play for survival. But then again, if you get there and you're planning to play for survival, you can't take fights, especially if you're down to the last 2 players. You can't take fights.
Unless and until you're Manya.
Unless and until you're Manya.
I mean, that moment is still there in my mind. That moment is probably going to be in my mind for the rest of the night as well. Not just in mine, I think even everyone who's watching from back at home as well, right? I saw the chat and it went wild.
Yeah, after you pull off a play like that, it felt like Manya could actually turn water into wine.
Yeah.
And walk on water.
Exactly. And walk on water. Absolutely.
Because no one thought it was going to happen.
Exactly.
It was the most ultimate Hail Mary move that you could ask for. The last ditch attempt where you just throw everything and just hope it works. And it worked.
Those are the moments, I think, which might just immortalize BMPS 2020
that is
even
true.
more. And I just hope that it's not the end of it. I just hope that there are going to be moments even in the future. Every single game that we get to see, there will be moments which are going to be comparable. But speaking of comparable, it seems like now comparatively, the map has sort of stabilized. Every single team has sort of reached their locations right now. Gladiators, as a matter of fact, are still comfortable in that military-based region. There are going to be a little scrambles here and there, as we witness right now. Rixon IGL does attempt to spray down Reaper OG, but it doesn't really connect. It's been relatively hard on connecting these sprays from the Scarlet, really. Unless and until you might have the Fool's Blessing, after which you might be able to get some blessing to connect your sprays.
Yeah, that's the same excuse Salty uses whenever he fails to connect a spray. But anyways, I was just wondering, why is Redemption Crew rotating in such a haywire manner? It felt like they just realized, oh, we are outside the circle, let's just go. And they went for it, sent everything, every single player in a single direction. 3 of them have made it, 1 man was left behind, Baymax, and it's going to be extremely risky because he was trying to rotate through the players of VR. And he's they just let him go.
They just let him go. I mean, they just let him survive. Not for long. The shots are being fired, but from Gadros as well, it's not really going to connect. I think Baymax was left behind because he was trying to possibly shoot down a couple of players, but so far it seems like every single player, of course, every single stakeholder in that fight has left unhurt. So
yeah, took too long for Blood Rose to realize that Baymax wasn't in their team.
I think they kind of realized it quickly, but they sort of did the SWOT analysis and figured out that, alright, fine, maybe we are going to focus on our loot. Just like the graphic which appears right behind us, I was focusing on it for quite a while. It says,
It says land, loot, and
Yeah,
survive.
it says land, loot, and survive. I kind of forgot the land part, but yes, land, loot, and survive. I think that is sort of the mode of BMPS as well. Teams definitely have taken the aggressive stance early on in the game, but it's also been very evident that they are playing for survival.
It's a step-by-step process. You got to check all the boxes. First, you landed in the game, and Blood Rose was like, check.
Yeah.
They move on to the next step, looting. They're
Yeah.
done looting, and now they play for survival. But how do you play for survival when towards the south of Yasnaya, you know, the southern Yasnaya
Rice
fields,
fields.
there's a massive cluster of teams already building up, and this is the most difficult position to play for survival. At this point, you might as well just pray and head towards the Stalber Hills and play from there.
Exactly right. I 100% agree with you on that part. It's one of the most difficult regions to play and hold, and I think that is one of the reasons why there are teams who are trying to make that early move to try and get whatever pieces of real estate there is. Maybe a sniper tower, maybe a watchtower as well. Just try and get them in contention, because usually when a circle ends on this part of the map, it might actually take that sudden shift south of Yasnaya. So we'll have to find that out if it does happen.
One more thing we need to find out is if the players of DOD do actually make it to the end game stages. Having lost 2 players in the early stage of the match, still struggling for a position. But talk about struggles and look at that Eastern. First of all, the southern, the shift of the circle still sticking to Yasnaya. So a lot of these teams are going to be pretty happy about that. But those 3 teams that are rotating together from that Eastern edge, now that is where things will get extremely intense, and they will get intense very quickly, because you have Gen X FM, a team that does like to fight. Team Together Esports, who've been, well, pretty good at team fighting from the start of the day, in fact. And of course, Great Esports. Great was struggling, and I believe they are still struggling as far as the overall ranking are considered.
Yeah.
But this can be the game that helps them turn everything around.
I think they just need that one good performance, and having stalwarts like Daljit and Slayer in their lineup, they just need that one good boost in terms of morale. But speaking of boost in terms of morale, it seems like Baymax has been flooded with an influx of players from Autobots Esports. Sirvi, of course, from the flank itself and from the back lines. He will get overwhelmed with numbers, and there is nothing that he can do about it. Baymax was caught napping while his team was rotating, and now he's paid the price for it.
Yeah.
What is the morale of the story then?
Don't stay away from your teammates.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Stick together, at least in the early stages. Oh, but 7S, Hellboy knocked out. And it's going to be a very easy finish for the side of 40R to secure, but they're not finishing him off. They are just letting him be. All right, they finally let Goku have that finish, but on the radar, if you notice, there was a team quite close to them, and they did drive vehicles close to that compound as well. And now the question is 40R aware of that opposing squad? I don't think they are, because the man they just finished off belonged to another team.
Yeah, that was Team T7S right now. Team Reckoning is hot on their tails, especially with the fact that their engine symbols are on. It seems like they will be able to hear the rumbling of the vehicle. So 40R will have the idea, but of course it's difficult to sort of understand, or rather pinpoint their exact location. Speaking about Gladiators, their rotation has sort of been very interesting. I thought that they're going to find their loot in military base and then take that Nova up near bridge, but instead they've opted for a different thing. They take that military base back towards that part of the circle, and now they're trying to enter from the southwestern edge. This is something which they have done, and this is something which they have used to win championships.
Yeah.
I remember it very vividly.
I know this is the team that changed everyone's perspective on how BGMI can be played.
Yeah.
You remember, before Gladiator showed up, everyone would think, all right, center is where it's at. You play as close to the center as possible. You protect yourself from the circle shifts. But Gladiators were like, no, that is not the biggest threat. The biggest threat inside of the game is the other 15 teams that are around you and are trying to finish you off. And the only way you can avoid them is by sticking to the edge and playing a little bit slow. Let the other lads take each other out. You can rack up points at the end of the game, but it is also, again, difficult to execute. It's a simpler said than done. That is what the strategy is like. And Gladiators, they have mastered it to the core.
I think few traits or few characteristics which are needed to pull something like this off is, number one, a calm leader in the form of Destro, and of course the amount of coordination that this team has, because it can easily go haywire, right? Being at the edge of the circle, when the circle always has the tendency to make a hard shift, can throw you in a state of panic, something which Team Redemption Crew just happened, and Baymax was caught off guard. This is something which can happen quite easily to Gladiators, but never happens.
Look, it's going to happen to Redemption Crew again. I'm going to say it now because you have a 1-2-2 rotation happening right now from Redemption Crew, and the players, without knowing, as you can see on the map, are charging towards WSB 7 Shore and the side of Blood Rose Esports. It's not going to be an easy rotation to successfully accomplish. Look at that. Shreyos, first man to go down. The other two are going to fall up next, by the way.
They might just, because to be honest, WSB has sort of shown signs of promise and has shown that they are a very capable team, and if you just offer them rewards on a silver platter like that, they are going to take it every single day of the week. But it's not just them, even 40R are kind of suffering the wrath of God's Reign as well. Would love to watch that fight, but look at this, Team Blood Rose Esports, they are under heavy fire, Johnny.
They are under heavy fire indeed, and they're trying to deal with it, but unable to do so. Rixon IGL is going to be the first casualty. Gen X FM quite happy with their pickup because it's not just finish points that you get, a decent position in the map as well. But talk about position points, finish points, and God's Reign, they won them. All three players knocked out from the side of 4 Troublemakers, who are in a world of trouble now. Aquinox looking for the last player, but it's going to be blown by a nade. And God's Reign, they're going to be stopped in their tracks, but before his teammate could be finished off, Blaze ends things for the side of 4 Troublemakers.
He's going to be so angry at Ninja Jot, to be honest. That nade was perfectly cooked for Aquinox in that situation. So he's going to be extremely angry, but I hope that it's still fine. I mean, as a team, they kind of did perfect. They did not even have to invade that compound to get the first 3 frags, of course.
I was just wondering, like, am I seeing that right?
Exactly right. A team like God's Reign is not supposed to make silly mistakes like that. We've seen some big names do that, which has resulted in some big names being thrown out of competitions. I'm talking about BGIS. I'm talking about Godlike specifically, that nade coming in which knocked out Neo. But, coming back into this map of Erangel, some buggies might just have malfunction. Just get them back to the garage and fix them up.
That was a signal from the buggy to Pasha, like, don't use that car, use me. Buggies are quicker.
Oh, yeah. Possibly. It was a buggy calling him.
Yeah.
Premonition that maybe if he enters into that vehicle itself, he might get taken down. And usually it is the case, right? If you try and rotate, that buggies has been the vehicle of choice for majority of the pros, because it's just more difficult to hit or track down, especially when you try and spray down. The metal bodies have sort of protected a lot of these players sometimes as well.
Easy to maneuver, very quick, goes over terrains extremely quickly. You don't have to worry about a lot of the bumps that might cause the other vehicles to slow down. And especially in a terrain like this, as you can see, there's going to be a lot of ridges, a lot of small little dips that will hamper your movements in normal vehicles, whether you're rotating in a Dacia or a US, doesn't really matter. While in a buggy, everything's going to be extremely stable.
Yeah. I mean, it's a suspension, the superior suspension. But speak of suspension, it also the driver, Saikat, of course, just dropping down and spraying down players like it's a cakewalk for him. And it certainly is. I mean, when a player gets 8 finishes in a game, you know that just dropping down and dropping a few bodies is not really a big ball game whatsoever. But speaking of ball games, it seems like Team Megastars would want to change their stars and would want to change their fate as well. They haven't really performed consistently enough for us to make them a top contender. They definitely are in terms of quality, but in terms of executing that in real time, I think they have faltered really well.
But you know what? They've been holding on to the same position since the first stage of the game. It seems like they knew exactly what the zone is going to bring to the table, and that leads me to believe that Megastars will actually do well in this game. Megastars Gaming, I mean, we have all seen these players. And there was one thing said about this lineup. If they have control of the circle, there is nothing you can do to stop them. And as of now, they have control of the circle.
Let's just time say what actually happens later on, but look at this. It seems like Team RGE have an invasion going on right now, because it's Punk who has actually closed up. The rest of the players as well has sort of fallen suit. The first nade goes in, but no damage being dealt over there, Johnny.
Ooh, he saw Ninja Jaw take the fall, take the jump from the rooftop, but that small small little delay between his brain processing the information and his fingers reacting was the time that Ninja used to get behind cover. Blaze in the backlines can be in a world of trouble, but still Reckoning Esports, they're not overheating. They're taking their time with this execute.
But they will have to be very wary of the fact that Great Esports are also rotating quite close, and that just means that their backs are completely exposed. God's Reign as well. I think they're prepared for this fight. Always also spots out through his TPP as well that a nade was being cooked up, but now the smokes start popping up. Close up battle, and always this man always reigns supreme, but there is a trade happening.
It was an instantaneous trade. Neither of the sides holding an advantage, but Aquanox is finally going to be forced down to the ground floor to help his teammates out. Hunters and Aladdin, they're trying to deal with the pressure. They find the trade. Ninja knocked out. Aqua barely with a sliver of HP. Reckoning Esports, can they reset, or will God's Reign bring themselves back into this fight? I think from the side of God's Reign, it's almost done and dusted. If Hunter can connect this nade, he knows exactly where Aqua is. He's going to try and make it bounce off the wall, and he succeeds. That's the third man from the side of God's Reign who's been dropped. Reckoning Esports looking to wrap things up. That blockade on the entry results in Reckoning Esports taking unnecessary damage, and God's Reign, they have been handed a second shot, a second chance at this fight.
They definitely have been handed a second shot, but I'm not really sure if Blaze will be able to utilize it. One of his comrades is lying in Reckoning Esports. It seems like they've taken a backseat from that fight itself. Nades coming in. Two players being finished off from two different teams. WSB, Zap, just coming in into this fight and be like, alright, fine, I'm going to chime in all your hard work that you did.
I got very confused when that nade popped and both of them disappeared. I was like, alright, which one of you guys did it? And then turns out it was Zap from the side of WSB, but kudos to WSB. Capitalization to the point, to the max. They saw an opportunity, they took it, and they have a few more lying in front of them as Great Esports are down to their final two players, out of which Draco, we see him knocked out. Rayad, he's trying to survive the damage from the blue, but he's not going to succeed, and that is it. The end for the side of Great Esports in this match as well. We're finally down to the top 10 teams, Salty.
We definitely are, but I mean, Great Esports, they're very far away from being great right now, struggling in every single facet of the game, be it rotation, be it gunfights. It seems like they've sort of dug their own grave every single time. And WSB, pioneers of movement, they are quite close to the circle, approximately about 100 meters, but it seems like the presence of another opposition in the form of Autobots has sort of troubled them. They cannot really maneuver in open space. As soon as they try and do that, it seems like shots are being fired which block their mobility in ways where WSB are completely choked into this corner.
Yeah. Zaref is going to fall back, try and see and check, in fact, what can he find in those containers over there, but on our screens, at least for now, we have the players of ECE trying to take the fight against Team Together Esports. Utility exchange from either sides. Nades being lobbed indoors. And even if one of them connects, it can be the opening that ECE was looking for. But from the third party is where they're going to take a massive hit. ECE losing out on a lot of their players. And ParaBTC is going to look to see if he can secure those elimination points for his own team. And they are succeeding as well.
They certainly are succeeding. I mean, this is such a nice hole, to be honest. When there are fences and compounds, it's not really easy to invade, and that is exactly what we get to see. On the other side, of course, WSB, they have been sort of caught off guard, especially amidst two teams right now. Shogun, it's a cakewalk for him. It's a walk in the park. Man just drives by Zap and just runs over Raiden as well. Raiden is still, of course, surviving, but a lot of damage has been dished out, and Shogun finally disembarks from his chariot to try and do the dirty work on the field itself, but I think it's not really going to be difficult for them to clean up WSB.
It's not going to be too difficult for Gladiators to clean them up. It's the damage from the blue that can change things around for them, though. Delta barely inching inside the circle. WSB looking to do the same. And Gladiators, the hunt is on from their side. The war horns have been rung, and Gladiators, they're going for a push now. WSB, the reset that they wanted is there, and Gladiators, they're just going to run into a trap. Shotguns lined up from either side. It's going to be the lads from the side of WSB who falls there. Flousman standing. Three players from GDR all together in tandem, prepared to take down WSB, and they succeed as well. Top 6 teams remaining, 15 players still alive, and Gladiators are the only team anywhere close to the circle.
This is what happens when a lion walks into a mousetrap. On the other side, of course, this fight is still happening, but Team Together Esports, they now have different neighbors in the form of Blood Rose, and they might just get problematic, especially if Pasha and Viper stitch together a partnership. Para and Sevi, they definitely are prepared. I think their positions have been marked, but Blood Rose Esports, for how long can they hold on without disturbing TTE? I think that is inevitable. It almost seemed like Pasha got that finish, but it was reckoning.
He got one hit in.
Yeah.
He helped them out
Yeah.
with that one hit. And by the way, you know how he knew? I think he saw the pixels of the backpack from behind that tree. That's how he knew where Avinash was.
That was crazy, to be honest, to actually find pixels like that and spot them in such small mobile devices. It's absolutely crazy. But I think this is also a part of being a pro. But look at this rotation coming in from Blood Rose Esports.
But look at the 2-2 split from the players of TTE as well. It can be the counter for this rotation. Viper instantly dropped even before he could do anything after entering the edge of the zone. And the other player from the side of Blood Rose is also out of the picture. Blood Rose Esports eliminated in a very awkward manner. The desperate rotation not really working out. And along with them, Reckoning Esports also biting the dust salty. We're down to the top 3 teams where we have Gladiators in control in reign of this game. They have to try and gatekeep the players of Megastars Gaming and the players of Team Together Esports.
Yeah.
At the same time, it's not an easy job for Gladiators to pull off.
It's not an easy job, especially when the final circle is possibly the most mechanically skilled in the entire community. One side you've got Gladiators, on one side you've got talented players from Team Together Esports who stitched together an insane game for themselves on the map of Miramar. And of course, you also have the lads from Team Megastars, who are pioneers of aggressive gameplay themselves. Sevi plays, of course, tries to blind spray down the lads from Gladiators, but it's not really going to connect. It's going to be very tough. But look at this split coming in from Megastars. Cypher so close to Gladiators, but I think he's been spotted, and that's why he's going to pay the price. The buggy was not exploded.
Well, that vehicle was quite close to him, so as soon as it blew up, it was enough damage to take him down. But Gladiators, they need to reset themselves, readjust their focus, because Team Together Esports, they still have 3 players to work with. And it's going to be an easy 3v3 for them. The Megastars holding on to the edge. Legit under heavy fire is going to be dropped by Sevi. Black's last player remaining. Delta, he knows exactly where the opposition is. A few blind shots inside the smoke to see if he can get the finish points or at least the hit marker. Does not really succeed.
You know, this is what is confidence in Gladiators, right? They completely negate the circle and try and pin down all their focus into their opposition. And that is one of the reasons why Team Megastars, they're struggling. Cypher was spotted and taken down instantly. Legit was spotted and knocked down instantly as well. And now he's been finished off. But the finish goes to Krunal. It seems like Gladiators, they are going to be excited to try and fight down TTE because a lot of rivalry has sort of brewed up. Blacks will still try and hold on to his position, but I'm not sure if that's going to last for long. But Team Together Esports is still a major thorn in Gladiators' path to glory, the road to glory hashtag that we utilize. It seems like that is in display right now.
It is not just them, it's Blacks as well, because Blacks can be the kingmaker of this game. He can decide the fate for both these teams, but he is now put under heavy fire again by Saikat, and his team made a pixel of HP, and the pixel perfect shot finally connects. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, we're down to the top 2 teams. A 3v3, an all-out war between Gladiators and Team Together Esports. Saikat with the flank, Sevi and Krunal trying to hold the front lines, while Gladiators are also looking to make a 2-1 split play amongst themselves. They're trying to push from up north, while the players from TTE want to take the approach from the southern side of the ridge.
I love the fact that TTE react to the fact that they were being choked. They instantly try and drop down the smokes to create that little bit of a space. But how can Gladiators react to it?
They're lining up the nades and they are hoping that they connect.
What?
They want to shut down the flank. Well, at least the damage is dished out. But enough of utility. Justin went for a little bit of a buggy bait strategy. Did not really work out as well as he thought he would. Last nade on Shogun. He has 2 Molotovs to work with. If either of them connects, hits the mark, and the players of Team Together Esports take damage, that will be enough. But the nade from Shogun, right on the marker, right where he wanted. Krunal knocked out, and now Gladiators know they have the upper hand in this fight. Even the Molotov is going to make sure that Sevi is unable to push forward further from that car. He's hiding behind inside that truck, and Krunal, he's trying to push so that he can get some information for his teammates, but it's going to be a slam from Justin, and even Sevi's going to drop. Saikat is going to be the last man left standing in a 1v3, and his position is still hidden, but he can't do anything in a position like this. 3 players in front of his eyes, and he is still holding on to his weapons. What was he thinking to accomplish? Gladiators steamrolling over the players of Team Together Esports for an impressive win for themselves.
It certainly was impressive, to be honest, Johnny, because Gladiator seems like an unstoppable force, just road rolling over every single one. 11 finishes on this team.
11 eliminations, yeah.
11 eliminations on Gladiators, 13 eliminations on Team Megastars.
Wow.
These two just wiped off the rest of the lobby, while the rest of them were just caught napping.
Yeah, and whatever is left, I think we can give it to Team Together Esports, because they also played very well in this matchup, and both these teams are very consistent, especially Team Together. Let's not forget the impressive win that they had in their name.
I think it's also the rotational play from Team Together Esports as well. Their gunpowder is brilliant, but the rotation has been absolutely fabulous. The last fight, you can understand the circle was not in their favor. It was a 3v3 fight. It was even Stevens, but they did not really have that real estate to try and stop a team like Gladiators.
So even Arka was trying to point this out to me, and I think to you as well, that I think Team Together Esports was out of throwables as well.
Yeah.
I think they just had Molotovs to work with, not grenades, not smokes. And we knew in a situation like this, when you have a ridge separating two teams, smokes are going to be important to cover angles, allow you to push from the flanks, and utility lob through the smokes lined up perfectly. You're going to be tossing it blind, but even if one nade connects and does enough damage to the players, it makes it so much easier for your teammates to run around the corner and just secure those knocks with the weapons.
I think even for sure the artillery warfare was always in favor of Gladiators, but in spite of that as well, I feel they just had more options to deal with inside the final circle. You saw how Shogun was also trying to use his vehicle to bait out these players. So for sure, Gladiators, they had the upper hand in terms of experience on how to deal on a final circle 3v3, and that kind of showed. But TT, I think this was a nice experience for them to kind of get, and I feel like this team definitely has the potential to sort of make a comeback. Speaking of making a comeback, there is a very pretty cosmetic which has made a comeback on our screen. What is that?
It's the blessing, just like the blessing that Gladiators had in the game. The Fool's Blessing, ladies and gentlemen. This is something that you guys can get for yourself, and all you have to do is go into the reward section in BGMI and check out the spin and win contest that's happening for the Fool's Blessing. If you guys win, do make sure to let us know. We'll be a part of your celebrations as well. But talking about celebrations, I'm pretty sure Team Together Esports, they might have lost the game, but overall how they played today, they're going to be celebrating for sure.
They certainly will have to celebrate. I'm not really sure on the fact that they're going to be extremely happy, because this is the standards that they have set last season. This is not something unrealistic for them.
They're going to be okay happy.
They're going to be okay happy. They're going to have a good night's sleep.
Exactly.
To say the very least, because when you look at players like Para and Sevi, they're very well equipped to kind of lead the team. But of course, I think speaking of the game itself, how it went, not just for TTE, for the rest of the lobby as well, we'll have to have a look at the highlights. And to say the least, it's been scrappy up front.
Yeah, and I think it was a scrappy start from a lot of these teams. I think we can attribute majority of that, like 90% of that, to how weird the zone was. Because we're heading towards the eastern side in the middle of nowhere. Shelter, Mansion were key positions, and we know those southern Asnaya farms can definitely become a big challenge. Especially that was the main curveball that was delivered in this particular match, when everyone was forming cluster towards that southern farm, and all of a sudden that southern shift came in. And there was just one team in a good spot inside of the circle, and that was Team Megastars Gaming. Apart from them, everyone else was up north. This is where Gladiators just played smart. They just went to a compound and just held on for dear life. You guys fight it out. We'll take care of whoever's left.
You know, we were talking about that big contrast in the strategy or the approach of gameplay, where you mentioned about teams focusing on the center of the circle and then Gladiators just completely changing that particular meta. I talked about how them coming back from the military base bridge has sort of helped them win championships. Well, this was a prime example. They just won the game in front of our eyes. A very complicated rotation to pull off, but Gladiators, they know how to do it.
Exactly, they know how to do it as well. And one of the reasons, I mean, they've never abandoned that military bridge rotation is because of how slow they exit the military base as well. Their timing is so off that every single time a team has thought that, oh, we're going to challenge Gladiator Esports, we're going to block the bridge entry for them, they've ended up ruining their own performance for their particular game because teams don't know how to deal with the late pressure of trying to breach inside the circle and how to find space for yourself when you're the last person to arrive in stage 3 and stage 4.
Exactly. I think one of the reasons why Gladiators have been very successful is because they have been, or rather they have managed to negate the pressure, unnecessary pressure from other teams mid-rotation as well. And when they do plan to go on aggressive, this is exactly what happens because they just run over players like it's nothing.
Literally.
That one fight, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was against FS, if I'm not mistaken, they just walked into that mousetrap of players, vehicles, and smokes. But in spite of that, they got 2 runovers, 2 knocks in a 3-squad team. Like, that's just insane.
They started chasing them. They got 1 pick and they saw this team move up north.
Yeah.
And Gladiators' instincts were like, and all of them, by the way, just like, I think we're on the same page. Like, guys, that is where we are going. Those are the people we are after now. We don't want anyone else. These are the teams we are going to take out. These are the players. And they just slammed in inside of the smokes. FS, they tried the level best. But if a team charges towards you and as soon as they arrive, you lose 2 players, doesn't matter if it was a 4v4 to begin with, you have lost that fight already. You can't bring yourself back into that fight unless a miracle happens and one of the players from the side just 1v4s with a DBS or something.
Yeah, speaking of miracles, I think this was sort of a miracle because I was praying for Gladiators to come back to their absolute best. I think in this entire competition, we've only had 2 days, but we have had a lot of teams play, right? And so far in this journey, I was still missing Gladiators in their prime. I was still missing the Gladiators that we just witnessed in this one. So this was the game, I think, where they showed the true potential, and now the journey is going to change for them.
Exactly. The journey is going to change for everyone, especially today was a big day for all of us watching the BGMI Pro Series as well, ladies and gentlemen. And one of the things that makes it big is these new announcements that happen every single time we come out for an official, the new X suit being introduced inside of the game. We got our hands on the one that was there during the BGIS.
Yeah.
But now I think, Salty, it's time to get our hands on this one.
Yeah, get our hands on this one. And I heard that you and Arka were talking about the fact that this X suit would suit me. I'm not really sure how. I don't think I'm worthy enough of wearing it. This is the elite suit, man. Come on, I just can't go in and wear an Iron Man suit, right? So this again is sort of like a similar territory for me.
I think you can pull it off.
Just because I have these guns.
Yes, but do your weapons work as good as the teams that are playing right now? That is all. I don't think so. Yeah, Salty is bad at the game. But anyways, as we were talking about teams and players, and one thing that I wanted to shine a light upon was today, for the first time, we got to see at least one group play as a whole. Now, we have seen all 48 teams from this first group in action, and then the subgroups as well have played a lot of their matches. Blind Esports, day 1, 2 chicken dinners.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a dream start.
That certainly is a dream start, but I'm not really sure if you're surprised because you talked of momentum yesterday, how 3 back-to-back games might be affecting their mentality. Now, this format is such where every single game that you play is like a one-off opportunity. You don't play every single game for one single day, right? You don't have the help of momentum with you. One good game is one good game, and every single game has to be taken one at a time. But for Blind Esports, they had the opportunity of having a little bit of a momentum going in for them 3 back-to-back games, which I think nobody else in this group so far has sort of experienced. I mean, the entire group experienced, but Blind sort of capitalized on it.
I think what was brilliant from their side especially was the comeback on Sanok after they made massive mistake on the map of Miramar. Miramar did not go their way, I believe. If I'm correct, they got like 1 or 2 points from that game. We're going to confirm that in a bit once we have a look at the overall ranking, because we know for a fact 1 point. Yeah, 1 point from the map of Miramar, and they had the win on Erangel to work with. So that safety cushion of the 30 bomb on Erangel was helpful till Miramar, but they had to perform on Sanok as well if they want to make sure that at the end of the day, their overall ranking is going to keep them in a fighting position for tomorrow.
I think they definitely are in a position where they might be competing with the likes of Hydra and Soul for the number 1 spot, if I'm not mistaken. But speaking of that performance, I think even Blind and their coaching staff sort of realized that that was an individual brilliance from Mania. That was not the ideal gameplay that Blind must be looking exactly, because I did not really get to, I mean, not just me, I think even you sort of, when the match was going on, did not really get to see how did Blind get eliminated, right? 3 players completely vanishing off, especially from a big lineup like that. I think that is where a big blunder was made. But well, when you actually talk about blunders on the other spectrum of it all, there is someone who actually outshines the rest of the competition. I'm talking about the MVP, and that's going to be Blacks from Megastars Gaming. 9 finishes. Is that a new record in this one? In this
I
tournament?
think that has to be an individual performance, a record for an individual performance, at least for this Pro Series.
Yeah.
This time around, and definitely on day number 2, it seems like the players are getting all warmed up. Every single match we see someone outperform somebody else who did better than them a little bit earlier. But look at this top 5 players, and it's going to be Blacks there with 9 finishes. We have Justin from Gladiator Esports with 6. We have Saikat with 4 eliminations. Shogun from Gladiators with 3. And Legit from Megastars with 3 eliminations. Feels like the top 5 players are also from the top 3 teams of the match.
Exactly. I mean, and that is always going to be the case, especially when they just wipe out half the lobby. But
Yeah.
you've got to give it to Blacks. I think he is one of the most talented players from this particular lineup. I mean, even when Mayavi in his interviews, right, he's always spoken very highly of this particular player. And time again, in high pressure situation and in official tournaments, he's sort of proven his mettle. Speaking of proving his mettle, I mean, he has earned his team 13 finishes and 10 position points. 23 points in total.
This is why the man was praised, because he has 9 eliminations all by himself. His other 3 teammates combined got 4.
Exactly.
And he's the reason that the team is not too far behind of the Gladiators, who finished the game with an impressive win. And of course, 26 points being put on the board. Team Together Esports, again, another team that has been very consistent throughout the day. 19 points being secured from this match. We have Reckoning Esports following them up with 12 points in total being put on the board. Then there's going to be WSP, Blood Rose on the 6th with just 7 points. God's Reign, it's going to be there on the 7th with 7 eliminations. And to be fair, I'm actually quite surprised seeing DOD in the top 8. I thought they took an exit very early on in the game.
Yeah, but they only lost 2 players, and then Danav and Avinash, they were still surviving on that buggy itself. I think that buggy helped them get 4 position points. We were talking about it.
It's a lucky buggy.
That was a lucky buggy. But on the other page, of course, you've got Great Esports, 4 points, 7 shows, Autobots, 4 TR. Execute Esports as well, Genix FM. Now for Genix FM, I'm not really sure what's going wrong, because in certain games they perform so brilliantly where you feel like, alright fine, this is the next big super team that is there, and in games they just completely shut down. This Erangel, I think, was a part of the latter group.
I agree with you. It was all about the teams that just started their day today and were looking to secure the maximum number of points they could. Although, if you're talking about teams that have been a little bit of a letdown today, I think it is again going to be the conversation about Great Esports, because again, considering the lineup that they have, our expectations are of this team at dominating at least a few games, and that hasn't happened yet. Along with them, Genix FM, yesterday they were looking so solid. Today it seems like has been a complete shutdown of momentum from their side.
Even Seven Shores, as a matter of fact, right?
Yes.
Seven Shore yesterday kind of showed that this is one of the dark horse teams to actually watch out for, because when they played in the BGIS, we kind of addressed them as underdogs. We addressed them as the dark horses back then as well. But now coming into the BMPS, I felt like that experience from the prior official tournament is going to help them, but it hasn't really resulted in consistency. It has resulted in performances, but not consistency.
Exactly, but we also have to figure out how the impact of the consistent performance has been for the teams that have actually done quite well for themselves today. And the only way we do that is when we have a look at the overall ranking. Who do you think is going to be on the top, though? Any guess? Guess one. Quick.
I think it's going to be
quick.
blind.
It's going
I
to be
think
blind?
It's going to be blind.
Let's find it out, ladies and gentlemen, if Salty is right about his answer.
I mean, I've always been in the firing lines, but it's fine. I'll take one for the team. It's going to be Team Together Esports. I completely forgot about them. And I'm off. I'm very off. I'm off by 20 points.
And also, Team Together Esports, their run today, and this is why I kept talking about this team so much, was so phenomenal. Look at that highest number of eliminations on the first page itself. 34 elimination points secured. Team Soul, they're doing quite well for themselves. They managed to hold on to that second spot till the end of the day, and they've made sure that the difference between them and the leaders of the lobby is not that much, just 5 points. But Team Solo is not alone. An impressive day coming in from the side of Team BB, Big Brothers. And I think the lads sitting on the 4th position, Team Hydra, they're just waiting. Let us play our match and we'll show you guys.
Absolutely. But on the other side, of course, the second page does not really look very nice, especially for teams like Team X Spark, 41 points. They still have one more game to go, of course, and that is a major difference. Like a difference of 20 points and one match is still remains for the likes of Team X Park, UP50, even not Gujarat Tigers actually. Gujarat Tigers and Team Megastars, they've played 4 matches, but still they're not really very high up. So in terms of the bonus points, I don't think they're going to get much.
Exactly. That is the thing that I was coming forward to, because now, ladies and gentlemen, here's the breakdown. You see that matches played counter. For the teams that the counter says 4, they just have 1 match remaining for tomorrow. For the teams that have played 3 matches, they're going to play 2 games tomorrow. 5 games for these teams every single week. And we talked about those bonus points being handed out at the end of the week, right? That is also going to, that picture is going to be a little bit clearer to us tomorrow as well, because we will have the 48 teams from Group Blue ranked out based on their performances. And of course, if you are sitting on that first position, that 25 points, they feel like such a big deal. That's such a nice boost to have.
Such a nice boost to have, but not really a good, nice place to be, especially if you are in this region from 25th to 48, because this is where you don't really get any sort of bonus points, right? And for WSB, for the bigger names in the picture, right, be it Hindustan Gaming, be it THW, DOD or Enigma, I think these are the teams who have to try a little bit harder.
I'm glad you said Enigma, because what is happening to Enigma, Wingod, DOD and THW? 15-13 elimination. They're doing so well in the fights in the 3 matches that they played. So there is a lot of potential, but placement points, 3 placement points, that is not enough.
That certainly is not enough, especially in the 3 games that you play. As we move further, of course, we have a look at the teams from the 33rd to the 40th position. Once again, some pretty good names in the form of great esports who have such great players in their lineup. You've got Team Claw, who has looked so lackluster, and then you've got 5 Filter Esports, who performed so brilliant in BGIS.
And it is going to be definitely interesting to see what the last page of the rankings is going to look like. And I think these are the teams that were just having an unfortunate times in every single game that they played. We saw the wipeout of OG as they started their day going up against the players of Big Brothers towards Yasnaya. Lucknow Giants not having a fun time. In the last game, we witnessed what happened to ECE as they were caught off guard on the outer sides of their church building. And they were just destroyed, a sandwich being created. Version 9 as well, getting picked off mid rotations every single time. And for the side of T7S, they lost like a couple of team fights today, just have 4 finish points. BR Titans, UK07 Redemption Crew, just very unorthodox rotation. I mean, one question is, why rotate in the middle of other squads?
I'm not really sure. I mean, it is something which they will have to go back to the drawing board and fix it. Possibly, if not for tomorrow, then maybe for week 2 as well. Because it's safe to say that teams who are in the 5th and the 6th page of the overall standings, they don't really stand a chance of getting any points whatsoever from the bonus points that we have to offer. And that just means that you just have to go back, enjoy your break. Of course, you've got a break of 3 days. Try and work your way out and come back stronger in week 2.
Yeah, because, I mean, you can try and come back stronger, because Salty, did you forget? There's going to be reshuffles happening as well.
Oh!
This is the fun part. This is why I fell in love with when I heard about this format, because nothing will ever be the same. Every week, it's going to be an exciting new day that we will get to witness, and teams are going to have to adapt on the fly every single time. Yes, you can take references from the matches that the other teams have played, but now the entire picture of the lobby has changed, and you will definitely have to readjust based on the other 15 teams that are there with you in the lobby.
Exactly. I think readjusting will result in some very, very exciting affairs, because I feel like, do you think teams will start playing for combinations, like trying to look out for which group appears to be a little weaker in terms of that, and then trying to place themselves, make certain micro adjustments and place themselves, because every single place actually matters.
Not in the way that you might think they are going to be playing for combinations, but I'll break it down even further. But so far, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a quick look at the top 5 players on the leaderboard, on the individual player leaderboard. And we have Saikat, who was absolutely incredible throughout the day. And I believe if anyone gets credit for putting Team Together Esports on the first position, yes, all the other 3 players, they do definitely will get their share of attention, but this man was just phenomenal. 16 eliminations on him. Blacks from Megastars, 12 eliminations. Saif from Big Brothers, 11. Goblin, everyone expected him to be there, so that's not a surprise. 11 eliminations on Goblin. And then we have Gamla Boy from Entity Gaming with 11 eliminations as well.
Gamla Boy has been very consistent lately, and I feel like that has been the healthy change that Entity were looking forward to, because Entity definitely were a big name in the community back then, but they weren't really the big stakeholders or a big challengers to any single championship. They definitely won recently, but that win sort of is still carrying forward to in terms of form, and Gamla Boy is carrying that forward. But coming back into that same conversation that we were having, right? The team reshuffles, and you were supposed to shed some light on it, so I'm still waiting on that.
So again, one piece of information that is extremely important in how you build that combination, or how you think about how to play your particular lobby is you have to take into account, not right now, because right now everyone is starting from scratch. Everyone has that 0 on the leaderboard. Of course, not Group Blue, because they've started playing their matches. But once all the teams from both the groups, all the 96 teams transition to that second week, then you will have to think about your position in the leaderboard. You will have to exactly think, all right, if we are at the top, and the rest of the teams in the group are, well, 2 of them are close to us, the other ones are 4 of them on the second page, rest everyone else is on the last page of the rankings. You don't have to put in a lot of effort. You can just play for survival and just get those points, unless the other teams in the other group start catching up. And unless that happens, don't overexert yourself. You have to take your time, bide your time till you can, and then when the moment arises, strike.
Absolutely. I think there's a lot of brain work going on. I'll try and process all of that information. I'll try and process all of what, because this man is a mastermind himself. I will try and gain as much as I can from him. And of course, I hope that you who is watching back at home as well, you've enjoyed the entire show. You've understood what he said, and you've enjoyed every piece of action that we had to offer from today's day. Of course, 5 games, absolute blockbuster, Johnny.
Exactly, they have been a blockbuster, but we still don't have the complete picture in front of us, Salty. And that is going to unfold, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow. What is going to happen? Only time will tell. You can find out with us if you tune in tomorrow. Until then, take care. Good night.